Chapter 5, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1 by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Four Kingdoms. The result of our inquiry into the ethnology of Britain and the race and language of the occupants of its northern districts, hasty and general as, from the limits of this work, it has necessarily been, may be thus summed up. The Celtic race in Britain and Ireland was preceded by a people of an Iberian type, small, dark-skinned, and curly-haired. They are the people of the long-headed skulls, and their representatives in Britain were the tin workers of Cornwall and the Scilly Islands, who traded with Spain, and the tribe of the Silures in South Wales, and in the legendary history of Ireland, the people called the Fir Bolg. The Celtic race followed them both in Britain and in Ireland. These are the people of the round-headed skulls, and consisted of two great branches whose language, the British and the Gaelic, though possessing evident marks that they had common origin and that both branches belonged originally to one race, is yet distinguished by marked dialectic differences. Each of these great branches, again, was divided into varieties. Of the Gaelic branch, one was a fair-skinned, large-limbed, and red-haired race, and were represented in Britain by the people of the interior, whom the Romans thought to be indigenous, and who, after the Roman province was formed, were called by them the Picts or Painted People. They are represented in the legendary history of Ireland by the Tuatha de Danann and by the Cruith Nai, a name which was the Irish equivalent of the Latin Picti, and was applied to the Picts of Scotland and to the people who preceded the Scots in Ulster and were eventually confined to a district in the eastern part of it. The other variety was a fair-skinned, brown-haired race, represented in the legendary history as the race of Mild or Milesius, and after the 4th century known by the name of Scots. The other great branch of the Celtic race, which extended itself over the whole of that part of Britain which became subject to the Roman power and was incorporated into a province of the Roman Empire, were those we have termed British, and resembled the Gauls in their physical appearance. The two varieties of their language in Britain are represented by the Cornish and the Welsh. The Celtic race was followed by a Teutonic people who were of the Low German race, and issued from the low-lying country along the north coast of Germany, extending from the Rhine to the Cimbric Chersonese. After assailing the Roman province during the last half-century of its existence, when they were known by the name of Saxons, they made settlements during the first half of the 5th century in what was called the Saxon Shore, and along the east coast from the Humber to the Firth of Forth. These earliest settlers consisted partly of Frisians, but mainly of the people called Angli, who were part of a confederation of tribes who bore the general name of Saxons, and were followed at a later period by those who seem to have belonged to the people originally called Saxons. Out of these Celtic and Teutonic races there emerged in that northern part of Britain, which eventually became the territory of the subsequent monarchy of Scotland, 4 kingdoms within definite limits and under settled forms of government, and as such we find them in the beginning of the 7th century, when the conflict among these races, which succeeded the departure of the Romans from the island and the termination of their power in Britain, may be held to have ceased, and the limits of these kingdoms to have become settled. North of the Firths of Forth and Clyde were the 2 kingdoms of the Scots of Dalriada on the west and of the Picts on the east. They were separated from each other by a range of mountains termed by Adenham the dorsal ridge of Britain, and generally known by the name of Drummalban. It was the great watershed which separated the rivers flowing eastward from those flowing westward, and now separates the counties of Argyll and Perth. The northern boundary appears to be represented by a line drawn from the mouth of Loch Leven through the district of Morvern, separating the old parish of Kilcolmacill from that of Kilfinatach, then thought through the island of Mull by the great ridge of Benmore, and by the islands of Iona and Colonsay to Isla, where it separated the eastern from the western districts of the island. The Scottish colony was originally founded by Fergus More, son of Erc, who came with his two brothers Lo Arn and Angus from Irish Dalriada in the end of the 5th century, but the true founder of the Dalriadic kingdom was his great-grandson Edan, son of Gabran. It consisted of 3 tribes, the Kinnel Gabran, the Kinnel Angus, and the Kinnel Lo Arn, which were called the 3 powerfuls of Dalriada. The Kinnel Gabran consisted of the descendants of Fergus, whose son Domangart had 2 sons, Gabran and Comgall, and their possessions consisted of the district of Cowal, which takes its name from Comgall, that of Sintyre or Kintyre, which then extended from the river Ad, which flows into the bay of Crinan, to the Mull of Kintyre, and included Knapdale and the small islands of this coast. The Kinnel and Guza settled in Isla and Jura, while the names of their townships which have been preserved embrace the eastern half of the island only. The Kinnel Lorne possessed the district of Lorne, which takes its name from them and extends from Loch Leven to the point of Ashnish. Between the possessions of the Kinnel Lorne and those of the Kinnel Gabran extended what is now the great moss of Crinan, called in Gaelic Monad Moor, and on the bank of the river Ad, which meanders through it, there rises an isolated rocky hill, the summit of which bears the mark of having been strongly fortified, while the great stones and cairns on the moss around it preserve the record of many an attempt to take it. This fortified hill was called Danad, a name which it still retains, and was the capital of Dalriada. It was also called from the moss which surrounds it, Dunmodade. The possession of these Dalriadic tribes surrounded a small district extending from the districts of Lorne, Kintyre, and Cowal to Drumnabin, in the centre of which was the lake of Loch Awe. As this territory was not included in the possessions of any of these tribes, it probably still retained its original population and contained the remains of the earlier inhabitants before the arrival of the Scots. The kings of this small kingdom of Dalriada all belonged to the race of Erc, and succeeded each other according to the Irish law of tanistry, which often assumed the form of an alternate succession from the members of 2 families descended from the common ancestor. In Dalriada it alternated first between the descendants of Gabran and Comgall, the 2 grandsons of Fergus, and afterwards between the Kinnel Gabran and Kinnel Lorne. The remaining districts north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde formed the kingdom of the Picts. Throughout the whole course of their history as an independent nation, there seems to have been a twofold division of this people, and they were eventually distinguished from each other as the northern and the southern Picts. Bede tells us that they were separated from each other by steep and rugged mountain chains, and he terms in one place the northern Picts the Transmontane Picts. This mountain range can only refer to the great chain termed the Mouth, which extends across the island from Ben Nevis in Loch Trabar till it terminates near the east coast between Aberdeen and Stonehaven. The whole country north of this range from sea to sea belonged to the northern Picts, who appear to have been purely Gaelic in race and language. The southern Picts are said by Bede to have had seats within these mountains, which refers no doubt to the districts intersected by the lesser chains, which extend from the main range towards the southeast, and from the barrier of the so-called Grampians. These districts consist of the Perthshire and Forfarshire Highlands, the former of which is known by the name of Athol. The western boundary of the territory of Southern Picts was Drummalbin, which separated them from the Scots of Dalriada, and their southern boundary, the fourth. The main body of the Southern Picts also belonged, no doubt, to the Gaelic race, though they may have possessed some differences in the idiom of their language. But the original population of the country, extending from the Forth to the Tay, consisted of part of the tribe of Damnonii, who belonged to the Cornish variety of the British race, and they appear to have been incorporated with the Southern Picts and to have introduced a British element into their language. The Frisian settlements, too, on the shores of the Firth of Forth, may also have left their stamp on this part of the nation. The former are probably the Britons of Fortran of the Pictish legends, and the latter have apparently left a record of their presence in the term of the Frisian shore, known as the name of the district on the south of the Firth of Forth, and the name of Forthric, applied to a district now represented by Kinnass-shire, and the western part of Fifeshire may preserve a recollection of the Rick or kingdom. The Picts seem to have preserved a tradition that the whole nation was once divided into 7 provinces, whose names were derived from 7 sons of Cuithne, the eponymous of the race, and the reference to St. Columba as perpetuating this in a stanza relegates it to this period. Of these names, 5 can be recognized. In Fib we have Fife. Fodla enters into the name of Athol, Cursin into that of the Mearns. Fortran was certainly the district from the Tay to the Forth, and Caith was the district of Cathanicia, originally of great extent and embracing the most northern part of the island from sea to sea. The seat of government appears to have been sometimes within the territory of the Southern Picts, and at others on the north of the great chain of the Mount. When we can first venture to regard the list of the Pictish kings preserved in the Pictish Chronicle as having some claim to a historical character, we find the king having his seat apparently in Forfarshire, and when the works of Admannan and Bede place us upon firm ground, the monarch belonged to the race of the northern Picts, and had his fortified residence near the mouth of the river Ness. When we examine the historical part of the list of the Pictish monarchs, we find that it exhibits a very marked peculiarity in the order of succession. We see brothers, sons of the same father, succeeding each other, but it does not present a single instance throughout the whole period of the Pictish kingdom of a son directly succeeding his father. Bede gives us the law of succession thus, that when it came into doubt, they elected the king rather from the female than from the male royal lineage, a custom, he says, preserved among the Picts to his day. It is thus stated in the poem attached to the Irish Nennius, that from the nobility of the mother should always be the right to the sovereignty, and in the prose legends that the regal succession among them for ever should be on the mother's side, that not less should territorial succession be derived from men than from women for ever, so that it is in right of mothers they succeed to sovereignty and all other successions, that they alone should take of the sovereignty and of the land from women rather than from men in Cruth, in Tuath, for ever, that of women should be the royal succession among them for ever. These statements, when compared with the actual succession, lead to this, that brothers succeeded each other in preference to the sons of each, not an unusual feature in male succession, but on their failure the contingency alluded to by Bede arose, and their succession then passed to the sons of sisters, or to the nearest male relation on the female side, and through a female. This, however, does not exhaust the anomalies exhibited in this list of kings, for we find that the names given as those of the fathers of the kings differ entirely from those of their sons, and in no case does a son who reigns bear the same name as that of any one of the fathers in the list. The names of the reigning kings are in the main confined to 4 or 5 names, as Brood, Drust, Tal Lorgan, Nectan, Gart, Nade, and these never appear among the names of the fathers of kings, nor does the name of a father occur twice in the list. Further, in 2 cases we know that while the kings who reigned were termed respectively Brood and Tal Lorcan, the father of the one was a Briton, and of the other an Angle. The conclusion which Mr. MacLennan, in his very original work on primitive marriage, draws from this is that it raises a strong presumption that all the fathers were men of other tribes. At any rate, there remains the fact, after every deduction has been made, that the fathers and mothers were in no case of the same family name, and he quotes this as a reason for believing that exogamy prevailed among the Picts, but this explanation, though it goes some way, will not fully interpret the anomalies in the list of Pictic kings. The only hypothesis that seems to afford a full explanation is one that would suppose that the kings among the Picts were elected from one family clan or tribe, or possibly from one in each of the 2 divisions of the northern and southern Picts, that there lingered among the Picts the old custom among the Celts, who, to use the language of Mr. MacLennan, were anciently lax in their morals, and recognized relationship through mothers only, that intermarriage was not permitted in this royal family or tribe, and the women had to obtain their husbands from the men of other tribes, not excluding those of a different race, that the children were adopted into the tribe of the mother, and certain names were exclusively bestowed on such children. Such an hypothesis seems capable of explaining all the facts of the case, and if the male child thus adopted into the tribe of the mother became king and was paternally of a foreign race, it will readily be seen how much this would facilitate the permanent occupation of the Pictish throne by a foreign line of kings. It would only be necessary that one king who was paternally of a foreign tribe, and whose succession to the throne could not be opposed in conformity with the Pictish law of succession, should become powerful enough to alter the succession to one through males, and perpetuate it in his own family. Although the Pictish people might resist to the utmost their subjection to a foreign nation, and would make every effort to throw off the yoke, there would be nothing in the mere occupation of the throne by a family of foreign descent, who derived their succession originally through a female of the Pictish royal tribe, to arouse their national feeling to any extent against it. The death of Brood Mac Mael Chan, the king of the northern Picts, whom St. Columba converted, is recorded by Tignac in the year 584, after a reign of 30 years, and as no battle is mentioned between him and the Dalriads after the arrival of St. Columba, it seems probable that the boundaries of the respective kingdoms by the Picts and Scots of Dalriada were amicably settled by the same influence which procured the recognition of the independence of Dalriada at the Convention of Drumceat. Brood was succeeded by Garthnade, who called son of Domnall, who reigned 11 years, and his death took place in 599, 2 years after that of St. Columbus himself. He is succeeded by Nectan, who bears the unusual designation of grandson of Urd, and who occupied the throne at the beginning of the 6th century. The districts south of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, and extending to the Solway Firth on the west and to the Tyne on the east, were possessed by the 2 kingdoms of the Britons on the west and of the Angles of Bernicia on the east. The former extended from the river Derwent in Cumberland in the south to the Firth of Clyde in the north, which separated the Britons from the Scots of Dalriada. The British kingdom thus comprehended Cumberland and Westmoreland, with the exception of the baronies of Allerdale or Copeland in the former and Kendal in the latter, and the counties of Dumfries, Ayr, Renfrew, Lanark, and Peebles in Scotland. On the east, the great forest of Ettrick separated from the Angles, and here the ancient rampart of the Catrail, which runs from the southeast corner of Pebbleshire near Galashiels through the county of Selkirk to the Peel Hill on the south side of Liddesdale, probably marked the boundary between them. The population of this kingdom seems to have belonged to two varieties of the British race, the southern half including Dumfriesshire being Cymric or Welsh, and the northern half having been occupied by the Damnonii, who belonged to the Cornish variety. The capital of the kingdom was the strongly fortified position on the rock on the right bank of the Clyde, termed by the Britons Accluith, and by the Gaelic people Dunbreton, or the fort of the Britons, now Dumbarton, but the ancient town called Caer Lewel or Carlisle in the southern part must always have been an important position. The kingdom of the Britons had at this time no territorial designation, but its monarchs were termed kings of Accluith and belonged to the party among the Britons who bore the peculiar name of Romans and claimed descent from the ancient Roman rulers in Britain. The law of succession seems to have been one of purely male descent. Of Ealdilfred, who at this time ruled over Bernicia and soon after extended his sway over Deira also, it is told us by Bede that he conquered more territories from the Britons, either making them tributary or expelling the inhabitants and planting Angles in their places, than any other king, and to his reign we attribute the greatest extension of the Anglic power over the Britons. He appears to have added to his kingdom the districts on the west between the Derwent and the Mersey, thus extending Deira from sea to sea, and placing the Northumbrian kingdom between the Britons of the north and those of Wales. The river Tees appears to have separated Deira from Bernicia, and the Angles of Bernicia, with whom we have more immediately to do, were now in firm possession of the districts extending along the east coast as far as the Firth of Forth, originally occupied by the British tribe of the Ottadini, and afterwards by the Picts, and including the counties of Berwick and Roxburgh and that of East Lothian or Haddington, the rivers Esk and Gala, forming here their western boundary. The capital of Deira was York, and that of Bernicia the strongly fortified position on the coast nearly opposite the Farne Islands, crowning the basaltic rock rising 150 feet above the sea and accessible only on the southeast, which was called by the Britons Din Gwaeardi, by the Gael Dun Gwar, and by the Angles Babin Birch, after Beba, the wife of Edelfrid, now Bamborough. About halfway along the coast, between Bamborough and Berwick-on-Tweed, lay, parallel to the shore, the long flat island called by the Britons Innis McCode, and by the Angles Lindisfarne. In the centre of Scotland, where it is intersected by the two arms of the sea, the Forth and the Clyde, and where the boundaries of these four kingdoms approach one another, is a territory extending from the Esk to the Tay, which possessed a very mixed population, and was the scene of most of the conflicts between the four states. Originally occupied by the tribe of the Damnonii, the northern boundary of the Roman province intersected it for 2 centuries and a half, including part of this tribe and the province, and merging the rest among the barbarians. On the fall of the Roman power in Britain, it was overrun by the Picts, and one of the earliest settlements of the Saxons, which probably was composed of Frisians, took place in the districts about the Roman wall. It was here that during the 6th century the main struggle took place. It falls naturally into 3 divisions. The first extends from the Esk and the Pentland Hills to the Roman wall and the river Carron. This district we find mainly peopled by Picts, the remains probably of those who once occupied the eastern districts to the southern wall and preserved a kind of independence, while the rest were subjected by the Angles. From the Picts, the Angles give the hills which formed its southern boundary the name of the Pentland, now Pentland Hills. Near its southern boundary was the strong natural position called by the Britons Minnid Agnid, and also Dinadidnin, and by the Gael Dunedin. 9 miles farther west, the Firth of Forth is narrowed till the coast approaches within 2 miles of that of Fife, and affords a ready means of access, and on the south shore of the upper basin of the Forth and near the termination of the Roman wall was the ancient British town of Caradon, while in the fourth, itself opposite this district, was the insular town of Guidi. The western part of this territory was known to the Welsh by the name of Manau Geltoden, and to the Gael as the plain or district Mannam, a name still preserved in Sliabmanan, now Slamanan, and this seems to have been the headquarters of these Picts. Between them and the kingdom of the Picts proper lay a central district extending from the wall to the river Forth, and on the bank of the latter was the strong position afterwards occupied by Stirling Castle, and while the Angles of Bernicia exercised an influence and a kind of authority over the first district, this central part seems to have been more closely connected with the British kingdom of Alclyde. The northern part, extending from the Forth to the Tay, belonged to the Pictish kingdom, with whom its population, or originally British, appears to have been incorporated, and was the district afterwards known as Fortran and Mag Fortran. Finally, on the north shore of the Solway Firth, and separated from the Britons by the lower part of the river Nith and by the mountain range which separates the counties of Kirkcudbright and Wigtown from those of Dumfries and Ayr, were a body of Picts termed by Bede Ni Duari, and this district, consisting of the two former counties, was known to the Welsh as Gwal-Yildel, and to the Irish as Gall-Gadel, from which was formed the name Galweithia, now Galloway. 3 years after the great battle in which Aidan was defeated at Dawsstone in Liddesdale, he died, leaving his throne to his son Eocha Budi, or the Yellow-Haired, whom St. Columba had named as his successor, and in the same year Edelfrid, king of Bernicia, attacked Aduin, who had succeeded his father Aella in Deira when a child, and had barely attained majority, and drove him from his throne, thus uniting Deira to Bernicia, over which he reigned 12 years. A change likewise soon took place among the Pictish kings, and in the year 612 Nacten appears to have been displaced by Kinuach, or Kinadon, son of Leuchtren, who, from the Gaelic form of his name, probably belonged to the northern Picts. 5 years afterwards Aeduin, who, after wandering as a fugitive in different parts of Britain, had finally taken refuge with Redwald, king of the East Angles, succeeded in persuading him to assist him to recover his throne. A large army was accordingly raised, and meeting Edelfrid, who was advancing against him with inferior force, he attacked him and slew him on the borders of the kingdom of Mercia, on the east side of the river, called Idley, or Idle, a small river which falls into the Trent. Aeduin thus not only regained his kingdom in the year 617, but obtained possession of both provinces of Deira and Bernicia, which had been under the rule of Edelfrid. In his turn drove out his sons, who, with many of the young nobles of their party, took refuge with the Scots of Dalriada, or with the Picts. The eldest of the sons, Eanfrid, appears to have fled for protection to the kings of the Picts, and the second, Oswald, who was then of the same age as the Aeduin had been when he was expelled, went to the island of Iona, where Bede tells us that he was instructed in the Christian faith and baptized by the seniors of the Scots. Aeduin, too, with his whole nation, was converted to Christianity by Paulinus in the 11th year of his reign. Bede classes Aeduin among the kings of the Anglic natives who possessed imperial authority, and he is the first of the Northumbrian kings to whom such power is attributed. He says that he ruled over all the people, both of the Angles and the Britons who inhabit the island, and in another place that none of the Angles before him had brought under subjection all the borders of Britain that were provinces either of themselves or the Britons. These expressions must not be taken literally, and are not altogether consistent with a similar statement with regard to his predecessor Adelfrid, but they undoubtedly imply that he was one of the most powerful of the Northumbrian monarchs, and at least retained all the acquisitions of his predecessors, while he has left his name in one district, which shows that he had extended the limits of the Northumbrian kingdom in one direction at least. The oldest form of the name of Edinburgh is Edwinesburg, which leads us to infer that he had added the district from the Esk to the Avon, at least, of which it was the chief stronghold to his kingdom. The country extending from the river Avon to the range of the Lammermoor hills was called by the Saxons Lothian and by the Gael Lethed, and appears also under the name of the province of Loadis, a name which was afterwards extended as far south as the Tweed. The Irish annalists record in the year 627 the Battle of Ard Coran, in which the Dalriads were victorious, and Fiachna, son of Damon, was slain by Connachur, king of Dalriada. The Fiachna Mac Demon was the king of the Cuithnai of Dalriada in Ireland, and the battle was probably fought in Ireland, Connachur, king of Dalriada, coming to the assistance of the Irish Dalriads. But Connachur was the son of Ejad Budi, who was still alive, and he would appear to have transferred the throne of Dalriada to his son. The explanation will probably be found in the record of another battle fought 2 years afterwards, also in Ireland, called the Battle of Fedherin, or Fedhorin. This battle was also fought between the Cuithnai and the Dalriads, and the latter were defeated. On the side of the victors were Mael Caith Mac Scandale, king of the Cuithnai of Ulster, Disgul Mac Ejach, king of the tribe of Cuithnai, and Eoked Bud, and on the other Canad Ker, king of Dalriada, and 2 grandsons of Aidan, who were slain. Eochad Bud is here on the side of the Cuithnai, and is opposed to 2 of his own sons, one of them leading the Dalriads. But the Annals of Ulster, quoting an old book called the Book of Cunach, record the death of Eochad Bud, king of the Picts, in that same year, and this corresponds with the length of his reign as given in the Albanic Duan, where a king of the Picts is mentioned who does not appear in the list of Pictish monarchs. The inference is that he was king of the Picts of Galloway, and it would appear that in the course of his reign Eodac had either obtained authority over them or acquired a right to that province, and placed his son Conad Ker on the throne of Dalriada proper. And thus, when a war broke out between the Cuithnai and Dalriads of Ireland, the anomaly occurred of the father fighting on one side with his Picts, and the sons with the Dalriads on the other. On the death of Conad Ker in 629, his brother Domnall Briac succeeded him as king of Dalriada, while the rule over the Picts, which gave to Eochaid Bud his title of king of the Picts, probably passed by the Pictish law of female succession to another family. The death of Connacht Mac Cuthrin, king of the Picts, is recorded by Tigernach 631, and he was succeeded by a family of 3 brothers, Gernad, Bredi, and Talor, sons of Wid or Forth, who followed each other on the Pictish throne during the next 22 years. In the meantime, a storm was gathering on the borders of Northumbria, which was soon to burst upon Edwin and bring his powerful kingdom with his son and with his own life to an end. Among those British kings who had been subjected to the authority of the Northumbrian king was a king of the Britons termed by Bede Cadwalla. He is described by Bede as a man who, though he bore the name and professed himself a Christian, was yet so barbarous in his disposition and behavior that he spared neither women nor children in his wars. This British king resolved not only to throw off all subjection to Northumbria, but to cut off the whole nation of the Angles within the borders of Britain. He was enabled to attempt this enterprise by having secured the support of Penda, whom Bede calls a most warlike man of the royal race of the Mercians, and who had just ascended the throne of that nation. Penda and his whole nation were still pagans and idolaters, and probably viewed the establishment of Christianity as the religion of Northumbria with much hostility, and Cadwalla, though nominally a Christian, had all the hatred of the Welsh church towards the Anglican Christians and their church, with whom they had held no communication. A great battle was fought between these leaders and Aeduan in plain called by Bede Hathfield, now Hatfield, in the west of Riding of Yorkshire, on the 12th of October in the year 633, in which Aeduan was himself killed and all his army either slain or dispersed. His son Osfrid also fell in the same war, and another son, Eefrid, was obliged to go over to Penda. In the genealogies and chronicle attached to Nennius, this battle is called the Battle of Meisen, and both Osfrid and Eefrid are said to have been slain in it, and it is added that none of Edium's race escaped, and the victor is termed Cadwallon, king of Gnadotia of North Wales. Bede tells us that the great slaughter was made at this time of the church and nation of the Northumbrians, and the more so because one of the commanders by whom it was done was a pagan, and the other a barbarian, more cruel than a pagan, and that the province of Deira fell on Aeduan's death to Osric, son of his uncle Elric, who was a Christian, being one of those whom Paulinus had converted, while Eanfrid, the eldest son of Edifrid, who had taken refuge on the accession of Aeduan with the Picts and had there been instructed in the Christian religion by the Scottish monks, returned to Aeduan's death to Bernicia and took possession of his father's kingdom. We are told, however, by Bede that both kings, as soon as they obtained possession of their kingdoms, renounced their Christianity and returned to their former paganism, but were soon after slain by Cadwalla, who first surprised and killed Osric, and who had besieged him in the city of York, and after having reigned for a year over the provinces of the Northumbrians, also killed Eanfrid, who came to him with only 12 soldiers to sue for peace when he was probably advancing upon Banborough. That year, adds Bede, is to this day looked upon as unhappy and hateful to all good men, as well on account of the apostasy of the Anglic kings, who had renounced the sacraments of their faith, as of the outrageous tyranny of the British king. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Four Kingdoms. After the death of Eanfrid, his brother Oswald advanced from the north with an army, small indeed in number, as Bede tells us, but strengthened with the faith of Christ, and north of the Tweed, and encountered the army of the Britons, which was greatly more numerous, at a place near the Roman wall, called in the Anglic tongue Devisesburn, where a complete victory was gained, and the impious commander of the Britons was slain. The field of battle, Bede tells us, was also called Heavenfell, or the heavenly field, and was not far from Hexham, in the vale of the Tyne. It has been identified with a place called St. Oswald, close to the wall and about 7 or 8 miles north of Hexham, and the British commander must have been driven across the wild moor on the south side of the wall through the Tyne until he was overtaken at a distance of 8 or 9 miles from the battlefield and slain at a little stream called Devisesburn, a tributary of the Rowley Water. This battle is termed in the additions to Nennius the Battle of Catsquall, and it has been well suggested that this name may be intended for Caddisghoul, the battle at the wall. It is somewhat remarkable that while Bede names Cadwalla whenever he has occasion to mention him, he does not name him as the commander who was slain at this battle. Adamnan, who was born in 624 and was therefore 10 years old when the battle was fought, tells us that the day before the Saxon ruler Oswald went forth to fight Catelyn, a very valiant king of the Britons, he saw St. Columba in a vision, who told him to march out from his camp to battle the following night, when his foes would be put to flight, and his enemy Catelyn delivered into his hands, and that the next night King Oswald went forth from his camp to battle, and had a much smaller army than the numerous hosts opposed to him, yet he obtained an easy and decisive victory. For King Catelyn was slain, and the conqueror on his return after the battle was ever after ordained by God Emperor of all Britain. Adamnan adds that he had this narrative from the lips of his predecessor, the abbot Feudal, who solemnly declared that he had himself heard the King Oswald relate it to the abbot Skene. We can hardly have better evidence than this as to the events of the battle. Whatever may be said as to the vision, and Tigernach likewise names Catelyn, king of the Britons, as King Oswald's opponent, but the name given to Cadwalla in recording the battle in which he slew King Eadwin was not Cathlon but Chon. In the genealogies annexed to Nennius, Cadwalla is termed Cadwallum, king of Gwenadotia, while the King Oswald's opponent is named Catgublan, king of Gwenadotia. It is therefore not impossible that the impious commander of Bede may not have been Cadwalla himself, and that there may be some truth in the account given in the Welsh brutes that the Cadwalla who slew Eadwin survived for many years after, but this is not a matter which much affects our narrative so far as it concerns the history before us. About the same time, the family of that Nectan king of the Picts, who had been dispossessed in 612, seems to have made an effort to recover the throne, for the annals of Innisfallen have in 634 the death of Angus, son of Nectan, and Tigernach records in 635 the battle of Segese, in which Locke, son of Nectan Canafota, and Canaskach, son of Angus, fell. These names are purely Gaelic forms, and Canafota is a Gaelic epithet meaning long-headed. The annals of Ulster have the death of Gartnate, son of Foyth, in the same year, and say he fell in this battle, which seems to leave little doubt that it was a contest for the throne. The battle was probably fought on the west bank of the Tay, a few miles above Dunkeld, at a place now called Dalguise, and on the east side of the river, immediately opposite that place, a cairn once stood about 30 feet in diameter, which contained a single stone coffin, and near it 2 high upright stones, while at a small distance from the cairn were found a few rude stone coffins. These may have been memorials of the battle. Gartnade was succeeded by his brother Bredi, son of Uid or Foyth, in the same year in which the battle was fought, which placed Oswald on the throne of Bernicia. Domnall Breoch, king of the Scots of Dalriada, appears to have made an attempt to wrest the district between the Avon and the Pentland Hills from the Angles, whether as having some claim to it through his grandfather Aidan, or what is more probable, as a leader of the Britons, but was defeated at Calathros, or Calatria, now Calander, a name applied to a small district between the Roman wall and the Avon. And Bede, who ranks Oswald after Aidan among those who held imperial authority in Britain, tells us that he held the kingdom within the same boundaries. Common the Fair, who was abbot of Iona from 657 to 669, tells us in his life of St. Columba, which is still preserved, that when the saint inaugurated Aidan as king of Dalriada, and placed his hands upon his head and blessed him, he prophesied of his sons, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, thus addressing him: "Believe unhesitatingly, O Aidan, that none of thy enemies shall be able to resist thee, unless thou first act unjustly towards me and my kin. Wherefore exhort thy sons with these words, lest they lose the kingdom," which, he adds, took place, for they transgressed the injunction of the man of God and lost the kingdom. Adnam, who is also a contemporary authority for the Battle of Roth, in which Domhnall Breac, the grandson of Aidan, ravaged, without the slightest provocation, the territory of Domhnall, the grandson of Ain Muireg, and from that day to this, between 690 and 700, they have been trodden down by strangers. The battle termed by Adnam Roth was the Battle of Magrath, fought in 637 between Domhnall, son of Ede, king of Ireland, and Congal Clain, king of Ulad, that is, of the Cruth Nigh of Dalaradia, and appears to have been a great struggle between the Cruith Nigh and kindred tribes with the dominant Scots of the race of High Neil. Congal Clain applied for assistance both to the Britons and to the king of Scottish Dalaradia, and was supported by a large auxiliary force. His claim upon Domhnall Breac arose probably from the connection of his father Eochaid Brudi with the Picts, and the grave men of the charge against the Dalariadic king was that, by the settlement at the Convention of Drumceat, the hostings and expeditions of Scotch Dalriada were to belong to the King of Ireland, and by ranging himself on the side of the Cruith Nigh against him, he not only violated that condition, but assailed the head of the family to which St. Columba belonged. In the following year, Domhnall Breac seems to have made another attempt to wrest the territory between Avon and the Pentlands from the Angles, and Tigernach records in 638 the Battle of Glen Merison, or Glen Murison, which is probably the small stream now called the Murriston Water, which flows from the Pentlands into the Linhouse Water near Micalder, in which his people were put to flight, and the siege of Edinburgh. During these wars there appears to have been hitherto a combination of the Britons of All-Clyde and the Scots of Dalariada against the Angles and the Pictish population subject to them. It was, in fact, a conflict of the western tribes against the eastern, and of the Christian party against the pagan and semi-pagan, their common Christianity forming a strong bond of union between the two former nations, and after the death of Rhydderch Hale in 603, the Dalriadic kings seem to have taken the lead in the command of the combined forces. Rhydderch, we are told, but on no better authority than that of Jocelyn of Furness in the 12th century, was succeeded by his son Constantine, but the throne of Alclyde had by this time passed to another branch of the same family, and from whatever cause it arose, a breach now took place between the Britons and the Scots, and we find the British king and the king of Dalriada in a hostile position to one another, and brought into violent conflict, which ended in the fate which St. Columba and the king predicted for any descendant of King Aidan who should attack the head of the house of High Neil, overtaking Domhnall Breac, who in December in the year 642 was slain in the upper valley of the river Carron, which was known afterwards as the forest of Strathcawin, by Owen, the king of the Britons, in the 15th year of his reign. Dalriada seems to have fallen into a state of anarchy on the death of Domhnall Breac. During the remainder of this century we find no descendant of Aidan recorded bearing the title of the king of Dalriada, and it is probable from Adnam's remark that from that day to this they have been trodden down by strangers, that the Britons now exercised a rule over them. The same year which saw Domhnall Breac slain in Strathcarron likewise brought Oswald's reign over Northumbria to a disastrous end. His first effort on finding himself firmly seated on the throne had been to re-establish the Christian Church in his dominions, and to drive back the flow of paganism and apostasy which had overspread the country. He naturally turned to the form of Christianity in which he had been educated, and sent to the elders of the Scots, desiring them to send him a prelate. who might instruct the nation of the Angles once more in the Christian faith, and ere long received Bishop Aidan from them for this purpose. The account of this mission belongs more to the history of the early Christian church in Scotland, and will be there more fully noticed. It is sufficient for our present purpose to say that his episcopal seat was fixed in the island of Lindisfarne, which the king gave him for the purpose. From that time, says Bede, many came from the region of the Scots into Britain, and preached the word to those provinces of the Angles over which King Oswald ruled, and they among them who had received priests' orders administered the sacrament of baptism. Churches were built, the people joyfully flocked to hear the word. Possessions and lands were given of the king's bounty to build monasteries. The Anglic youth were instructed by their Scottish masters, and there were greater care and attention bestowed upon the rules and observances of regular discipline. Most of those they came to preach, adds Bede, were monks, and Bishop Aidan himself was a monk of the island called Hee, and now corruptly Iona. Bede sums up his account of his reign by saying, in short, he brought under his dominion all the nations and provinces of Britain, which are divided into 4 languages, namely the Britons, the Picts, the Scots, and the Angles. But this general expression must be taken as qualified by the statement Bede had previously made in contrasting him with the other Northumbrian kings in his enumeration of those who held imperial authority, that he had the same extent under his rule as his predecessor Edwin, and it implies no more than that he had brought all the people within the then limits of the Northumbrian kingdom under his subjection, to whatever race they belonged. Bede, however, is stating more definite result of his reign when he adds that through his management the provinces of the Derii and the Bernicians, which till then had been at variance, were peacefully united and molded into one people. These fair prospects, however, were soon to be overcast, for his old enemy Penda, the pagan king of the Mercians, having resolved to renew the struggle and make a second attempt to crush the Christian kingdom of the Northumbrians, Oswald appears to have anticipated the attack and was killed in a great battle with the Mercians, which was fought at a place called by Bede Maserfelth, but to which the continuator of Nennius gives the name of Cockboy, on the 8th day of August in the year 642. It is believed to have taken place at Oswestry, formerly Oswaldstree, in Shropshire. Thus perished a king who was looked upon as the greatest and most Christian ruler of the Northumbrians in the 9th year of his reign and the 38th of his age. Oswald was succeeded by his brother Oswiu, then only about 30 years old, and during the first 12 years of his reign he had to maintain a struggle for very existence with the victorious king of the Mercians, who appears, as on the former occasion, to have combined with the Britons, as Tigernach records a battle between Oswiu and the Britons early in his reign. Bede tells us that he was also exposed to much trouble by his own son Alcfrid, and also by Oy de Luald, the son of his brother Oswald, who may have thought he had a better right to the throne. Oswiu placed governors over the province of Deira, the first being Ossuini, son of that Osric who had reigned a few months over Deira after the death of Edwin, and restricted his own immediate rule to his hereditary province of Bernicia, where he had trouble enough to maintain himself. For we find during the episcopate of Aidan, who died in 651, the army of the Mercians under Penda, ravaging the country of the Northumbrians far and near, and attacking the royal city of Bamborough, and not being able to take it either by assault or by siege. Penda encompassed it on the land side with the materials of the wooden houses in the neighbourhood, which he had broken up and set on fire with a view to burn the town. And Bede tells us that Aidan, who was in one of the Farne Islands, perceived the flames and smoke blown by the wind above the city walls, and by his prayers produced a change of wind, which blew them back on the besiegers, and obliged them to raise the siege. On another occasion, some years after Aidan's death, we find Penda again coming into this part of Bernicia with his hostile army, destroying all he could with fire and sword, and burning the village and church in which Aidan died, and which was a royal residence not far from Bamborough. It is plain from these incidental notices that Penda and his army had Bernicia very much at their mercy, and were continually in the occupation of the country, and their eruptions became so intolerable at last that Asuyu offered him a very large gift of royal ornaments and money to purchase peace if he would cease to ravage and destroy the provinces of his kingdom, but Penda refused to grant his request, and resolved to destroy and extirpate all his nation. And so desperate became his position that he appears to have taken refuge in the insular city of Guidi in the Firth of Forth. Penda followed him with his army, composed both of Mercians and of Britons, and Asuyu was compelled to ransom the city by giving Penda all the riches which were in it and in the neighbouring region as far as Manau, which he distributed among the kings of the Britons who were with him. But having raised a small army, and the enemy who enormously outnumbered them, probably not anticipating an attack, and being in a false security, Asuyu fell upon them unexpectedly in the night and entirely defeated them, Penda himself and the 30 royal commanders who were with him being slain, and Catgabel, king of Gwenadotia, or North Wales, alone escaping. Bede tells us that this battle took place on the 15th of November in the 13th year of King Asui's reign, that it is the year 654, and that it was fought near the river Winnuaid, which overflowed its banks, so that many more were drowned in the flight than were destroyed by the sword, and that the war was thus brought to a conclusion in the region of Lo Idis. On the other hand, the continuator of Nennius says that Penda was slain in the plain of Gay, and that it was called the slaughter of the plain of Gay, and places it evidently between the city Judee, by which Bede's insular city of Guidi on the Firth of Forth can alone be meant, and Manau, which lay between the Pentland and the Roman wall. There is no doubt that on the only other occasion on which Bede mentions the region of Lodwis, means Leeds, but it is equally certain that Lothian was likewise called the province of Loidis, and if we suppose that Bede here means the northern province of Lothian and not the district of Leeds, it at once reconciles the two accounts. That this is the probable view, we may gather from this that Leeds was in the error, and the battle fought there is inconsistent with the extent to which it is evident Penda had invaded the kingdom. On the other hand, Florence of Worcester tells us that Penda's attack was upon Bernicia. It was here that we find Penda from time to time ravaging the country, and it was this kingdom which was more immediately under the rule of Asuyu. The word Winnued means Battleford, and the river meant by it is probably the Avon, which divides the province of Loidis from the district of Calatria, called in the Irish annals Calathros, and by the Britons Catriath, a district comprehending the parishes of Falkirk, Muir, Avonside, and Polmont, and traces of the name may still be found in the Fetchin Ford about a mile above Manuel, and the Red Ford half a mile farther up. The result of this great and unexpected victory was, Bede tells us, that Asuyu both delivered his own people from the hostile depredations of the pagans, and having cut off their wicked head, converted the nation of the Mercians and the adjacent provinces to the Christian faith. Bede ranks Asuyu as the seventh king of the nations of the Angles who possessed imperial power, and sums up the result of his reign by saying that he held nearly the same dominions for some time as his predecessors, and subdued and made tributary the greater part of the nations of the Picts and Scots which possessed the northern part of Britain. He thus not only freed his own kingdom from the incursions of the Mercians, and found himself at last in the full and quiet possession of it, but he materially added to his dominions. In the south he obtained possession of Mercia for 3 years, and in the north extended his sway not only over the Britons, but over the Picts and Scots, and thus commenced the dominion of the Angles over the Britons of Alclyde, the Scots of Dalriada, and the southern Picts, which was destined to last for 30 years. By the fall of Penda and the defeat and slaughter of his British allies, the Britons of Alclyde naturally fell under his sway. Tigernach records the death of no king of Alclyde during this period till the year 694, and the Ulster Annals, after recording in 658 the death of Gurad or Gwyrad, king of Alclyde, have also a blank during the same time. The Scots of Dalriada naturally fell under his dominion along with the Britons, and we have the testimony of Adnan that they were trodden down by strangers during the same period. But while these nations became tributary to the Angles during this period of 30 years, the mode in which the king of Northumbria dealt with the Picts shows that their dominion over them was of a different kind, and that they viewed that part of the nation which was subject to them as now forming part of the Northumbrian kingdom. The way for this was prepared by the accession of Talorcan, son of Eanfrit, to the throne of the Picts on the death of Talor, son of Wid, or Ectolerg Macforth, as Turgenac calls him in 653. Talcoran was obviously the son of that Eanfrit, the son of Ealdifrid, an elder brother of Oswald, who on his father's death had taken refuge with the Picts, and his son Talorcan must have succeeded to the throne through a Pictish mother. At the time, then, when Asu thus extended his sway over the Britons and Scots, there was a king of the Anglic race by paternal descent actually reigning over the Picts. Tigernach records his death in 657, and Bede tells us that within 3 years after he had slain King Penda, Asuyu subjected the greater part of the Picts to the dominion of the Angles. It is probable, therefore, that he claimed their submission to himself as the cousin and heir on the paternal side of their king Talcoran, and enforced his claim by force of arms. How far his dominion extended is difficult to say, but it certainly embraced, as we shall see, what Bede calls the province of the Picts on the north side of the Firth of Forth, and anomaly at least may have included the whole territory of the southern Picts, while Gartnaid, the son of Donald or Domhnall, who appears in the Pictish Chronicle as his successor, and who, from the form of his father's name, must have been of pure Gaelic race, ruled over those who remained independent. But while Osuyu's dominion now remained on the whole free from all disturbance, from hostile invasion or internal revolt, it was not destined to continue long without being shaken by dissensions from another quarter, and one of those great ecclesiastical questions soon arose, which in its results materially affected the current of our history. The church which Oswald had established in Northumbria, and which had now existed as the national form of religion for 30 years, was an offshoot from the Scottish church which owned the monastery of High or Iona as its head, and followed the customs and rules of that church. But the great extension of Christianity from Northumbria over southern states of the Angles, which followed the death of Penda, brought it more directly in contact with the southern church which owned St. Augustine as its founder, and conformed in its customs to the Roman church from which he had derived his mission. Colman, who had succeeded Finan in 660 as Bishop of Lindisfarne, at this time presided over the Scottish Church of Northumbria. Wilfrid was at the head of the Roman party. The points on which the churches differed were the proper time for keeping Easter, the form of the tonsure, and other questions concerning the rules of ecclesiastical life, questions then thought, and especially the first, as of vital importance. Oswiu Bede tells us, having been instructed and baptized by the Scots, thought nothing better than what they taught, but his son Alchfrid, who then governed Deira, having been instructed in Christianity by Wilfrid, a most learned man, who had first gone to Rome to learn the ecclesiastical doctrine and spent much time at Lyons with Dauphin, Archbishop of Gaul, and receiving from him also the coronal tonsure, had given him a monastery which had been founded at Ripon for the Scots, who quitted it rather than alter their customs. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1 by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Four Kingdoms. In order to settle this dispute, a great council was held in 664 at Locke, now Whitby, the details of which belong more to the history of the Church. Suffice it to say that it led to Osu submitting with his nation to Wilfrid and conforming to the Roman customs, while Coleman withdrew with his Scots and those who adhered to him, and went back to Scotia to consult with his people what was to be done in this case. He went first to Hy, or Iona, on leaving Lindisfarne in 664, taking with him part of the relics of St. Aidan, and having the rest interred in the sacristy of the church of Lindisfarne, and in 668 passed over to Ireland, accompanied by the sons of Gartnaith, who took with them the people of Skye, that is, the Columban clergy there, and returned 2 years afterwards. On the departure of the Scots, the episcopal see was removed from Lindisfarne to York, where it had been originally placed. Paulinus, and Wilfrid was made Bishop of York, but did not obtain possession of the diocese till 669, when we find him administering the bishopric of York and of all the Northumbrians, and likewise of the Picts, as far as the dominions of King of Osu extended, an expression which undoubtedly implies that the Picts were not merely tributary to the Angles, but that their territory formed at this time a constituent part of Osu's dominions. In the following year, Osu, the kingdom of the Northumbrians, died, and was succeeded in both Bernicia and Deira by his son Ecgfrid, whose accession was soon followed by an attempt on the part of the Picts to throw off the Anglic yoke. The account of this insurrection is preserved to us alone by Eddy in his Life of St. Wilfrid, who wrote a few years before Bede compiled his history. He tells us that in the first years of his reign, the bestial people of the Picts, despising their subjection to the Saxons and threatening to throw off the yoke of servitude, collected together innumerable tribes from the north, on hearing which Ecgfrid assembled an army, and at the head of a smaller body of troops advanced against this great and not easily discovered enemy, who were assembled under a formidable ruler called Bernaith, and attacking them made so great a slaughter that 2 rivers were almost filled with their bodies. Those who fled were pursued and cut to pieces, and the people were again reduced to servitude and remained under subjection during the rest of Ecgfrid's reign. Such is Eddy's account, from which it appears to have been an insurrection of the southern Picts, who were under the Anglic yoke, in which they were aided by the northern part of the nation, who remained independent. The 2 rivers may have been either the Forth and the Teith, which join their streams a little above Stirling, or the Tay and the Erne, which unite in the Firth of Tay at Abernethy, having a low-lying plain forming the parish of Rhind between, and the battle probably took place in the 2nd year of Ecgfrid's reign, as Tigernach records in the year the expulsion from the kingdom of Drost, who had succeeded his brother Gartnaith as king of the Picts. Eddie then tells us that Egfrid attacked and defeated Wulfar, king of the Mercians, and drove him from his kingdom, an event not narrated by Bede, but which must have happened before Wulfar's death in 675, and adds that Egfrid's kingdom was thus enlarged both in the north and the south, and that under Bishop Wilfrid the churches were multiplied both in the south among the Saxons and in the north among the Britons, Scots, and Picts, Wilfrid having ordained everywhere presbyters and deacons and governed new churches. It was probably at this time that the monastery of Abercernig, or Abercorn, was founded in that part of Lothian which extends from the Esk to the Avon as a central point for the administration of the northern part of his diocese, which included the province of the Picts held by the Angles of the Northumbrian in subjection. In 678, Bede tells us that a dissension broke out between King Ecgfrith and Bishop Wilfrid, who was driven from his see. His diocese was divided into two. Bosa was appointed bishop of the province of Deira, having his episcopal seat at York, and Eada over that of the Bernicians, and his seat either in the church of Hagestad or Hexham, or in that of Lindisfarne. 3 years afterwards, Wilfrid's diocese was still further divided, and 2 additional bishops added, Tunbert for the church of Hagestad, Eata remaining at Lindisfarne, and Truman over the province of the Picts, which was subject to the Angles. On the failure of these great attempts to recover their independence in 672, that part of the Pictish nation which had not been brought under subjection to the Angles appears to have expelled their unsuccessful monarch, Drost, the brother and successor of Gartnaith, son of Dunnall, from the kingdom, and to have elected Bredi, son of Baal, to fill the vacant throne. Bredi was paternally a scion of the royal house of Alclyde, his father Baal reappearing in the Welsh genealogies annexed to Nennius as the son of Nithon and father of that Eugene who slew Domnall Briac in 642. His mother was the daughter of Talarcan Mac Aenfreit, the last independent king of the Picts before they were subjected by Asuyu. The object in placing him on the throne may have been to put the true successor of Talarcan, according to the law of Pictish succession, in competition with any claim the Anglic monarch may have had as representing him in the male line. Bredi began his reign in the extreme north, as 8 years after we find the siege of Dunbait or Dunbeath in Caithness, recorded in 680. In the following year he advanced beyond the range of the mouth toward the south, as we have in 681 the siege of Dunfoether or Dunnottar near Stonehaven, and in 682 we are told by Tigernach that the Orkney Islands were laid waste by Brood. In the meantime, the little kingdom of Dalriada was in a state of complete disorganization. We find no record of any real king over the whole nation of the Scots, but each separate tribe seems to have remained isolated from the rest under its own chief, while the Britons exercised a kind of sway over them, and along with the Britons they were under subjection to the Angles. The most northerly part of Dalriada was the small state called Kinel-Baden, or Kinel-Baden, which was a part of the larger tribe of the Kinel-Eochaig, one of the 3 subdivisions of the Kinel-Larn, but separated from the rest by the great arm of the sea called Locke. The head of this little tribe was at this time Fearchar Fada, or the Tall, the lineal descendant of Baden, from whom the tribe took its name, who was son of Eochade and grandson of Loarn. He appears to have commenced an attempt to throw off the authority of the Britons, and with it that of the Angles, but at first unsuccessfully. The first encounter with the Britons was in 678, when the Dalriads were defeated. At the same time, the battles of Dunlocho, Liangemelain, and Doriad Ilain were fought, the latter of which can alone be placed with any certainty, Doriad Island being obviously the island of Jura. Bede tells us that in the year 684, Ecgfrid sent Bercht, his general, with an army into Ireland and laid waste a part of the country, not even sparing the churches or monasteries, in spite of the advice of the most reverend Father Egbert, an Anglican priest who had been trained in Ireland and lived much among the Scots and Picts, and we learn from the Irish annals that the scene of this devastation was the plain of Breg, or the districts along the eastern shore from Dublin to Drogheda. It seems difficult to suppose that Ecgfrid should have made so wanton an attack upon the Irish without some motive, and it seems probable that he either suspected that the Scots of Dalriada were obtaining help from their countrymen in Ireland, or wishing by striking this blow to prevent the Irish from supporting them in their attempt to recover their independence. Be this as it may, Bede tells us that in the following year King Ecgfrid led an army to ravage the province of the Picts, and that, the enemy feigning a retreat, he was led into the straits of inaccessible mountains, and slain with the greatest part of the forces which he had taken with him, on the 20th day of May, in the 40th year of his age, that is, in the year 685. The continuator of Nennius tells us that Ecgfrid made war against the descendants of his father's brother, who was king of the Picts, and called Bridi, and fell there with the whole strength of his army, the Picts with their king being victorious, and that from the time of this war it was called the Battle of Llangaran. Tigernach places the devastation in Ireland in the year 685, and this battle, in which he calls the Battle of Duin Nectane, in the year 686. He agrees with Bede in stating that it took place on the 20th of June, and adds that it was fought on a Saturday, but as the 20th of June fell on a Saturday in the year 685, it is evident that Bede's date is the correct one. Simeon of Durham says that the battle was fought at a place called Nectan's Mere, and the Annals of Ulster add the further fact that Ecgfrid had burned Tula Amen and Duin Olag. Ecgfrid appears therefore to have crossed the Forth at Stirling and advanced through Perthshire to the Tay, where he burnt the place called Tula Aman at the mouth of the river Alban, where it falls into the Tay. He seems at the same time to have sent a detachment from his army into Dalriada, where he burnt Duin Olag, now Donnelly, the chief stronghold of the Cannel Low Arn. He then followed the retreating army of the Picts along the level country bounded on the northwest by the range of the Sidelaw Hills, and in attempting incautiously to penetrate through the mountain range at Dunnichen was surrounded and defeated, his army being almost entirely cut off and himself slain. There was a lake now drained called the Mire of Dunnichen, where the battle was fought, and has left its record in the numerous stone coffins which have been found in the neighbourhood. An Irish annalist has preserved to us the following lines, attributed to Riagal Bangor. This day Rude fights a battle for the land of his grandfather, unless the Son of God will it, otherwise he will die in it. This day the son of Asa was killed in battle with green swords. Although he did penance, he shall lie in high after his death. This day the son of Asa was killed, who had the black drink, Christ heard our supplications. They spared Bruid the brave. The effect of this crushing defeat of the Anglic army, accompanied by the death of their king, was to enable those who had been under subjection to them at once to recover their independence. And Bede thus sums it up. From that time the hopes and strength of the Anglic kingdom began to fluctuate and to retrograde, for the Picts recovered the territory belonging to them, which the Angles had held, and the Scots who were in Britain and a certain part of the Britons regained their liberty, which they have now enjoyed for about 46 years. The difference in the expressions used with regard to the Picts and those employed towards the Scots and Britons shows that while the latter were merely tributary to the Angles, the former had actually been incorporated with their kingdom, but the result secured the full independence of both, which they had retained during the 46 years which elapsed from the death of Ecgfrith to the termination of Bede's history, and thus terminated the 30 years' subjection of the Picts, the Scots of Dalriada, and the Britons of Auclyde to the Angles. And as after the defeat of Aidan, with his army of Scots and Britons at Dostain, it was said that no Scot durst after that attack the kingdom of the Angles, so now we are told that the Angles never afterwards were in a position to exact a tribute from the Picts. Some portion of this period of 46 years elapsed before the mutual relations of the Angles and Picts on the one hand and the Scots and Britons on the other became fixed within definite limits, and their internal government completely reorganized. The Angles by this defeat lost the Pictish territory Oswiu had added to their kingdom 30 years before, but the previous boundaries of the Northumbrian kingdom seem to have been retained, and we are told by Bede and Aldfrid, the successor of Ecgfrith, nobly retrieved the ruined state of the kingdom, though within narrow bounds. The whole Pictish nation north of the Firth of Forth, which Bede terms the province of the Picts, was now once more independent, but the kingdom of the Angles still extended, nominally at least, to the Avon, and though we are told that among the many Angles who there either fell by the sword or were made slaves or escaped by flight out of the country of the Picts, the most reverend man of God, Drew Muini, who had received the bishopric over them, withdrew with his people that were in the monastery of Eberkerning or Abercorn. Bede adds that it was seated in the country of the Angles, but close by the arm of the sea which divides the territories of the Angles and the Picts. 7 years after the battle of Dunnichen, Bruid, son of Baal, the king of the Picts, died. He is termed by Tigernach king of Fortran, from which it would appear that after the re-establishment of the Pictish kingdom and its independence, he had made the district of Fortran his principal seat, to which he was no doubt led by his paternal connection with the Britons, and this term of Fortran now came to be used as synonymous with the kingdom of the Picts. Adadnam held that the abbacy of High or Iona at the time that Bruid died, and the Irish life of Adadnam contains the following strange legend. The body of Bruid, son of Baal, king of the Cruithnai, was brought to Iona, and his death was sorrowful and grievous to Adadnam. And he desired that the body of Bruid should be brought to him into the house that night. Adadnam watched by the body till morning. Next day, when the body began to move and open its eyes, a certain devout man came to the door of his house and said, "If Adadnam's object be to raise the dead, I say he should not do so, for it will be a degradation to every cleric who shall succeed to his place if he too cannot raise the dead." "There is somewhat of right in that," said Adadnam. "Therefore, as it is more proper, let us give our blessing to the body and to the soul of Bruid." Thus Bruid resigned his spirit to heaven again, with the blessing of Adadnam and the congregation of Ea. Then Adadnam said, Many wonders doth he perform, the king born of Mary. He takes away life and gives. Death of breed, son of bile. It is rare, after ruling in the kingdom of the north, that a hollow wood of withered oak, an oak coffin, is about the son of the king of Al-Clu VIII. He was succeeded by Turan, son of Entefidich, who seems to have belonged to a different section of the Picts and not to have been generally accepted by the nation. As in the year following his accession we have again a siege of Dunfroither or Dunnotter, and after a short reign of 4 years he is driven from the throne. Turan was succeeded by Bridai, son of Derili. In the year following Tigernach records a battle between the Saxons and the Picts in which Brectreg, son of Bernith, is slain. Bede in his chronicle also records that Brectred, a royal commander of the Northumbrians, was slain by the Picts, and we are told in the Ulster Annals that a year after Turan took refuge in Ireland. Brectreg appears to have been the son of that Bernith who headed the insurrection of the Picts in 672, and seems to have made an effort to recover the influence of the Angles over the Picts, which was successfully resisted. Alfred, king of Northumbria, died in 705, and was succeeded by his son Osred, a boy of 8 years old, and in the following year Tigernach records the death of Brud, son of Derili, who was succeeded by his brother Nectan, son of Derili, according to the Pictish law of succession. 5 years after his accession, the Picts of the plain of Manam, probably encouraged by the success of the neighbouring kingdom of the Picts in maintaining their independence against the Angles, rose against their Saxon rulers. They were opposed by Brecfrid, the prefect of Alderman of the Northumbrians, whose king was still only in his 14th year. The Picts, however, were defeated with great slaughter, and their youthful leader, Vingwine, son of Delaroith, slain. The Saxon Chronicle tells us that this battle was fought between Hef and Carree, by which the rivers Avon and Carron are probably meant, the plain of Manan being situated between these two rivers. These Picts appear to have been so effectually crushed that they did not renew the attempt, and we do not learn of any further collision between the Picts and the Angles during this period. The Scots of Dalriada and a party of the British nation, we are told, recovered their freedom, the Angles still maintaining the rule over the rest of the Britons. The portion of their kingdom which became independent consisted of those districts extending from the Firth of Clyde to the Solway, embracing the counties of Dumbarton, Renfrew, Lanark, Ayr, and Dumfries, with the stronghold of Alclyde for its capital. But the Angles still retained possession of the district of Galloway with its Pictish population, and Whitehern as their principal seat, as well as of that part of the territory of the Britons which lay between Solway Firth and the river Derwent, having as its principal seat of the town of Carlisle, which Egfrid had in the same year in which he assailed the Picts, given to St. Cuthbert, who had been made Bishop of Lindisfarne in the previous year, that is, in 684. 8 years after the death of Egfrid, Tigernach records the death of Domnall mac Avon, king of Alclyde. He was probably the son of that Owen or Eugene who slew Domnall Breac in 642, and had, on the defeat and death of Egfrid, recovered his father's throne. He was succeeded by Bile, son of Alpin, and grandson of the same Eugene. Although the Scots of Dalriada had thus obtained entire independence, they did not immediately become united under one king. Their freedom from the yoke of the Britons and Angles was followed by a contest between the chiefs of their two principal tribes, the Kenel Arn and the Kenel Gabran, for the throne of Dalriada. On the death of Domnall Breac, when the Britons obtained a kind of supremacy over the Dalriads, his brother Conall Crand Damna and his sons Malduin and Domnall Don appear to have been at the head of the Kenel Gabran, but Fearchar Feta, the chief of the principal branch of the Canal Low Arn, had, as we have seen, taken the lead in the attempt to free Dalriada from the rule of strangers. The death of Domnall Don, the son of Conall Candamna, is recorded in 696, and that of Fearchar Feta in 697. The former was succeeded by Eocha, and the grandson of Domnall Briach, and was slain in the same year, and the latter by his son Ain Becheleg, who in the following year was expelled from the kingdom after Duin no Leg or Donnelly had been burnt and was sent bound to Ireland. But none of these leaders of the Canal Low Arn or the Canal Cabran bore the title of King of Dalriada. On the expulsion of Ain Becheleg, we find his brother Sealbach at the head of the Canal Low Arn. In 701 he destroys Dun Olon and cuts off the Canal Cabeth, a rival branch of the tribe of Low Arn. 3 years after the slaughter of the Dalriads in Glen Lemney, or the Valley of the Leven, is recorded, but whether it was in the valley of the river Leven, which divides Lorne from Loch Eber and flows into Loch Leven there, or whether it was the Leven in Dumbartonshire, cannot be fixed with any certainty. In 707, Bec, grandson of Dunjada, was slain. He was the head of a branch of the Canal Gabran, who possessed the south half of Kintyre, and were descended from Coning, one of the sons of Aidan, to whom it was given as his patrimony. The Dalriads appear soon after to have carried the war into the British territory, for we have in 711 a conflict of the Dalriads and Britons at Loire Glaclat, by which Loch Arclet on the east side of Loch Lomond is probably meant, in which the patrimony of the branch of the Canal Gabran, of which descendants of Coneg, son of Aidan, were the head. In 714 Donnelly is rebuilt by Sealbach, and 3 years afterwards there is again a conflict between the Britons and Dalriads, and the stone which is called Min Virich, and the Britons are again defeated. In the valley at the head of Loch Lomond, which is called Glenfalloch, where there is a place called Clack and Nay Brighton, or the Stone of the Britons, which is now at the separation of Dumbartonshire from Perthshire, but originally marked the northern boundary of the territory of the Britons, and was probably the scene of this conflict. During the rest of the period of 46 years, which succeeded the defeat and death of Ecgfrith, no further collision between the Britons and the Dalriads is recorded, and each nation remained within the limits of its own proper kingdom. End of Chapter 5, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Scone. When Bede closes his history 46 years after the defeat and death of Ecgfrith, and we lose his invaluable guidance through the annals of this obscure period, he leaves us with this important record of the position of the four kingdoms at that time. In the province of the Northumbrians, where King Ceolwulf reigns, 4 bishops now preside: Wilfrid in the church of York, Edelluald in that of Lindisfarne, Acca in that of Hagestall, Pectelm in that which is called Candida Casa, which, from the increased number of believers, has lately become an additional episcopal see, and has him for its first prelate. The Picts also at this time have a treaty of peace with the nation of the Angles, and rejoice in being united in Catholic peace and truth with the universal Church. The Scots that inhabit Britain, satisfied with their own territories, meditate no plots or conspiracies against the nation of the Angles. The Britons, though they, for the most part, through domestic hatred, are adverse to the nation of the Angles, and wrongfully and from wicked custom oppose the appointed Easter of the whole Catholic Church, yet from both the divine and human power firmly withstanding them, they can in no way prevail as they desire, for though in part they are their own masters, yet partly they are also brought under the subjection to the Angles. Causes, however, had already been in operation during the latter part of this period, which were destined soon after its termination to alter very materially the relative position of these kingdoms. During the entire period of a century and a half which had now elapsed since the northern Picts were converted to Christianity by the preaching of St. Columba, there is hardly to be found the record of a single battle between them and the Scots of Dalriada. Had they viewed each other as hostile races, it is difficult to account for the more powerful nation of the Picts permitting a small colony like the Scots of Dalriada to remain in undisturbed possession of the western district where they had settled. Prior, indeed, to the mission of St. Columba, we find the king of the northern Picts endeavoring to expel them, but after that date there existed a powerful element of peace and bond of union in the Columban Church. It was in every respect a Scottish church with a Scottish clergy supplied from Ireland. The Columban foundations had spread over the whole nation of the Picts. They owed their civilization to its influence and entrusted the education of their children to its monastic schools. And the Columban Church of the Picts was, along with the Columban monasteries in the north of Ireland, under the jurisdiction of the abbot of Hii or Iona. As long, therefore, as this powerful influence lasted, the Picts were content to remain at peace with the Scots of Dalriada, and to view them as forming, as it were, one state along with the Pictish provinces in a Christian confederacy. But the king who now reigned over the Picts, Nextan, son of Derili, was led to adopt a course which worked an entire revolution in the ecclesiastical relations of the Picts and Scots, and led as its inevitable result to a change in their friendly relations. In the reign of this Nextan, it is reported that a missionary named Bonifacius, who came from Rome, landed in the Firth of Forth and made his way through Pictavia till he came to a place called Restenoth. Here he met Nectan, king of the Picts, with his army, who with his nobles and servants received from Bonifacius the sacrament of baptism. The king gave the place of his baptism, which he dedicated to the Holy Trinity, to Bonifacius. Many people were indoctrinated there into the Christian faith, and he employed himself in the erection of churches there and in other places. The legend tells us that Bonifacius was an Israelite, descended from the sister of St. Peter and St. Andrew, and a native of Bethlehem, that he was accompanied by 6 other bishops, Benedictus, Servandus, Presentus, Benevolus, Mandianus, and Principius, 2 virgins, abbesses, Crescentia and Triduana, 7 presbyters, 7 deacons, 7 subdeacons, 7 acolytes, 7 exorcists, 7 lectors, and 7 doorkeepers. That he founded 150 temples of God, consecrated as many bishops, and ordained 1,000 presbyters. That he converted and baptized 36,000 people of both sexes, and died on the 16th of March. This is, of course, mere legend, and when reduced to its probable meaning, amounts to no more than this, that he brought over the king of the Picts and many of his people from the Columban Church to conformity with the Church of Rome. He is termed in the calendars Curitinus. His day is the same with that in the Irish calendars of Curitan, bishop and abbot of Rosminem, and he is said to have been one of the saints who became security for the Cain Adamnan, which places him at this time. Bonifacius was therefore in reality probably a missionary from that part of the Irish Church which had conformed to Rome, and the Church of Restinoth or Restinet, being dedicated to St. Peter, is an indication of the character of his mission. The legend is clearly connected with the statement Bede makes towards the close of his narrative, and here he is narrating events which happened during his own life, that at this time, that is, in the year 710, Nathan, king of the Picts who inhabit the northern parts of Britain, taught by frequent study of the ecclesiastical writings, renounced the error by which he and his nation had till then held in relation to the observance of Easter, and submitted together with his people to celebrate the Catholic time of our Lord's resurrection. In order that he might perform this with the greater ease and authority, he sought assistance from the nation of the Angles, whom he knew to have long since formed their religion after the example of the Holy Roman and Apostolic Church. Accordingly, he sent messengers to the venerable man Ceolfrid, abbot of the monastery of the blessed apostles Peter and Paul, which stands at the mouth of the river Tyne, at the place called Jarrow, desiring that he would write him a letter containing arguments by the help of which he might the more powerfully confute those that presume to keep Easter out of the due time, as also concerning the form and manner of the tonsure for distinguishing the clergy. Not to mention that he himself possessed much information in these particulars, he also prayed to have architects to send him to build a church in his nation after the Roman manner, promising to dedicate the same in honor of the blessed Peter, the prince of the apostles, and that he and all his people would always follow the custom of the Holy Roman Apostolic Church as far as they could ascertain the same in consequence of their remoteness from the Roman language and nation. Bede then gives us the letter addressed by Abbot Ceolfrid to the most excellent Lord and most glorious King Nathan, of which there is strong reason to think he was himself the author, being at the time a monk at Jarrow, and thus concludes the narrative. This letter having been read in the presence of King Nathan and many others of the most learned men, and carefully interpreted into his own language by those who could understand it, he is said to have much rejoiced at the exhortation, insomuch that, rising from among his great men who sat about him, he knelt on the ground, giving thanks to God that he had been found worthy to receive such a present from the land of the Angles. And said he, I knew indeed before that this was the true celebration of Easter, but now I so fully know the reason for the observance of this time that I seem convinced that I knew very little of it before. Therefore I publicly declare and protest to you who are here present that I will forever continually observe this time of Easter together with all my nation. And I do decree that this tonsure, which we have heard is most reasonable, shall be received by all the clergy in my kingdom. Accordingly, he immediately performed by his regal authority what he had said, for the cycles of 19 years were forthwith by public command sent throughout all the provinces of the Picts to be transcribed, learnt, and observed, the erroneous revolution of 84 years being everywhere obliterated. All the ministers of the altar and the monks adopted the coronal tonsure, and the nation being thus reformed, rejoiced as being newly placed under the direction of Peter, the most blessed prince of the apostles, and made secure under his protection. There is strong reason for concluding that the scene of this assembly, where we see the king of the Picts surrounded by his nobles and his learned men, was no other than Scone, which had then become, as it was afterwards, the principal seat of the kingdom, and that from the moat hill of Scone issued now, as similar decrees issued afterwards, that public decree which regulated the form of the Christian church among the Picts, that it was here too that Nectan dedicated his church to the Holy Trinity, and that it was from these events and the scene enacted there that the moat hill came to be known as the Hill of Belief. The reference to the provinces of the Picts, combined with the statement in the legend that the Roman mission, as it may be called, had 7 bishops at its head, leads us to conclude that the division of the kingdom of the Picts into 7 provinces existed at this time. A tract of the 12th century tells us that the territory anciently called Albania from the Picts, Pictavia, and now corruptly Scotia, was in ancient times divided by 7 brethren into 7 parts. The principal part was Enegus and Mourne, now Angus and the Mearns, or Kincardineshire, so called from Enegus, the eldest of the brothers. The second part was Feudal and Gurin, now Athol and Gowrie. The third, Stradine and Menneted, now Strathern and Menteith. The fourth, fifth, and fourth, Reeve, now Fife and Kinross. The fifth, Mar and Buchan, now Mar and Buchan. The sixth, Murriff and Ross, now Moray and Ross. The seventh, Cathanesia, Citra Montum and Ultramontum, now Sutherland and Caithness, that each province had a sub-province within it, and that these 7 brothers were 7 kings having 7 sub-kings under them. These 7 brothers are different from the 7 sons of Cruithne of the Pictish legend, as the eldest is here called Angus, but they are obviously merely the eponymy of the people of the 7 provinces. That this division can belong to no later period is apparent from the omission of that part of the western districts which form the Scottish kingdom of Dalriada. And of the sub-kings we find one noticed at this very time, Tailurgan, son of Drostan, who is mentioned by Tigernach as flourishing from 713 to 739, when his death is recorded as Rex Athflabla, or king of Athol. 4 of these provinces compose the territory of the southern Picts, and the district of Gowrie forms the central region in which they all meet, and here on the east bank of the Tay was Scone, the principal seat at this time of the kingdom of the Picts. It was at Scone, too, that the coronation stone was reverently kept for the consecration of the kings of Alban, and of this stone it was believed that no king was ever wont to reign in Scotland unless he had first, on receiving the royal name, sat upon this stone at Scone, which by the kings of old had been appointed the capital of Alban. Of its identity with the stone now preserved in the coronation chair at Westminster there can be no doubt. It is an oblong block of red sandstone, some 26 inches long by 16 inches broad and 10.5 inches deep, and the top is flat and bears the marks of chiseling. Its mystic origin identifies with the stone which Jacob used as a pillow at Bethel, and then set up there for a pillar and anointed with oil, which, according to Jewish tradition, was afterwards removed to the second temple, and served as the pedestal for the ark. Legend has much to tell of how it was brought from thence to Scotland, but history knows of it only at Scone. It too may have been connected with the legend of Bonifacius. We find that the principal Irish missionaries frequently carried about with them a slab of block of stone, which they used as an altar for the celebration of the Eucharist, and which was usually termed a stone altar. In places where it had been used for this purpose by any celebrated saint and remained there, it was the object of much veneration among the people, and is the subject of many of the miracles recorded in the Acts of the Saint. St. Patrick's stone altar is frequently mentioned in his Acts, and in the only strictly analogous case to the coronation stone of the Scotch kings, that of the kings of Munster, who were crowned on the rock of Cashel, sitting upon a similar stone. The belief was that this coronation stone had been the stone altar of St. Patrick, on which he had first celebrated the Eucharist after the conversion and baptism of the king of Cashel. It is therefore not impossible that the coronation stone of Scone may have had the same origin, and been the stone altar upon which Bonifacius first celebrated the Eucharist after he had brought over the king of the Picts and his people from the usages of the Columban Church to conformity with those of the Roman Church, and possibly rebaptized him. The legend that it had been the stone of Bethel which became the pedestal of the ark in the temple and brought from thence may have also a connection with the statement in the legend of Bonifacius that he was an Israelite and a native of Bethlehem, and had come from thence to Rome. Be this as it may, the fact that Nectan and his people had at this time conformed to the Anglican Roman Church as contradistinguished from the Columban, and had issued a decree requiring the adoption of the Roman usages by the clergy of his kingdom, based as it is upon the personal knowledge of Bede, who lived at the time and records it, is undoubtedly historical. Nectan appears to have failed to obtain the submission of the Columban clergy to his decree, and some years after, in 717, he took the strong step of expelling them from the kingdom and driving them across from Alban, which then formed the boundary between the southern Picts and the Scots of Dalriada. This opened the Columban foundations in the territory of the Picts to Scottish clergy, who belonged to that part of the Irish Church which had conformed to Rome, and were not under the jurisdiction of Hii or Iona, as well as to such clergy from the kingdom of Northumbria as were disposed to adventure themselves once more into the Pictish country. And 7 years afterwards, in the year 724, Nectan himself became a cleric, and was succeeded on the Pictish throne by Druxt. The step thus taken by Nectan of dispossessing the Columban Church of the foundations it had possessed for a century and a half, and of driving its clergy out of the kingdom, naturally placed the kingdom of the Scots of Dalriada and that of the Picts in direct antagonism to each other, and arrayed the clergy under the jurisdiction of Iona against the latter, while the contest between the Dalriads and the Britons had for the time ceased. That, however, between the two great tribes of the Dalriads themselves, the Cinel Loarn and the Cinel Gabran, still continued. In 719, Locke, the son of Viarkar Fata, who had reigned 1 year after his father and been expelled by his brother Seelbach and sent bound to Ireland, appears to have made an effort to recover his position at the head of the Cinel Loarn, and a battle took place at Fingland on the braes of Loarn near Lockevic between the brothers, in which Abelsilach was slain. Tradition has preserved a record of this battle in the name Blar Nam Braithrian, or the battlefield of the brothers. In the same year, a naval battle took place between the Cinel Gabran under Dunchad, son of Bec, the chief of that branch of the tribe which possessed the south half of Kintyre and were descended from Conaeg, son of Aidan, and the Cinel Loarn under Seelbach at a place called Ad Dan Sb, probably the point of Adminish on the island of Giga, in which the latter was defeated and several of the chiefs of his vassal tribes were slain. Dunchad did not long enjoy his victory, for his death is recorded 2 years after, in which he is designated king of Kintyre. In 722, the death of Beli, son of Alban, king of Alclyde, is also recorded, and in the following year, Seelbach becomes a cleric and resigns his throne to his son Dongal. Seelbach is the first of those chiefs subsequent to the death of Domnall Breck in 642, who bears the title of King of Dalriada, which shows that the kingdom of Dalriada had now been reconstituted, and that the chiefs of the Cinel Loarn had made good their right to occupy the throne, along with the head of the Cinel Gabran. Of the events of the reign of Drust, 2 only are recorded, which seem to show an opposition between the party of Nectan, the previous king, and that of Drust. In 725, Simmel, the son of Drust, is taken and bound, and in 726, Drust retaliates by subjecting the cleric Nectan to a similar fate. There now follows a revolution in the two kingdoms of the Dalriads and the Picts, which takes place simultaneously. In the one, Dungal, the Cinel Loarn, is driven from the throne, and Eochaid, who now appears as the head of the Cinel Gabran, succeeds him. In the other, Drust is driven from the throne and succeeded by Alpin. These were brothers Eodac. Eohad was the son of that Eohaid, the grandson of Domnall Breck, who died in 697, and Alpin was another son of the same Eochaid, but his name shows that he had a Pictish mother, through whom he derived his claim to the Pictish throne. The expulsion of Dongal from the throne of Dalriada seems to have called forth his father Seelbach from his monastery to endeavour to regain it. In 727 there is recorded a conflict at Ross Foichin, or the promontory of Fiochan, at the mouth of the Loch Fiochan, between him and the family of Eochdac, the grandson of Domnall, in which several of the two Aegialis were slain. Seelbach was unsuccessful, as Eochaid remained in possession of the throne till his death is recorded as the king of Dalriada in 733. If, however, the revolution in Dalriada in 726 led to a renewed contest between the Cinel Gabran under Eochaid and the Cinel Loarn under Seelbach, that which took place in the kingdom of the Picts was followed by a still more determined struggle for supremacy, which broke out apparently between several of the Pictish tribes, and led to the final establishment of a new family on the Pictish throne, the head of which was destined to terminate the Dalriadic kingdom. The parties to this struggle were Alpin, the reigning king, and Drust, his predecessor, who seem to have had their main interest in the central region about Scone, Nectan, and the son of Derili, who, once more entering into secular life, endeavoured to regain his crown, and seems to have been connected with the more northern districts, and Ingus, son of Fergus, who is identified with the province of Fortran and appears to have been the founder of a new family. The first collision was at Moneg Crebi, or Moncrief, a name which belongs to a hill separating the valley of the Erne from that of the Tay, not far from the junction of the two rivers between Ingus and Alpin, in which battle Ingus was victorious and wrested the country west of the Tay from Alpin, whose son was slain in the conflict. The second collision was between Alpin and Nectan at Caslin Credi, the castle of Belief, or Scone, the capital of the kingdom. When Alpin was again defeated, his territories and all his men were taken, and Nectan obtained the kingdom of the Picts, while Alpin fled. The sympathies of the Irish chronicler were with Alpin, as he terms this battle Cath True Ad, an unfortunate battle. In the following year, Angus attacked Nectan, who now bore the title of king of the Picts, and seems to have fled before him, as the final conflict took place on the bank of a lake formed by the river Spey, then termed Lugdi, but now Loch Inch, between Nectan and an army Angus had sent in pursuit of him, in which Angus's family were victorious, and the officers of Nectan were slain. Bico, son of Monit, and his son, and Fingwine, son of Drostan, and Furet, son of Fingwine, and many others. Angus himself, who now called himself king of the Picts, encountered Drust at a place called Dromadurg Blaethmig, which has been identified as the red head of Angus, near Kinbulmont, where Drust was slain on the 12th day of August. The last battle fought in this struggle was in 731 between Brood, son of Angus, and Talorcan, son of Congus, in which the latter was defeated and fled across Alban into Lorne. And in the following year, Tigernach recorded the death of Nectan, son of Derili. Angus was now firmly established on the Pictish throne, and his reign of 30 years is variously dated from 729 or from 731, according as the battles in the one or the other year are held to have finally confirmed his rule over the kingdom of the Picts. The death of Echach, king of Dalriada, 2 years after, again opened the throne to the race of Lorn and Muradoc. The son of Ain Beselach assumed the chiefship of the Cinel Lorn, while Dungal, son of Selbig, took possession of the throne of Dalriada, and in the same year the fleet of Dalriada was summoned to Ireland to assist Flaith Burtach, king of Ireland, who had been defeated in battle by Eden Allen, head of the Cinel Eogan, and afterwards his successor on the throne of Ireland, and many of the Dalriads were slain and others drowned in the river Bann. Dungal, who appears to have accompanied them on his way to invade Colrenrigi, an island on the Cinel Eogan, found Brewd, the son of Vingus, in Torach, a church founded by St. Columba in Tory Island off the coast of Donegal, and violated the sanctuary by dragging him from it, in which drew down upon him the wrath of the Ingus, who in the following year invaded Dalriada and destroyed a fort called Dun Leaf Fin, but which cannot now be identified, after having wounded Dungal, who fled to Ireland from his power. At the same time Tolog, the son of Congus, was delivered into his hands by his own brother and drowned by his orders, and Talogan, son of Drostan, was taken near Dunolly and bound. A still more formidable attack was made by Angus, Pictish king, upon Dalriada 2 years after, when in 736 he is recorded to have laid waste the entire country, taken possession of the capital Dunad, burnt Creich, a fort, the remains of which are still to be seen on the promontory of Craignish, and thrown the 2 sons of Seobach Dungal and Feradoc into chains, and shortly after his son Brewd, who had been taken prisoner by Dungal, the king of Dalriada, died. On this occasion Ingus appears to have obtained entire possession of Dalriada, and to have driven the 2 branches of its people, the Cinel Lorn under Muradoc, and the Cinel Gabran under Alpin, the brother of Eodaidh, to extremity, for the former appears to have burst from Dalriada upon the Picts, who inhabited the plain of Manan between the Carron and the Avon, in a desperate attempt to take possession of their country, or to draw Ingus from Dalriada, and was met on the banks of the Avon at Crenuch, Corripri, Calatros, now Carabar, where the Avon separates Lothian from Calatria by Talorgan, the brother of Ingus, and defeated and pursued him with his army, and many of his chief men slain. At this time the Northumbrians were at enmity with the Picts. Ceolwulf, the king of Northumbria, had followed the fashion of the time, and become a monk in Lindisfarne in the year 737. He was succeeded by his cousin Eadberht, the son of his father's brother, and we are told in the short chronicle annexed to Bede that in 740 Edelbald, king of Mercia, unfairly laid waste part of Northumbria, its king Eadberht being occupied with his army against the Picts. It is probable that Ingus had excited the hostility of the king of Northumbria by stirring up the Picts of Lothian and Galloway to revolt, and that Eadberht may have encouraged, if not invited, the Scots of Dalriada to occupy their country. Alban is said by all authorities to have reigned 4 years after Dungal, which brings us to the year 740, when he invaded Galloway with the part of the Dalriadic nation which followed him, and was slain there, after having laid waste and almost destroyed the country of the Picts. The Ulster Annals thus record it in 741, Battle of Drum Cath Mail, between the Curithni and the Dalriads against Inrichtach. The locality of this battle appears to have been in Galloway, not far from Kirkcudbright, and Inrichtach was probably the leader of the Galloway Picts. One of the chronicles appears to have preserved the traditionary account of his death when it tells us that he was slain in Galloway, after he had destroyed it, by a single person who lay in wait for him in a thick wood overhanging the entrance of the ford of a river as he rode among his people. The scene of his death must have been on the east side of Loch Ryan, where a stream falls into the loch, on the north side of which is the farm of Lake, and on this farm is a large upright pillar stone to which the name of Lake Alban, or the grave of Alban, is given. In the same year we have the short but significant record of the crushing of the Dalriads by Angus, son of Fergus. By all the chronicles compiled subsequent to the 11th century, Alban, son of Eolaid, is made the last of the kings of Dalriada. But the century of Dalriadic history which follows his death in 741 is suppressed, and his reign is brought down to the end of the century by the insertion of spurious kings. The true era of the genuine kings who reigned over Dalriada can be ascertained by the earlier lists given us by Flan, Mainstretch, and the Albanic Duan in the 11th century, and the annals of Tigernach and of Ulster, which are in entire harmony with each other. These earlier lists placed 9 kings during this century which followed the death of Alban, whose united reigns amount to 98 years. There is unfortunately a hiatus in the annals of Tigernach from the year 765 to the year 973, but during the 30 years from 736 to 765, Tigernach records no king of Dalriada. In the remaining 76 years of the suppressed century, the annals of Ulster mention only 3 kings of Dalriada, the first of whom corresponds with the second name in the list of 9 kings given by the earlier chronicles, and he may have been a Scot. But the 7 who follow him bear the most unequivocal marks of having been Picts, and this shows us that the effect of Angus's repeated invasions and final conquest of Dalriada was to make it a Pictish province, his entire possession of the country having led the remains of both the Cinel Lo Arn and the Cinel Gabran to seek settlements elsewhere, while during the reign of his successor one attempt only appears to have been made to restore the Scottish kingdom of Dalriada. The list of Pictish kings in the later chronicles bears also marks of having been manipulated for a purpose, but here fortunately we have the trustworthy guide of the Pictish chronicle, which belongs to the 10th century and is evidently untainted. For the Anglic history, our invaluable guide Bede leaves us in 731, and the short chronicle annexed to his work in 765, as does also the continuator of Nennius in 738, and we have now to resort to the works of Simeon of Durham as the best source remaining to look to for Northumbrian events. For the Britons of Alclyde we have merely the short notices contained in the chronicle annexed to Nennius, usually termed the Annals Cambrii, and the Welsh chronicle called the Brut y Wysogen. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Scone. These nations had now resumed their normal relation to each other, east against west, the Picts and the Angles again in alliance, and opposed to them the Britons and the Scots. Simeon of Durham tells us that in 744 a battle was fought between the Picts and the Britons, but by the Picts. Simeon usually understands the Picts of Galloway, and this battle seems to have followed the attack upon them by Alban and his Scots. It was followed by a combined attack upon the Britons of Alclyde by Ede Burgt of Northumbria and Angus, king of the Picts. The chronicle annexed to Bede tells us that in 750 Ede Burgt added the plain of Cairo with other regions to his kingdom. This is evidently Kyle in Ayrshire, and the other regions were probably Carrick and Cunninghame, so that the king of Northumbria added to his possessions of Galloway on the north side of the Solway, the whole of Ayrshire. In the same year, the Picts of the plain of Mannan and the Britons encountered each other at Mocadoc or Magadag, now Mugdock, in Dumbartonshire, where a great battle was fought between them, in which Talogan, the brother of Angus, who had been made king of the outlying Picts, was slain by the Britons. 2 years after, Tudubur, the son of Baal, king of Alclyde, died, and a battle is fought between the Picts themselves at a place called by Turgenac Sreath in the land of Circin, that is, in the Strath in the Mearns, in which Bruid, the son of Maelchu, fell. As his name is the same as the Bruid, son of Maelchu, who was king of the northern Picts in the 6th century, this was probably an attack upon Angus's kingdom by the northern Picts. Eadberht, king of Northumbria, and Angus, king of the Picts, now united for the purpose of subjecting the Britons of Alclyde entirely to their power, and in 756 they led an army to Alclyde, and there received the submission of the Britons on the 1st day of August in that year. 10 days afterwards, however, Simeon of Durham records that almost the whole army perished as Egbert was leading it from Ovania, probably Avondale or Strathaven, in the vale of the Clyde, through the hill country to Newan by Rig or New Borough. The Britons of Alclyde thus passed a second time under the subjection of the Angles, which continued some time, as in 760 the death of Don Gul, the son of Tudubur, is recorded, but he is not termed king of Alclyde. In the year 761, Tigernach records the death of Angus Mac Fergus, king of the Picts, after a reign of 30 years, and the chronicle annexed to Bede, which places his death in the same year, adds that from the beginning of his reign to the end of it he showed himself a sanguinary tyrant of the most cruel actions. Nevertheless, it is to the reign of this Angus, son of Fergus, that the foundation of the monastery of Kilrimont, or St. Andrews, properly belongs. According to the earliest form of the legend, the king of the Picts, Angus, son of Urgwist by name, with a large army, attacks the Britannic nations inhabiting the south of the island, and cruelly wasting them, arrives at the plain of Merse. There he winters, and being surrounded by the people of almost the whole island, with a view to destroy him with his army, he is, while walking with his 7 Comites, surrounded by a divine light, and a voice purporting to proceed from St. Andrew, promises him victory if he will dedicate the 10th part of his inheritance to God and St. Andrew. On the 3rd day he divides his army into 12 bodies, and, proving victorious, returns thanks to God and St. Andrew for the victory, and wishing to fulfill his vow, he is uncertain what part of his territory he is especially to dedicate as the principal city to St. Andrew, when one of those who had come from Constantinople with the relics of St. Andrew arrives at the summit of the King's Mount, which is called Rigmont. The king comes with his army at a place called Cartanan, is met by Regulus the monk, a pilgrim from Constantinople, who arrives with the relics of St. Andrew at the harbour called Matha. They fix their tents where the royal hall now is, and King Angus gives the place and city to God and St. Andrew to be the head and mother of all the churches in the kingdom of the Picts. The later and more elaborate legend contained in the Register of St. Andrews tells substantially the same tale, but adds that Hungus, the great king of the Picts, fought against Adelstan, king of the Saxons, and was encamped at the mouth of the river Tyne, and that St. Andrew appeared to him in a dream, that the king of the Picts divided his army into 7 bodies and defeated the Saxons, slaying their king Athelstan, whose head he cut off. King Hungus returns with his army to his own country, taking Athelstan's head with him and affixed it on a wooden pillar at the harbour called Ardkinechan, now the Queen's Harbour, after which the Saxons never ventured to attack the Picts. In the meantime, Regulus the bishop, with the relics of St. Andrew, arrives in the land of the Picts at a place formerly called Muckross, and now Kilrimont. From thence they go to Fortivia, where they find the 3 sons of Hungus, Ho-Wo-Nam, and Nectan, and Fingwin-Gert, and because their father was then engaged in an expedition into the regions of Argathlia, and they were anxious for his life, they dedicate to God and St. Andrew the 10th part of the city of Fort Vieth, and they then go to Monaclatu, now called Monachi, and here they find Queen Finch, who bears a child to King Hungus called Morin, and Queen Finch gives the house and whole royal palace to God and St. Andrew. They then cross the mount and come to a lake called Doldencha, now Kondrachalvan. Here they meet King Hungus returning from his expedition, who does honour to the relics of St. Andrew and gives that place to God and St. Andrew and builds a church there. The king then crosses the mount and comes to Manichi, where he builds a church, and then to Fortivieth, where he has also builds a church, and after that to Girimont, where he dedicates a large part of the place to God and St. Andrew for the purpose of building churches and oratories. It is unnecessary to follow this legend further. The places here mentioned can be identified without difficulty, and are simply those where churches dedicated to St. Andrew existed. Girimont, in the modern St. Andrews, the principal church dedicated to the apostle of St. Andrew in honor of his relics. Monachi is Eglis Monachiti in the county of Forfar, also dedicated to St. Andrew, and Cron Dogdalvan is Kindoche in Brimar, which is also dedicated to him. The war with the Saxons refers to that period in the reign of Angus, when he was at war with Eadberht, king of Northumberland. The expedition to Argathlia, to his invasion of Dalriada in 736, his sons living at Fort Vieth and giving a 10th part of the city, shows his connection with the province called Fortran, in which it was situated, and the appearance for the first time during Angus's reign of an abbot of Ringmonade, whose death Tigernach records in 747, fixes the foundation to his reign. These legends must, of course, be taken only for what they are worth, and in analyzing them it is necessary to distinguish between that portion which belongs to the history of the relics of St. Andrew and what is obviously connected with the foundations of St. Andrew's. The events in this portion of the legend are thus not inconsistent with those of the reign of Angus, son of Fergus, and we may accept them so far as to conclude that, as in the reign of Nectan, son of Darilli, the Columban monks had been superseded by clergy from the portion of the Irish Church which had conformed to the Roman usages, and from the Anglican Church established by Wilfrid, and the veneration of St. Peter, the Prince of the Apostles, had replaced the dedication of the churches to their local founders, according to the custom of the Columban Church. So in the reign of Angus, son of Fergus, another clerical immigration from the same quarter had brought in the veneration of St. Andrew, and founded a church in honor of his relics at the place first called Caen Rigmon Egg, and afterwards from the church Kelredmonade, corrupted to Kilrimont, which commended itself so much to the Pictish nation that it in its turn superseded the veneration of St. Peter. St. Andrew was adopted as their patron saint, and the Church of St. Andrews became their national church, and these legends emerged from this church in the form we have them, as they felt the importance of claiming for its foundation an antiquity superior to that of Iona. Angus was succeeded in accordance with the Pictish law by his brother Bruid, who reigned only 2 years and died in 763. He is termed by Turgenac king of Fortran. His successor was Skene, son of Redrich, who reigned 12 years. Edbert, the king of Northumbria, abdicated his throne in 758 and was succeeded by his son Osoph, who had reigned only 1 year when he was slain, and by his own people. And in 759 Ethelwald, called Maul, became king, and in the 3rd year, Simeon tells us, a battle was fought between him and Oswine, one of his generals, at Eldon near Melrose, in which Oswine was slain, which shows that Ethelwald's kingdom still extended at least as far as East Lothian. After a 6 years' reign, Ethelwald was succeeded in 765 by Alcred, a descendant of Ida through a concubine. Skene had reigned only 5 years over the Picts when a battle is recorded in Fortran between him and Aed. This is the first appearance of that Aed, called by Flan Mainestrech the Plunderer, and by the Albanic Duan the High Lord, and is the first of those kings of Dalriada who appear in the Annals of Ulster, where he is termed Aed Finn, son of Ecgdac. He was probably a Scot who attempted to restore the Dalriadic kingdom after the strong grasp of Angus Mac Fergus over it. Aed's death is recorded in 778 and in 781 that of his brother Fergus, but the latter does not appear among the list of kings in Flan Mainestrech and the Albanic Duan, and therefore was either only nominally king or reigned in Irish Dalriada, and 3 years after the last tie which bound the Scots to Dalriada was severed. The founders of the colony, the 3 sons of Erc, are stated in all the chronicles to have been buried in Iona, and in 784 their remains were exhumed and carried to the city of Tallatin in Meath in Ireland, the ancient cemetery of the kings of Ulster. Skene, the king of the Picts, appears at this time to have been in close connection with the Angles, for Simeon of Durham tells us that in 774 King Alcred, by the design and consent of all his connections, being deprived of the society of the royal family and princes, changed the dignity of empire for exile. He went with a few of the companions of his flight first to the city of Bamborough, and afterwards to the king of the Picts, Kynoth by name, and Ethelred, the son of his predecessor, occupied the throne of Northumbria for 6 years, and in the following year he tells us that Kynoth, king of the Picts, was taken from the whirl of this polluted life. His death in the same year is more quietly recorded in the Ulster Annals. Skene was succeeded by Alban, son of Royd, who appears to have obtained possession of part of the Northumbrian territory north of the Tweed, and after a reign of 3 or 4 years his death is recorded in 780 as that of Elfin, king of the Saxons. This is the more probable as he is followed by Drest, son of Talorgen, who reigns 4 or 5 years, and Talorgen, son of Engus, who reigns 2.5. The accession of the latter, however, was contrary to the Pictish law, being the son of a previous king, and we find that this was a case of disputed succession, the northern Picts supporting the one and the other being accepted by the southern Picts as king during the first half of the reign of Drest till he was slain in 782. For the Ulster Annals in that year record the death of Dub to Larg, king of the Kismotaine Picts. This was the first break-in upon the Pictish law of succession, and the intercourse with the Saxons and the influence exercised by them probably led the southern Picts to view with more favour a male succession. Drest, whose death is not recorded, appears to have been succeeded by Canal, son of Tarla, or Connell, son of Taig. who reigned 5 years, till in 789 or 790 he is attacked by Constantine, son of Fergus, and the result of a battle between them was that Conall, son of Taig, was defeated and fled, and the victor Constantine became king of the Picts. Conall, son of Taig, appears to have taken refuge in Dalriada, where at this time Domhnall, son of Constantine, was ruler under the Picts, and to have eventually governed there himself for 4 years, as Domhnall is followed in the list by 2 Conalls, who are said to be brothers, the first ruling 2 and the second 4 years, and the end of the government of the latter corresponds with the year 807, when the Ulster Annals record the assassination of Conall, son of Taig, and by Conall, son of Aidan, in Kintyre. Constantine, son of Fergus, the king of the Picts, appears now to have assumed the rule in Dalriada himself, as his name follows that of the second Conall in the lists, and retained it for 9 years. In the meantime, a new race appeared on the scene, who were destined to cut off for several centuries, to a great extent, the intercourse which had hitherto prevailed between Scotland and Ireland, and materially to influence the history of both countries. They make their first appearance in the year 793 in an attack upon the islands of Lindisfarne. Simeon of Durham tells us that their approach was heralded by fearful prodigies which terrified the wretched nation of the Angles, inasmuch as horrible lightnings and dragons in the air and flashes of fire were often seen glancing and flying to and fro, which signs indicated the great famine and the terrible and unutterable slaughter of multitudes which ensued. And he gives the following graphic account of their attack upon Lindisfarne. In the same year, of a truth, the pagans from the northern region, with the naval armament to Britain like stringing hornets, and overran the country in all directions like fierce wolves, plundering, tearing, and killing not only sheep and oxen, but priests and Levites, and choirs of monks and nuns. They came, as we before said, to the church of Lindisfarne, and laid all waste with dreadful havoc, trod with unhallowed feet the holy places, dug up the altars, and carried off all the treasures of the holy church. Some of the brethren they killed, some they carried off in chains. Many they cast out naked and loaded with insults, some they drowned in the sea. They seem to have been mainly attracted to those islands where monastic establishments were to be found, as affording richer plunder, and the scene above depicted by Simeon was no doubt repeated at the sack of each monastery. In the following year they ravaged the harbours of King Ecgfrith and plundered the monastery at the mouth of the river, where, but, says Simeon, St. Cuthbert did not allow them to depart unpunished, for their chief was there put to a cruel death by the Angles, and a short time afterwards a violent storm shattered, destroyed, and broke up their vessels, and the sea swallowed up very many of them. Some, however, were cast ashore and speedily slain without mercy, and these things befell them justly, since they heavily injured those who had not injured them. Another body of these pirates directed their attacks against the Western Isles in 794, when the Ulster Annals record that these islands were utterly laid waste by a people to whom they apply the general term of Gentiles, and the church of Iona is plundered by them. In 796, Oswald, the patrician who had been appointed to the kingdom of Northumbria by some of the chiefs of that nation on the death of King Ethelred, who was slain in that year on the 18th of April, was 27 days after expelled from the kingdom, and with a few followers retired to the island of Lindisfarne, and thence went by ship with some of the brethren to the king of the Picts, Constantine. In 798, northern pirates took spoils of the sea between Arran and Alban, which no doubt implies that the Western Isles were again laid waste by them. In 802, Columcille of Iona is burnt by them, and in 806 the community of Iona, amounting to 68 persons, are slain by them. Besides the general term of Gentiles, that of Gaul, the Irish word for a stranger, was likewise applied to them, and 2 nations were distinguished as Fingal, white or fair-haired Gauls, and Dubgail, black or dark-haired Gauls, the former being Norwegians, to whom also the term of Lochlanach, or people of Lochlan, was applied, and the latter Danes. Iona, when thus ravaged by these pirates, and its community almost entirely cut off by them, was still the head of all the Columban churches, and this catastrophe seems to have led to a resolution to remove the seat of the supremacy to a safer locality. This was not to be found in any of the Western Isles, and the respective claims of Scotland and Ireland were solved by the foundation in each country of a church which should be supreme over the Columban monasteries in that country. In Ireland, accordingly, a new church was commenced in the year following the slaughter of the Iona monks at a place called Caneus in Meath, now Kells, which had been given to the Columban Church 3 years before, and the church was finished in the year 814. In Scotland, the position selected was at the pass where the Tay makes its way through the barrier of the Grampians, and here, while Constantine ruled over both Dalriada and the Picts, he founded the church of Dunkeld, in which he may possibly have put the brethren from Lindisfarne who took refuge with him in 796. On his death, which took place in 820, his brother Angus, who had ruled over Dalriada during the last 4 years of Constantine's reign, succeeded him as a king of the Picts, and ruled over both kingdoms for the first 5 years of his reign, in the last year of which we find recorded the martyrdom of Blathmaic, son of Flan, by the Gentiles in High Columbasil. During the remainder of his reign, we found Dalriada governed successively by Aed, son of Boanta, and by his own son Eoganan. It is to this Angus, son of Fergus, that the later chronicles have erroneously attributed the foundation of St. Andrews. But as the kings of this family are termed kings of Fortran, and are found bearing the same names, it is probable that they belong to the royal family of which the first Angus, son of Fergus, was the founder, and which appears to have been peculiarly connected with the province of Fortran. The death of Angus, son of Fergus, is recorded by the Ulster Annals in 834, and again we find a conflict between the old Pictish law of succession and the custom more recently introduced of permitting the sons of previous kings to occupy the throne, for the Pictish Chronicle tells us that Drest, son of Constantine, and Talorgan, son of Withoil, reigned jointly for 3 years. The former, who was the son of Constantine MacFergus, was probably accepted by the southern Picts, while those of the northern provinces were more tenacious of the old law and supported a king, the name of whose father was not borne by any of the previous kings. We find, however, at this time a third competitor who appears to have asserted his right to rule over the southern Picts. This was Alban, of Scottish race by paternal descent, but whose Pictish name shows that his maternal descent was from that race. We are told in the Chronicle of Huntingdon that in the year 834 there was a conflict between the Scots and Picts at Easter, and many of the more noble of the Picts were slain, and Alban, king of the Scots, remained victorious. But being elated with his success, he was in another battle fought on the 20th of July in the same year, defeated and decapitated. Alban seems to have made his attempt at the head of those Scots who were still to be found in the country, and was probably supported by a part of the Pictish nation who were favourable to his cause. Tradition points to the Carse of Gowrie as the scene of his attempt, and Petalpin, now Piddlepie, near Dundee, as the locality of the battle in which he was defeated and slain, and the occurrence of a place near St. Andrews called Rathalpin, or the Fort of Alpin, now Rathalpi, seems to indicate that it was the province of Fib or Fife that he found his support and established himself after his first success. After the two kings, Drest and Talorgan, who are said to have reigned jointly, the Pictish Chronicle has Uven, son of Uneist, who reigned 3 years. He is obviously the Eoganan, son of Angus, who ruled over Dalriada for 13 years, and probably succeeded Drest as king of the southern Picts. We find, therefore, the principle of male succession making a further step in advance, as the sons of both of the previous kings, Constantine and Angus, thus reign after them over part of, at least, of the Pictish nation. And in his reign the Picts were doomed to receive so crushing a blow from the Danish pirates that it seems to have almost exterminated the family connected with Fortran, and paved the way for the successful attempt of the son of Alban, the Scot, to place himself on the throne of the Picts. In the ancient tract on the wars of the Gaelheel and the Gauls, we are told that in the year 839 there came to Dublin 65 ships, and Leinster was plundered by them to the sea and the plain of Bregia, extending from Dublin to Drogheda. After the plundering of Leinster and Bregia, they went northwards when the people of Dalriada gave battle to this fleet, and Eoganan, son of Angus, king of Dalriada, was slain in that battle. The Danes seem from this to have attempted to invade Scotland through Dalriada, but in recording the same event, the Ulster Annals tell us that a battle was fought by the Gentiles against the men of Fortran, in which Eoganan, son of Angus, Bran, son of Ingus, Aid, son of Boanta, and the others innumerable were slain. These two notices, taken in combination very clearly, show us that at this time the people of Dalriada and then the men of Fortran were the same, and that Eoganan, the son of Angus, ruled over both. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Scone. The Chronicle of Huntingdon tells us that Canadius succeeded his father Alban in his kingdom, and that in the 7th year of his reign, which corresponds with the year 839, while the Danish pirates, having occupied the Pictish shores, had crushed the Picts, who were defending themselves with a great slaughter, Canadius, passing into their remaining territories, turned his arms against them, and having slain many, compelled them to take flight, and was the first king of the Scots who acquired the monarchy of the whole of Alban, and ruled in it over the Scots. The allusion here to the defeat of the men of Fortran by the Danes is obvious, and this account certainly conveys the impression that Kenneth acted in concert with them, if he did not merely take advantage of the great defeat of the Picts to renew the attempt his father had made. Flan, Mainestretch, and the Albanic Duan make Kenneth the immediate successor of Eoganan in Dalriada, but the Pictish Chronicle places two kings as reigning over the Picts, Rad, son of Bargawit, who reigned 3 years and Bred 1 year, so that while the events of the year 839 appear to have placed him in possession of Dalriada, they did not, as the Chronicle of Huntingdon implies, establish him on the throne of the Picts. Bred is the last of the line of Pictish kings in the Pictish Chronicle, and the reigns of himself and his predecessor, amounting to 4 years, brings us to the year 844. This was the 12th year of Kenneth's reign, and the Chronicle of Huntingdon tells us that in his 12th year Kenneth encountered the Picts 7 times in 1 day, and having destroyed many, confirmed the kingdom to himself. This is the true year of Kenneth's possession of the Pictish kingdom, and it is with this year that the Pictish Chronicle commences his reign. Here we are told that Canadius, son of Alban, the first of the Scots, governed Pictavia happily for 16 years. 2 years, however, before he came to Pictavia, he acquired the kingdom of Dalriada. The name of the father of Bred and the last king of the Picts is not given in the Pictish Chronicle, but in the later chronicles he is called Brood, son of Ferret, and his reign limited to 1 month. He is followed in these chronicles by 3 kings whose reigns amount to 6 years. These are Kenat, son of Ferret, 1 year, Brood, son of Fotel, 2 years, Andres, son of Ferrat, 3 years, and the latter is said to have been slain by the Scots at Fort Teviot, according to some, and at Scone, according to others. And he is followed by Kenneth mac Alban, who reigns 16 years. This would bring his accession to the Pictish throne down to the year 850, and this, in fact, the era upon which all the late calculations as to the duration of the kingdom of the Scots are based. It is possible that these kings may have existed and maintained a 6 years' struggle with Kenneth before the last of them was slain, but they rest upon authority which cannot be considered trustworthy. The length of the reign assigned to Kenneth of 16 years by the same chronicler is quite inconsistent with the introduction of these supposed kings, and the year 844 remains as undoubtedly the true era of the accession of the Scottish race to the Pictish throne. In the 7th year of Kenneth's reign over the Picts, or 851, he is said in the Pictish Chronicle to have transferred the relics of St. Columba to a church which he had built. This was no doubt the final carrying out of the arrangement by which the supremacy of Iona was to be transferred in Ireland to a portion of St. Columbus's relics was now transferred to each place. The subsequent event of Kenneth's reign are given in the Pictish Chronicle in very general terms. He is said to have invaded Saxonia or Lothian 6 times, and to have burnt Dunbar and Melrose, usurped presumably by the Angles, while the Britons are said to have burnt Dunblane, and the Danes to have laid waste Pictavia as far as Clunan or Cluny and Dunkfield. There is, however, no record of these events to be found elsewhere. During the latter years of Kenneth's reign, a people appear in close association with the Norwegian pirates and joining in their plundering expeditions, who are termed Gal Gaidel. This name is formed by the combination of the two words Gal, a stranger and foreigner, and Gaidel, the national name of the Gaelic race. It was certainly first applied to the people of Galloway, and the proper name of this province, Galwethia, is formed from Galwiddle, the Welsh equivalent of Galgadel. It seems to have been applied to them as a Gaelic race under the rule of Gauls or foreigners, Galloway being 4 centuries a province of the Anglican kingdom of Northumbria, and the term Gaul having been applied to the Saxons before it was almost exclusively appropriated to the Norwegian and Danish pirates. Towards the end of the 8th century, the power of the Angles in Galloway seems to have become weakened, and the native races began to assert their independent action. The bishopric, which had been founded by the Angles in 727, ceases with Beadolf, the last bishop, about the year 796, and William of Malmesbury tells us that he could find no record of any subsequent bishop because the bishopric soon ceased being situated in the remote corner of the Angles and having become exposed to the attacks of the Scots or Picts. In the islands of Landnambach, we are told that Harold the Fair-haired, king of Norway, subdued all the Sudreys or Western Isles so far west that no Norwegian king has since conquered farther except King Magnus Barefoot, but he had no sooner returned than Vikings, both Scottish and Irish, cast themselves into the islands and made war and plundered far and wide. When King Harold heard this, he sent westward Kettle Flatnose, the son of Bajarnan Buna, to reconquer the islands. Kettle departed for the west and subdued all the Sudreys. He made himself king over them. The Laxdæla saga, however, makes Ketil a petty king in Norway, who left it on the extension of Harold's kingdom, and on arriving in Scotland with his vessels was well received there by men of rank, as he was both a celebrated man and of high descent. They offered him any possessions he pleased, so that Kettle settled there with all his kindred. Kettle, however, must have settled in the Sudreys before Harold's time, as his daughter Ardur married Olaf the White, who became king of Dublin in 852, and in 856 we find a notice in the Ulster Annals of a great war between the Gentiles and Mael Shetnail along with the Gael who were with them, and in 857 a victory by Imar and Amlaif against Catail Finn with the Gadel in Munster. Catail Finn is no doubt the same person as Cadel Flatnose, and Ingal Gade held those Scotch and Irish Vikings whom he had brought under his authority. There is no doubt that the name of the Gael was applied to the Gaelic population of the Western Isles, called Innis Gaul, or the Islands of the Gauls, and the name which originally belonged exclusively to the Galwegians when under Anglic dominion was extended to the islanders when under that of the Norwegians. In the fragments of Irish annals published by the Irish Archaeological Society, we are told that in 852 a battle was given by Aed, king of Ailic, the most valiant king of his time, to the fleet of the Gael. They were Scots and foster children of the Northmen, and at one time used to be called Northmen. They were defeated and slain by Aed, and many of their heads carried off by Niall with him. And the Irish were justified in committing this havoc, for these men were wont to act like Lochlands, and again in 858 that the Gael were a people who had renounced their baptism and were usually called Northmen, for they had the customs of the Northmen and had been fostered by them, and though the original Northmen were bad to the churches, these were by far worse in whatever part of Erin they used to be. The name, however, as applied to a territory, continued to be exclusively appropriated to Galloway. The Pictish Chronicle adds that Kenneth died 2 more Annie on the Ides of February, on the 3rd of the week in his palace of Fort Terverat on the River Erne, and this fixes 860 as the year of his death. St. Bertrand says of him, 17 years of warding valor in the sovereignty of Alban. After slaughtering Cruth Neach, after embittering Gauls, he dies on the banks of the Erne. Flan Mainus Stretch says of him that he was the first king who possessed the kingdom of Scone and of Guidel, and by the Ulster Annals, the Annales Gabrii, and others in recording his death, he is invariably called King of the Picts. He appears to have had 2 sons, Constantine and Aed, and 3 daughters, one married to Ron, king of the Britons of Strathclyde, another married to Amlame or Olaf the White, the Norwegian king of Dublin, and a 3rd male married to Aed Finn Leath, king of Ireland, who died in 879. There is no more obscure period in the annals of the northern kingdoms than the latter part of the 8th and the first half of the 9th centuries, and no more difficult question than to ascertain the nature and true character of that revolution which placed a Scottish race in possession of the kingdom of Scone. For this period we lose the guidance of the great Anglic historian Bede and of the Irish annalist Tigernach. When we refer to trustworthy sources of information, we can find no record of any revolution at this time. They exhibit to us only the great confusion into which these kingdoms were thrown by the incessant depredations of the Norwegian and Danish piratical hordes. In the oldest and most authentic lists of kings we find Kenneth MacAlpin and his descendants following the Pictish kings as belonging to the same series. By the annalists who record the events of this period, Kenneth is simply termed King of the Picts. The historical documents which make any direct statement on the subject, with one exception, belong to an artificial system of history constructed after the 11th century to serve the purposes of a political and ecclesiastical controversy, and cannot be trusted to afford us anything but distorted fragments of true history. And we are left with the solitary statement of Flan Main Stretch that Kenneth was the first king who gave the kingdom of Scone to the Gaedhil, that Kenneth MacAlpin was a Scot by paternal descent, and that the succession of the throne of the Pictish kingdom of Scone was eventually perpetuated in his race, may be held to be as certain as any event of the period can be ascertained. But the slender record we possess of the events of his reign does not exhibit them to us as implying the conquest of one nation by another, still less of the Picts by the Scots of Dalriada, as is usually assumed. The name of Kenneth's father, Alban, shows that he was of the Pictish race by maternal descent, and that he may have had a claim to the throne, but these events exhibit themselves to us more as a war of succession, in which Alban and his son Kenneth were supported in their claim to the throne, not only by a party among the Picts, but by the remains of the Scots of Dalriada, who were still to be found in the country, than as a foreign invasion. During the reigns of Kenneth and his three successors, they were simply kings of Scottish paternal descent, ruling over the same kingdom and the same people who had previously been governed by those of Pictish race. The country of which Scone was the capital was still Cruth in Tuath, or Pictavia, its Latin equivalent. The people were still the men of Fortran, or the Picts, and the deaths of these kings of Scottish race were still recorded as those of kings of the Picts. The period was one very favourable to such a change being easily and quietly made. The Picts had no repugnance to any of their kings being paternally of foreign descent, so that they represented a Pictish royal family, and were held to belong to a Pictish tribe through their mothers. The old Pictish law of succession, too, had been broken down, among the southern Picts at least, under Anglic influence, and the right of the sons of Pictish kings to ascend the throne had been more than once recognized. Shortly after Alban had put forward his claim, the Picts of Fortran had sustained a most crushing blow from the Danes, and were as completely prostrated by them as the Scots of Dalriada had been a century before they by the powerful Pictish King Angus MacFergus. That it was followed by rising everywhere of the remains of the Scots of Dalriada we may well believe, but an additional and very potent element existed among his means of support. The ban against the Columban clergy, who had been so long dispossessed of their foundations in the territories of the southern Picts, had been partially removed by the foundation of Dunkeld, which probably gave them some footing again in the country, and they may have now gladly seized upon such an opportunity as the combination of a king of Scottish race claiming the throne with the temporary prostration of the most powerful tribe among the Picts to make an effort to recover them. The Pictish Chronicle clearly indicates this as one of the great causes of the fall of the Pictish monarchy. It says, "For God thought them worthy to be made aliens from and stripped of their hereditary possessions as their perverseness deserved, because they not only spurned the rights and the precepts of the Lord, but also refused to allow themselves to be placed on an equal footing with others." This appears to refer very plainly to the original expulsion of those of the Columban clergy who would not conform to the decree issued by Nectan, king of the Picts, and to the Roman usages it enforced, as well as to the ban which had been kept up against them till it was partially relaxed by Constantine when he founded Dunkeld, and when Kenneth transferred the relics of St. Columba to Dunkeld. They seem to have regained their footing as far as he could effect it, as we find that the abbot of Dunkeld was placed at the head of the Pictish church. Two questions still remain to be solved. The first is, where was the kingdom of his father Alban, and where did Kenneth rule during the first 6 years after his father's death, 832? Not in the kingdom of the Picts, for he only obtained the Pictish throne in the 12th year of his reign, in the year 844. Not in Dalriada, for he did not obtain that kingdom till after the year 839, and 2 years before he became king of the Picts. If then he did not commence his reign either in Dalriada or in Pictavia, it must have been in some part of Scotland south of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, or else he must have been in Irish Dalriada or elsewhere in Ireland. The later chronicles tell us that with wonderful eagerness he led the Scots from Egadia into the land of the Picts, but this is part of that artificial system by which the later kingdom of the Scots was, by the suppression of a century, connected immediately with the earlier Scottish kingdom of Dalriada. The earliest tradition which indicates this appears to have been at one time formed a part of the Pictish Chronicle. In narrating the events of Kenneth's reign over the Picts, there are in this chronicle some expressions which show that this part of it had once been preceded by an account of the mode in which he obtained the Pictish throne. The compiler, however, of one of the later chronicles obviously had a copy of the Pictish chronicle before him. It was also known to Ranulph Higden, who used it in his Polychronicon, and in both of the events of Kenneth's reign are preceded by what is obviously a traditionary account of how the Scots obtained possession of the Pictish kingdom. The same tale appears also in the chronicle contained in the Scala-Chronica, where it also precedes the account of the reign of Kenneth, and it was likewise known to Giraldus Cambrensis, who narrates part of it. Comparing the 4 editions of this narrative with each other and with the expressions in the Pictish chronicle referring to, we can make a fair approximation to what this lost passage of the chronicle contained. It seems to have commenced with Bede's statement that in the course of time the Scots came from Ireland under their leader Ruda and obtained a settlement either by permission or by force among the Picts. We are then told that the Scots inhabited Galloway, to which Giraldus adds that they afterwards effected an extension of their territories, and the Scala Chronica, as also Argyll and others of the Isles, the Scots thus living in conjunction with the Picts, and having obtained from them a district to inhabit, contrive a plot against them. They invite the magnates of the Picts, according to Scala Chronica, to a great council, and coming privately armed, they slew the great lords of the Picts, and afterwards sent for others and slew them, according to the other editions, to a banquet where they had undermined the seats, and having withdrawn the supports, the sitters fell into the hollow places prepared for them, and were slain without difficulty. And profiting by this treachery, the Scots took their land, reaching from sea to sea, which is now called Scotia, and thus Kenneth, son of Alban, invaded Pictavia and destroyed the Picts. This, of course, can only be viewed as a traditionary account, but it seems to contain a reference to the subsequent history of the Scots of Dalriada after they were driven out by the Picts. It narrates Alban's invasion of Galloway with his Scots, and then repeats from Bede the first settlement of the Scottish colony, stating that they inhabited Galloway along with the Picts. His son Kenneth acquires the kingdom of Dalriada, and the Scots again emerge and extend themselves into Argyll and the Isles. Kenneth then invades the kingdom of the Picts, but does not finally subdue it till 5 years after, and in place of this we have the story of the plot by which he treacherously slays the principal nobles of the Picts. St. Berchan, in his so-called prophecy, alludes to this tale, but adds it to a reference to a war and removes the scene of it to Scone. He says, "A man who shall feed ravens fight battles. His name was the Conqueror. He is the first king who possessed in the east of the men of Erin in Alban. It was by strength of spears and swords, by violent deaths, by violent fates, by him are deceived in the east the firm ones. He shall dig in the earth, cunning the art, with dangerous goad blades, death and pillage in the middle of Scone, of high shields." Now the Scala Chronica places it in the time of Drust, son of Feudal, the last king of the Picts, who was slain at Scone by treason. This would bring the event to the year 850, after Kenneth had been already 6 years in possession of the Pictish throne. We may gather from this tale that Kenneth emerged from Galloway, where the last remnant of the Scots of Dalriada disappeared from history nearly a century before, and if the appearance of the Norwegians on the scene had led the people of Galloway, as well as Scots from other quarters, to adopt the same piratical life under the name of Gal-Gadel, we can readily understand that Kenneth, taking advantage of the crushing blow inflicted on the Picts aforethought by the Danes, would be readily joined by Scots from all quarters in regaining the kingdom of Dalriada and prosecuting his father's claim to the throne of the Picts. But there is another legend which appears also to refer to this period. It is that contained in the life of Saint Cadro. We are there told, after that part of the legend which relates to the settlement of the Scots in Ireland, that many years passed when the Scots crossed the Irish Channel and took possession of Iona, and then continuing their voyage entered the region of Russia, evidently the province of Ross, by the river Rosas, and which is evidently the river Rasse, the old name of the Blackwater, which flows from a small lake called Loch Droma, on the ridge separating the eastern and western watershed, and flows through the long valley leading from near the head of Loch Broom till it falls into the river Connan, some miles above Dingwall. From thence they proceed southward to Ridge Moneth, the old name for St. Andrews, and to Bellathor, which must have been situated at or near Scone. There is no record of any Scots ever having reached St. Andrews or Scone till the reign of Kenneth MacAlpin, and this part of the legend seems to refer to this time, but the previous part of it is obviously ecclesiastical in its character, and it is probable that it rather belongs to the return of the Columban clergy, who may have gone from Ireland to Iona, and thence by Ross shire to Rosemarkie, an old Columban foundation, from which they had been dispossessed by Boniface, and finally Rigmoneth in Fifeshire, and Bellaquire in Perthshire. And in this view it is difficult to avoid connecting it with the legend of St. Adrian, who, like St. Boniface, is brought from the eastern lands in the west-eastern parts of Scotland, then occupied by the Picts, having with him 6,606 persons, composed of confessors, clerics, and lay people. These men with their bishop did many signs in the kingdom of the Picts, afterwards desired to have a residence in the Isle of May, where the Danes, who then devastated the whole of Britain, came and slew them. Their martyrdom is connected with the Danish invasion in 875. The east part of the Scotland in which they had their first settlement was evidently Fife. Their arrival is almost coincident with the invasion of the kingdom of the Picts by the Scots under Kenneth, and the large number who are said to have come shows that the traditionary history was really one of the immigration of a people. Hector Boece, in referring to this legend, tells us that while some write that they were Hungarians, others say that they were a company collected from Scots and Angles. It is perhaps not an unreasonable conclusion that the Scots invaded the Pictish territories in two bands, one under Kenneth across Drummalbin against the southern Picts, and the other from sea by Loch Broom against the northern Picts. The second question we have to solve is, to what family of the Scots of Dalriada did Kenneth by paternal descent belong? The ordinary pedigree which traces his descent through the kings of Dalriada of the Cinel Gabran, and identifies his father Alban with Alban's son Eachach, the last of the Dalriada kings, is not older than the 12th century, and is unquestionably artificial, but we have indications that two other lines of descent were attributed to him. St. Bertram, in his so-called prophecy, after a few stanzas which refer to Cornal, the son of Comgal, the king of Dalriada, who received St. Columba, as narrated by Adnabman, passes at once to the reign of Kenneth MacAlpin, and with these words, "A son of the clan of his son will possess the kingdom of Albany by virtue of his strength." Connell, according to the tract on the men of Alban, had 7 sons, from any one of whom Kenneth may have descended, and this would attach him to the tribe of the Dalriads termed the Cinel Comgal, from which this district of Cowal takes its name, but the same tract contains another statement which seems to present to us a more authentic notice of his descent. According to this tradition, from Eachbach Bud, son of Aidan, the king of Dalriada, inaugurated by St. Columba, there branched off 2 clans, the clan Fergus-Gall, son of Eachbach Bud, or the Gain Bernach, and the clan of Coralcur, son of Eochid Bud, who are the men of Fife in the sovereignty, that is, the clan of Kenneth, son of Alban, son of Aidan. This has all the appearance of a genuine fragment which has been preserved from some older source. The reference to Fife, which appears to have been the province which mainly supported the claim of this family, in which Rathapin, the fort of Alpin, was situated, and the appearance of O'Connell, son of Aidan, in Kintyre in 807, by whom Connell, son of Tag, the then Pictish governor of Dalriada, was slain, and who was probably a son of the same Aidan, were here made father of Alpin, gives great probability to it. We may therefore conclude that Kenneth MacAlpin belonged to the Cinel Gabran but was descended from the different branch than that which he had furnished the kings of that race to Dalriada. Kenneth MacAlpin was succeeded by his brother Donald, who, according to the Pictish Chronicle, held the same kingdom for 4 years. His death is recorded by the Annals of Ulster 4 years after that of Kenneth, with the same title of King of the Picts. He died, according to the Pictish Chronicle, at his palace of Kinbellaquire on the Ides, or 13th of April. St. Bertram says of him, 3 years to the king, and 3 months, who shall number them? On Loch Adba shall be his grave. He dies of disease suddenly. The later chronicles differ as to the place of his death. By some he is said to have died at Rath in Amon, and by others to have been slain at Scone. These names, however, can all be referred to localities in the immediate neighbourhood of Scone, and probably belong to the defences and possessions of that central seat of the monarchy. The only event recorded in his reign is the curious notice in the Pictish Chronicle that in his time the Gaedhel established with their king in Fortiviat the rights and laws of the kingdom of Vedas, son of Eachdach. The reference is here unquestionably to that Eadfin, son of Each, whose death as king of the Dalriads is recorded by the Annals of Ulster in 778, and who appears to have been the last of the Scots who attempted to make any stand against the rule of the Picts over Dalriada, and by his kingdom that of the Scots of Dalriada must be meant. Among the rights and laws now established was probably the law of succession among the Scots, which is usually termed the law of tanistry, and which, in its preference of the male over the female succession, was opposed to that of the Picts. This law, as we have seen, had to some extent been partially introduced among the southern Picts before the accession of Kenneth, and would therefore now be established at Fortiviat with less difficulty. It was in accordance with this law that Donald was succeeded by Constantine, son of Kenneth MacAlpin, who reigned 16 years. The Pictish Chronicle records that in his first year, Mael Sech Nail, king of Ireland, died, and his death took place on Tuesday, the 30th November 863, which gives us the true commencement of this reign. After 2 years, Amblab, with his Gentiles, laid waste Pictavia, and occupied it from the calends of January to the feast of St. Patrick, that is, from the 1st of January to the 17th of March, and in the following year, while withdrawing with his booty, he was attacked and slain by Constantine. The Ulster Annals record the same event when they tell us that in 866 Amleth and Isel went to Fortran with the Gauls of Erin and Alban, and laid waste all Cruth in 2/8, of which name Pictavia is here the Latin equivalent, and took hostages. The Amlab and or Amlaith was Olaf the White, king of Dublin, who married a daughter of Kenneth MacAlpin, and this occupation of the country and the hostages he took may have been in connection with some claim through his wife, but his death did not really take place until some years after. For we find from the Ulster Annals that in the year 870 Alclyde was besieged by the Northmen under the same Amlaith, along with Imher, another of their kings, and destroyed after a 4 months siege. Another annalist tells us that after having wasted the people who were in the citadel by hunger and thirst, and succeeded in drawing off the water from the well that was in it, the Northmen entered upon them and first carried off all the riches that were within it, and afterwards a great host of prisoners were brought into captivity. On this occasion they appear to have also attacked both the Picts of Galloway and the Angles of Bernicia, for in the following year we are told that Amlaith and Imher returned to Dublin from Alban with 200 ships and a great booty of men, Angles, Britons, and Picts, was brought with him to Ireland in captivity. After this we hear no more of Amlaith or Olaf the White of Dublin. In 872 the Ulster Annals tell us that Argah, king of Britons of Strathclyde, was slain by the advice of Constantine. This was Arthgal, a lineal descendant of Donegal, whose death was recorded in 760, and the father of that run who married the daughter of Kenneth MacAlpin. We thus see that after the death of that last of the slime, who was called King of Alclyde in 750, and the subjection of his kingdom to the Angles, it now again reappears as an independent kingdom with the new designation of that of the Britons of Strathclyde. It was probably in connection with this event that St. Bertrand, in referring to the battles fought by Constantine, says, "The hazard through which 3 battles are gained against the Gentiles of pure colour, the Fingal, the 4th battle, the battle of Luaire, against the king of the Britons of green standard." Luaire is probably Carlory in West Lothian. Simeon of Durham tells us that in 875 the host of the Danes who had ravaged the east coast of Britain divided itself into 2 bands, one of which, under Halfdan, marching into the region of the Northumbrians, laid it waste, and wintering near the river Tyne, brought the whole country under their dominion, and destroyed the Picts and the people of Strathclyde. These were probably the Picts of Galloway, and in reference to this the Ulster Annals tells us of a conflict between the Picts and the Dub Gauls in 875, in which a great slaughter of the Picts was made. The people here called of Strathclyde are in the Saxon Chronicle in recording the same event, termed Strathclyde Weasless, and this name is rendered by the Ethel word into the Latin Cumbri, which is the first appearance of the term of Cumbri, or Cumbrians, as applied to the Britons of Strathclyde. In the meantime, Olaf the White, the Norwegian king of Dublin, had left a son by his wife Ardur, the wealthy daughter of Catil Flatnose, or Catil Finn, who was called Thorstein the Red, and he appears on his father's death to have commenced making piratical expeditions infesting Scotland far and wide, and usually obtaining victory. His attacks were directed against the northern provinces, and he is said in the islands of Landnambach to have conquered Catanes and Suderland, or Caithness and Sutherland, Ross and Moray, and more than half of Scotland, and to have reigned over these districts until he was betrayed by the Scotch and slain in battle. In the Laxdela saga, on the other hand, he is said to have at length become reconciled with the king of the Scots and obtained possession of the half of Scotland over which he became king. It is hardly to be supposed that Constantine could have had any real authority over these northern regions, or that the power of the kings of Kenneth MacAlpin's race could have at this time extended beyond the provinces of the southern Picts. He therefore probably merely permitted what he could not prevent, and indeed may have viewed a Norwegian conquest of the provinces of the northern Picts as favourable to his cause as the Danish defeat of the men of Fortran had been to that of his father. Thorstein's kingdom, however, lasted only 1 year. The Pictish Chronicle refers to it when it says that the Northmen passed an entire year in Pictavia, and the Ulster Annals record in 875 that Austin or Thorstein, son of Amlaf, king of the Northmen, was treacherously slain by the people of Alban. Constantine, however, was doomed himself to fall into the following year under an unexpected onslaught by the Danes. Ever since the Danes, or Dub-Gaul, first came to Ireland, there had been a contest between them and the Norwegians, or Fingal, for superiority. In 877 a battle took place between them, in which the Norwegians had the victory. The Danes, being for the time driven out of Ireland, went to Alban, or Scotland. They appeared to have entered the Firths of Clyde, and penetrating through the country watered by the Teith and Forth, attacked the province of Fife. A battle took place between them and the Scots at Dolar, which must have been unfavourable to the latter, as the Danes are said to have driven and slaughtered them through Fife as far as the northeast corner, where, at a place called Inverdufatha, now Inverdovet, in the parish of Forgan, they gained a battle over the men of Alban. Constantine was slain, and a great multitude with him. The earth is said on this occasion to have burst open under the men of Alban. This is the first appearance in the Pictish Chronicle of the term Scoti, or Scots, being applied to any portion of the inhabitants of Pictavia, and it seems to have been used with reference to those of the province of Fife in particular, but the Ulster annals record the death of Constantine as king of the Picts. He was succeeded by his brother Aed, who reigned only 1 year. The Pictish Chronicle says of him that the shortness of his reign left nothing memorable to record, but that he was slain in the town of Nerurum. St. Bertrand says of him, he dies without bell, without communion, in the evening, in a dangerous pass. And the Ulster Annals record in 878 that Aed, son of Kinador, king of the Picts, was slain by his own people. With Aed died the last of Kenneth's sons, and thus far the succession of the kings of his race had not only followed the law of Tanistry, but did not vary from that modification of the Pictish law which had been already sanctioned among the southern Picts, and had admitted the sons of previous kings in a similar order to fill the Pictish throne. But now the two modes of royal succession were again in conflict. By the law of Tanistry, the succession opened to Donald, son of Constantine and grandson of Kenneth. By the Pictish law, when strictly observed, to Eocha, son of Run, king of the Britons of Strathclyde, whose mother was Constantine's sister. Both of these claimants to the throne appear to have been under age, and there had not yet been an instance of a lineal male descendant in the third generation being permitted to succeed to the Pictish throne. The great defeat and slaughter which befell the Scots under Constantine had probably for the time weakened the Scottish interest, while the heir, according to their law, had the additional disqualification of being too young to reign. The Pictish party prevailed, and Eocha the Briton was placed on the throne, but as he appears to have been too young to reign alone, another king was associated with him as his governor. The Pictish Chronicle calls him Siricius, but leaves a blank for his father's name, but in the Irish version he is called Gerig, son of Dungale, and by Flan, main stretch Gig, son of Dungale. In the Latin lists it is corrupted to Grig, but in the Chronicle of St. Andrews it appears as Carus. By the Albanic Duan he is omitted altogether, and the Ulster Annals do not mention him, which leads to the suspicion that he was an intruder in the Scottish line and was not of that race. His name is evidently the British name Curig, and under this form St. Curicus, a martyr of Tarsus, was introduced into the British calendar and has several churches in Wales dedicated to him. It was no doubt from Gerig, son of Dungale, being named after him, that the eclipse on his day in the calendar is recorded as taking place during this reign. As governor to Eocha, and as bearing a British name, the presumption is that he was also a Briton, and the name of Dungale, borne by his father, was the same name as that Dunnagual, who appears in the Welsh genealogies annexed to Nennius as the father of Arthgal and grandfather of Run. Gerig was therefore, in all probability, Eocha's paternal granduncle. The Pictish Chronicle places the death of Ed, son of Neil, king of Ireland, in his second year, and Ed died on 8th November 879, and we are told that in his 9th year an eclipse of the sun took place on St. Curicus's day. His day in the calendar is the 16th of June, and an eclipse of the sun actually took place on the day in the year 885. These notices give us sufficiently the true chronology of his reign, but the Pictish Chronicle records none of the events of it, and simply says that after a reign of 11 years, Eochodius, with his tutor, is now expelled from the kingdom. The later chronicles supply this defect so far as to give us in general terms two events of his reign. The first is that he brought under subjection to himself the whole of Bernicia and part of Anglia, and there may possibly be some foundation for the statement, to a partial extent at least, when we consider the position in which the kingdom of Northumbria was placed during his reign and the changes which apparently followed it. During the reign of Eadbert in the middle of the 8th century, the kingdom of Northumbria had apparently attained to a position of as great power as that to which it had been raised in the previous century by Ecgfrith, The two provinces of Deira and Bernicia were united under his rule. The territories of the Britons south of the Solway Firth and the province of Galloway on the north were parts of his kingdom. He had himself added to it Kyle and the adjacent districts, and in conjunction with Aengus, the equally powerful king of the Picts, had enforced the submission of the Britons of Alclyde, when, after a reign of 21 years, he, in the year 758, abdicated his throne in favour of his son Oswulf, and took the tonsure. His son was in the following year treacherously slain by his own people, and with him entered the direct descendants of Ida. The kingdom seems then to have fallen into a state of disorganization, and has thus been well described. One Earl Doman, after another seized on the government, had held it till his expelled predecessors returned with a superior force or popular favour, and after another seized on the government and held it till his expelled predecessors returned with a superior force or popular favour, and successful treason had raised up a new competitor. And thus it continued till the end of the century, when the arrival of the Northmen added an additional element of confusion. In 867 the monarchy completely broken down. In the previous year a large fleet of Danish pirates under the command of Halfdan, Ingvar, and Hubba, the sons of Ragnar Lodbrog, had arrived on the coast of England and had wintered in East Anglia, and this year they invaded Northumbria and took possession of the city of York. The Northumbrians had just expelled their king Osbright and placed Alla on the throne, but the former was now recalled, and the two kings, uniting their forces, attempted to wrest the city of York from the Danes, and were both slain. The Danes then took possession of the whole of Northumbria as far as the river Tyne, and placed Egbert as king over the Northumbrians north of the Tyne. After a reign of 6 years, Egbert died and was succeeded by Ricsig. It was in his time that 875 Halfdan, with his Danes, again entered Northumbria and brought the whole country under his dominion. In the following year Ricsig died, and Halfdan's is said by Simeon of Durham to have placed a second Egbert over the Northumbrians beyond the Tyne. He is said to have reigned only 2 years, but notwithstanding, in 883, or 7 years after, when Halfdan dies, we are told by Simeon that by the advice of the abbot Edred, Guthard, son of Hardicanut, was made king and reigned at York. But Egbert ruled over the Northumbrians. There is no mention of his second Egbert, either in his history of the Church or of Durham or of the Archbishop of York, and he appears with his inconsistent dates to be a mere reproduction of the Egbert who was placed over the Northumbrians north of the Tyne in 867, introduced to fill up a period when the historian did not know or did not care to tell who really ruled over Bernicia at that time. This is, however, the period of Gierig's reign, and he may, like his predecessor Kenneth, have overrun Lothian and obtained possession of Bamborough, the chief seat of the Bernician kings, which lies at no great distance from the south bank of the Tweed. And Simeon himself indicates this when he tells us in his history of the Church of Durham that during the reign of Guthred the nation of the Scots had collected a numerous army, and among other deeds of cruelty had invaded and plundered the monastery of Lindisfarne. His object, too, may have been to free the Britons, his own countrymen, from the Anglic yoke, and certainly if he conquered Bernicia, and perhaps that part of Anglia which consisted of the British possessions extended from the Solway to the Derwent, their reunion with the kingdom of the Strathclyde Britons, as well as the freedom of Galloway from Anglic supremacy, would be the natural result. The second event attributed to him is that he first liberated the Scottish Church, which till that time had been in servitude according to the custom and usage of the Picts, and this had probably more foundation in fact. The Gierig found it necessary to win over the Scottish clergy to his cause, or at least not to oppose him, is probable enough, and he seems to have freed the Church from those secular exactions and services to which the clergy of most churches were at this time subjected. The Anglic Church had not long before been freed from similar services by King Ethelwulf, and the later Pictish Church was closely connected with that of Northumbria. A curious memorial of Gearig and of his relation to the Scottish Church remains in the church in the Mearns, which bears the name of Anglisgurg, or Greg's Church, and was dedicated to St. Kirkricus, from whom it came to be called St. Cyrus. The gratitude of the Scottish Church for the boon they had obtained from Gearig seems to have shown itself in this, that in the artificial history to which the interests of an ecclesiastical controversy had so large a share in giving birth, the usurper of foreign race, who had for a time intruded upon the line of Scottish kings descended from Kenneth MacAlpin, and been after a few years driven out, fills a prominent position as Gregory the Great solemnly crowned at Scone, and one of the most powerful of the early Scottish kings. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Alban. The Scots having now placed Donald, the son of Constantine, and the heir, according to the law of Tanistry, on the throne, the succession became firmly established in the male line of the Scottish descendants of Kenneth MacAlpin, and assumed the not unusual form of an alternate succession between the houses descended from his two sons. The kingdom ceased to be called that of Scone, and its territory, Cruith, Tuath, or Pictavia, its Latin equivalent, and now became known as the Kingdom of Alban, or Albania, and we find its kings no longer called kings of the Picts, but kings of Alban. About the time of Donald's accession, the islands of the Orkneys had become colonized by the Norwegians, who fled before the power of Harald Harfager, the king of Norway, and that king having, after his power was established, sailed to the Orkneys with his fleet and taken possession, he gave them on his return to Ragnwald, Earl of Mayeri, as a compensation for the loss of his son killed in one of his battles. By him they were made over to his brother Sigurd, to whom the king gave the title of Jarl, and thus the Norwegian earldom of Orkney was founded. Soon after Sigurd's establishment as earl, he invaded Scotland, and in one account obtained possession of Caithness and Sutherland, and all as far as Baki, in another Caithness, Sutherland, Ross and Moray, and in a third all Caithness, and much more of Scotland, Mayor, Hay, Fui, Moray, and Ross, and that he built a borg on the southern border of Mayor, Hay, Fui. These were the same districts which had been overrun by Thorstein the Red, and these sagas confound the two invasions, and joined Sigurd with Thorstein in their acquisitions, but the inexorable logic of dates shows that the two invasions were different, and that the one was subsequent to the other. The borg was no doubt built on the promontory called Torfinnes by the Norse, and now Berghead, situated between the Findhorn and the Spey. We are then told that Melbridge, Ton, and or of the Tooth, a Scottish jarl, and Earl Sigurd made an arrangement to meet in a certain place with 40 men each, in order to come to an agreement regarding their differences. On the appointed day, Sigurd, suspicious of treachery on the part of the Scots, caused 80 men to be mounted on 40 horses. When Earl Melbridge saw this, he said to his men, "Now we have been treacherously dealt with by Earl Sigurd, for I see 2 men's legs on one side of each horse, and the men, I believe, are thus twice as many as the beasts. But let us be brave and kill each his man before we die." Then they made themselves ready. When Sigurd saw it, he also decided on his plan, and said to his men, Now let one half of your number dismount and attack them from behind when the troops meet, while we shall ride at them with all our speed to break their battle array. There was hard fighting immediately, and it was not long till Earl Melbrige fell, and all his men with him. Earl Sigurd and his men fastened their heads to the saddle straps in bravado, and so they rode home, triumphing in their victory. As they were proceeding, Earl Sigurd, intending to kick at his horse with his foot, struck the calf of his leg against a tooth protruding from Earl Melbrige's head, which scratched him slightly, but it soon became swollen and painful, and he died of it. Sigurd the Powerful was buried in a mound at Echialbaki. The power of the Scottish king of Alban, however, could hardly at this time have extended to these northern districts, and their invasion would not materially affect Domhnall's position. A Danish invasion, however, followed some years after, which had for its scene the more southern districts, and proved fatal to the king himself. Towards the end of this century, a fleet of Danes under the sons of Imher came to Dublin, and the greater part of Ireland was plundered by them. After 4 years, these Danes left Ireland and invaded Alban under Sitruach, son of Visibsolian or Visicolian, in which the Scots claimed to be victorious, but that they had overrun the southern districts is evident, as Domhnall the king was himself cut off and slain at Dunfather or Dunotter. The Ulster annals record his death after a reign of 11 years in the year 900, and he is the first of the kings of the line of Kenneth, who is termed by the Rai or king of Alban. He was succeeded, according to the Tanistic usage, by Constantine, son of Aed, his father's brother, who reigned 40 years, and was soon after his accession exposed to a similar invasion, for in his 3rd year the Northmen plundered Dunkeld and the whole of Alban, but in the following year were cut off in Strathern, and their leader, Imher, slain by the men of Fortran, who are said to have invoked the aid of St. Columba, and to have attacked them with the crozier of St. Columba at their head as their standard, which was henceforth called the Caith Brew Aid, or Battle Victory. Constantine seems now to have turned his attention towards consolidating his kingdom and obliterating the distinctions between its discordant elements by placing them on a footing of equality with each other. In his 6th year, a solemn assembly was held on the Moat Hill, near the royal city of Scone, in which he, as king, and Clark, as bishop of Claremont or St. Andrews, resolved that the laws and discipline of the faith and the rights of the churches and of the evangel should be preserved entire and on a footing of equality with the Scots. By this declaration, the Pictish and Scottish churches were now united into one, with the Bishop of Claremont as its head. The supremacy of Dunkeld ceased, and the bishops of St. Andrews became known as Bishop of Alban. It is to this period also that we may probably attach one of the accounts given of the division of Alban, or Albania, into 7 provinces. This account is given on the authority of Andrew, Bishop of Caithness, a Scotsman by birth, and a monk of Dunfermline. He is mentioned as bishop in the year 1150, and died on the 3rd December 1184. He seems to have considered that these provinces were separated from each other by large rivers or mountain chains, which do not always form what were evidently their actual boundaries. The first province, he tells us, extended from the water of Forth, which divides the kingdoms of the Scots and the Angles, and flows past Stirling to the river Tay. This province consists, therefore, of the districts of Menteith and Strathern, and was certainly that known by the name of Fortran. The second province extended to the Hyleth and contains the districts encircled by the sea as far as the hill on the north of the plain of Stirling called Athran. If by Hylef he means the river Isla, he must have supposed that instead of falling into the Tay, it flowed in a direct line towards the sea. But he may also have meant the place now called Life, on the present boundary between the counties of Perth and Forfar at the sea. By Athran, A3 near Stirling is meant, and this province evidently contained the whole peninsula of Fife, including Kinross and Clackmannan, along with the district of Cowrie. The third province extends from Hylif to the Dee and contains the old districts of Angus and Mearns. Now the counties for Forfar and Kincardine. The fourth province extended from the River Dee to the River Spey and included the old districts of Mar and Buchan, now the counties of Aberdeen and Banff. The fifth province extended from the Spey to the mountains of Brumban or Bredaban, and by it the district of Athro seems meant. The sixth province was Murrif or Moray in its extended sense, and Ross, and the seventh was Aragathel. A comparison of this description of the sevenfold division of Alban with the other account contained in the same tract, and which we relegated to the reign of Nectan, king of the Picts, in the early part of the 8th century, will show the change which the two intervening centuries had produced in the aspect of the kingdom. The first 5 provinces, the boundaries of which are given by the natural features of rivers, mountains, and sea, instead of by the old names of the districts included in each, now constituted what was, strictly speaking, the kingdom of Alban or Albania, at this time extending from the Forth to the Spey. The changes which had taken place within its bounds consisted in the main of the district of Gowrie being detached from that of Athol, with which it had formed one of the provinces in the earlier state of them, and being combined with Fife and Forthrift, which had formed another of the earlier provinces, into one central region, the occupiers of which now appear as Scoti or Scots. It was no doubt the nucleus of the settlement of Scots which had taken place in the Pictish territory, and Gowrie became the heart of the kingdom of Alban, in which its capital Scone was situated. West of it, in the province extending from the Forth to the Tay, were the old districts of Strathern and Menteith, the people of which were still called the men of Fortran. They were probably remains of the Pictish inhabitants, and had for their chief stronghold Dundurn at the east end of Loch Erne. Fordyviat, which had also belonged to them, and which is but a few miles from the west bank of the Tay, now belonged to the Scots, and was one of the seats of their kings. North of this central region was Athol, and east of it a province extending from Hylef to the Dee, the northern part of which was occupied by a people called the men of Mern, also probably remains of the Pictish population, whose chief stronghold was Dun Fother or Dun Otter, and north of them, extending from the Dee to the Spey, was the most northerly province included in the kingdom, which must still have been to a great extent Pictish. The territory overrun by Thorstein the Red and by Sigurd, Earl of Orkney, consisted of the 2 earlier provinces beyond the Spey, which formed the northern boundary of the kingdom of Alban, strictly so called. One of them, consisting of Murrif and Ross, is included in the list of later provinces as being still under its native rulers, but the other, Cathonesia, disappears as being attached to the Norwegian earldom of Orkney. In place of it we have Aragathel, now connected with the kingdom. The new province thus introduced must not, however, be absolutely identified, as is usual, with the kingdom of Dalriada, which was omitted from the list of the earlier provinces as being then a separate kingdom of the Scots. It no doubt included it, but had much more extensive signification, embracing the western districts extending from the Firth of Clyde to Loch Broom, and derives its name from being the border or coast region of the Gael Hell or Gael, a name now applied to all the inhabitants of Scotland who belong to the Gaelic branch of the Celtic race. The organization of these 7 provinces appears to have been quite analogous to that of Ireland. The unit was tuath, or tribe. Several tuaths formed a mortuath, or great tribe. 2 or more mortuaths a coedid, or province, and at the head of each was the Rye, or king, while each province contributed a portion of its territory at their point of junction to form a central district in which the capital of the whole county was placed, and the Rye, or king, who was elected to be its ardri, or sovereign, had his seat of government. In this account the provinces are termed regna, or kingdoms. Under each province was the superrego, or mortuath, with its regulus, or Rye, mortuath, and composed, no doubt, of a certain number of tuaths, or tribes, with their chiefs, or Rye tuath, and where the 4 southern provinces met was the central district in which the capital Scone, the seat of the ardri Alban, was placed. At the period to which the description of the provinces given us by Andrew, Bishop of Caithness, belongs, this organization had been so far modified that the title of Rye, or king, is no longer borne by the heads of the tuath, or tribe, and the mortuath, or sub-region, but at the head of the tuath is the toi sech, and of the mortuath the mormar. The latter dignity, however, was still hereditary, and in the district of Angus, which was more immediately under Scottish influence and authority, we find it descending in the male line, while in the most northern district of the kingdom of Alban proper, the Pictish law of succession through females was still observed. Beyond these 7 provinces on the north were the islands of Orkney and Shetland, which were now colonized by the Norwegians. On the death of Sigurd, the first earl, he was succeeded by his son Guthorm, who reigned only 1 winter and died childless. When Earl Ragnwald, who had transferred the islands to his brother Sigurd, heard of his death and that of his son, he sent his son Hallard as earl, but he soon grew tired of it and resigned the earldom, which was then bestowed upon another son called Einar, who was earl at this time and ruled over the Orkneys a long time. On the west of these provinces lay the Western Islands, which were likewise colonized by the Norwegians and were now called the Inchi Gaul, or Islands of the Gauls, or strangers, and the Gaelic inhabitants of the islands and districts under their rule were now called the Galgadal, a name originally borne by the Galwegians and still used in its territorial sense as synonymous with Galloway. These islands, with the Island of Man, were even more completely subdued and subjected to the Norwegian rule than any part of Ireland itself. They were eminently fitted to serve as a stronghold for the northern Vikings, whose strength consisted almost entirely in their large and well-constructed ships, and may be regarded as the centre of the Norwegian settlements in the west, completely cutting Scotland off from Ireland, and severing the connection and arresting the intercourse between them. The Western Isles were termed by them the Sudreys, to distinguish them from the Orkneys, or Northern Islands, and as Cathania, or Caithness and Sutherland, had passed under the influence of the latter and become more Norwegian than Scotch, so Galloway appears to have borne very much the same relation to the former. South of these provinces was on the east coast what had been the most northern district of Northumbria, but was now continually overrun by the king of Alban, to which the name of Saxonia was given. And on the west were the districts occupied by the Britons, Strathclyde. In the previous century and a half these had been narrowed to the Vale of the Clyde, with Alclyde or Dumbarton as its stronghold, and the rest of the British districts had, along with Galloway, been under the dominion of the Angles of Northumbria, but their rule had been relaxed during the period of disorganization into which the Northumbrian kingdom had fallen and had by degrees become little more than nominal. When the invasion of Bernicia by the British Giric, who for a time occupied the Pictish throne, led to the severance of these districts from Northumbria, and the whole of the British territory from the Clyde to the river Derwent in Cumberland became once more united under the rule of an independent king of the Britons. The king at this time was Donald, but he appears to have been the last of the family claiming Roman descent which had hitherto given its kings to Alclyde, and on his death, which took place in the 8th year of the reign of King Constantine, the Britons appeared to have found no one of their own race fitted to preserve their new-won independence, and as they owed it to a king of their own race who occupied the throne of Alban, so now they accepted a king from Alban by electing Donald, son of Aed and brother of Constantine, to fill the throne of Alclyde. As in the earlier years of his reign, Constantine had seen his kingdom overrun by a horde of Norwegians, who were finally cut off and their leaders slain. So now but a few years elapsed ere he found himself engaged in a serious encounter with a powerful band of the Danish pirates, with a more doubtful result. Their leader was Ragnwald, the son or grandson of Ingvar or Imher, son of Ragnar Lodborg, and the brother of that Sitruic who had invaded the kingdom in the latter years of his predecessor Donald. This Ragnwald, in company with 2 other leaders, Otter the Jarl of Als Grossaben, broke into the county and ravaged Dunblane. This took place in the year 912. We next hear of Ragnwald in the following year at the Isle of Man, fighting a battle with Bared, son of Otter, who is slain, and he appears to have been making his way to effect a settlement in Ireland, as in 916 we hear of him arriving with innumerable hordes at Loch da Kh, or Waterford, in Ireland, where they settle for the time and ravage the whole of Ireland. Here they remain for 2 years, when the Irish succeed in driving them out of Munster. They then proceed to Alban and invade the country. Their object appears to have been to make their way to Northumberland, and the eruption was so formidable that Constantine united with Eldred, the lord of Bamborough, the ruler over Bernicia, to resist them. The encounter took place on a moor near the mouth of the river Tyne, which flows through East Lothian, called by the Pictish chronicle Tin Moor. The Danes divided themselves into 4 bands, one under Gothbrith, a brother of Ragnwald, the second under the 2 earls Otter and Grassaban, the third under the young lords, and the fourth under Regwald himself, which remained in ambuscade. The Scots invoked the aid of St. Columba and advanced to meet them with his crozier, called the Cath du Aid, or Battle Victory, as their standard, and it did not belie its name, for the 3 battalions were routed by the men of Alban, and there was a great slaughter of the Danes with the 2 earls Otter and Grassaban. Ragnwald then advanced from his ambuscade with the 4th battalion and attacked the men of Alban from behind and slew many of them, but neither Constantine nor any of his Moors fell by him. Night put an end to the battle, but the Scots had evidently failed in their object, for Ragnwald made his way to the south and took possession of the territories of the lord of Bamborough. This was the last invasion of Alban by the Northmen, who had harassed the kingdom during the whole period of the reigns of Kenneth Mac Alpin and his successors down to Constantine. It was now to obtain a respite from their incessant invasions for upwards of a century. But if Constantine had no longer to defend his kingdom against the Northmen, he had to encounter a new enemy, and the kings of Alban were for the first time brought into contact with the growing power of the kings of Wessex. Their relations with the Anglic kings had hitherto been confined to those of Northumbria alone, but while the power of the latter state had been waning, that of Wessex had been increasing, and early in the 9th century these kings had, in the person of Egbert, obtained a supremacy over the other kingdoms south of the Humber. Their advance to the north, however, was arrested by their wars with the Danes, which lasted till the reign of the great Alfred, who, after a fierce struggle, finally made a permanent peace with them in 878 to 883, which was only interrupted by a renewed struggle of 4 years from 893 to 897. Alfred is said by Simeon of Durham, on the death of Guthred, the Danish king of Deira, to have had the entire disposal of the whole kingdom of the Northumbrians, and to have appended to his own kingdom the provinces south of the East Angles and the Northumbrians. But it was just at this moment that his renewed struggle with the Danes commenced, and the Saxon Chronicle, in recording his death, says he was king over all the Anglic race except the part that was under the dominion of the Danes. His successor, Edward the Elder, was supreme over all the states south of the Humber, but made no attempt to advance beyond it. The Saxon Chronicles tells us in 924, in this year King Edward was chosen for father and for lord by the kings of Scots, and by the Scots, and by King Ragnar, and by all the Northumbrians, and also by the king of the Strathclyde Welsh, and by all the Strathclyde Welsh. But there is no record of any war between the Humber by which the submission of the northern kingdoms could have been obtained or enforced. What exactly took place, which could be interpreted by the Saxon Chronicle into the language of commendation, cannot now be discovered, but there was nothing in the relations of the northern kingdoms to the King of Wessex at that time that should naturally have led to a voluntary surrender of their independence, and the statement itself contains within it elements of suspicion which lead to doubt of its genuineness, while it is hard to believe that there was any reality in it. It was not till the reign of Ethelstan, the son and successor of the latter, that any serious attempt was made to extend the power of the Wessex kings beyond the Humber, and the great struggle to which it led on the part of the northern kingdoms to resist this advance and to maintain their independence is sufficient to cast doubt upon mere nominal claims, unsupported by any events which would naturally have given rise to the supposed relation involved in them. With the accession of Ethelstan in 925, and the extension of the power of the kings of Wessex beyond the Humber, we obtained the valuable guidance of the Saxon Chronicle in the northern events. Ethelstan no sooner found himself firmly seated on the throne than he set himself seriously to work to add Northumbria to his kingdom. His first proceeding was to form a treaty of alliance with the existing rulers of Northumbria and with the northern powers who would support him. There was at this time a close connection between the Danes of Northumbria and those of Dublin and Waterford. Their chiefs belonged to the same family and were equally descended from Ingvar, or Imher, as he was termed by the Irish, the son of Ragnar Lodbrog, who first invaded Northumbria in 867, and the same person was frequently king of Dublin at one time and king of Northumbria at another. The Danish king who ruled over Deira at this time was Sitriach. He was the same Sitriach called son of Imher, who had invaded Dublin in the last year of the reign of Donald, the predecessor of Constantine. He had been king of Dublin, but had been driven from thence in the year 920, and became king of the Danes of Deira. The Saxon Chronicle tells us that in the year 925 a meeting took place between him and Ethelstan at Tamworth on the 30th of January, and that Ethelstan gave him his sister as a wife. In the following year an opportunity unexpectedly offered itself to Ethelstan by the sudden death of Sitriach, and he immediately seized the kingdom of Deira and added to its own, driving out, according to Simeon of Durham, Gunthferth, the son of Sitriach, who had succeeded his father. The northern part of Northumbria to Bernicia was at this time under the rule of a family calling themselves Lords of Bamborough, and with Ealdred, son of Ealdruff of Bamborough, he made peace, maintaining him in his possessions, and also with Constantine, king of Alban. And adds the Saxon Chronicle, they confirmed the peace by pledge and by oaths, as the place which is called Emot, and on the 4th of the Ides, or the 12th of July. But the Chronicle stamps its own statement with doubt when it adds, and they renounced all idolatry and after that submitted to him in peace. Anlaf, the eldest son of Sitric, had on his father's death gone to Dublin, and his father's brother Guthferth, having attempted with a party of Danes from Dublin to recover the kingdom of Ira, had been driven out in the following year by Aethelstan. He appears to have gone to Alban, and there cemented an alliance with Constantine by marrying his daughter, and they were probably making preparations for an attempt to recover Anlaf's kingdom when Aethelstan anticipated them, and on the plea that Constantine had broken the peace, invaded Alban in the year 933, both by sea and land. The Saxon Chronicle merely says that he ravaged the great part of it, but Simeon of Durham, who places the invasion in the year 934, tells us that having put Owen, king of the Cumbrians, and Constantine, king of Scots, to flight, he ravaged Scotland with his land force, which consisted of cavalry as far as Dunfeeder or Dunfather, and Westermore, probably the Saxon form of Carrymore or Carrymure, in Forfarshire, and with his navy as far as Caithness, and in a great measure depopulated it. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Alban. 3 years after this, the whole of the northern population beyond the Humber united in a great effort to wrest Northumbria from Aethelstan, and the result of this effort was to decide whether the power of the kings of Wessex was to be arrested at the Humber and their kingdom limited to the southern part of Britain, or whether it was to extend to the Firth of Forth, if not to sweep the kingdom of Alban itself within its grasp. It was resolved to concentrate the northern forces upon Ira. Constantine and his son-in-law, Anlaf Ciaran, as he was called, were to proceed with the fleet which was to enter the Humber, and a land army was to advance into Northumbria. The Strathclyde Britons were to cross the hills which divided them from the Anglic kingdom, and another Anlaf was to come from Dublin with a body of the Danes of Dublin to support them. The chroniclers merely tell us of this battle in general terms, but we have 2 detailed accounts of it preserved to us, one from a Norse source in the Egil's Saga, and the other in the poem commemorating the battle, which is preserved to us in the Saxon Chronicle. Florence of Worcester tells us that Anlaf the pagan, king of the Irish and of many islands besides, at the instigation of his father-in-law Constantine, king of the Scots, entered the mouth of the river Humber with a powerful fleet. King Aethelstan and his brother Edmund the Atheling met him at a place called Brunanburg, and after a battle which lasted from daybreak until evening, slew 5 reguli and 7 earls, whom the enemy had brought with them as auxiliaries, shedding more blood than had ever before in England been shed in battle, and returned home in great triumph, having driven the kings Anlaf and Constantine back to their ships. The latter were terribly cast down by the destruction of their army, and returned to their country with very few followers. The Egil's Saga tells us that when Adelstein had taken the kingdom, there rose up to war those chiefs who had lost the dominion which their ancestors had possessed. They were Britons, Scots, and Irish, Britar ac Scotar ac Irar. Among them was Olafur Scotenungur, called the Red. He was Scotch by father's kin, but Danish by mother's kin. He came of the race of Ragnar Lodbrok. He drew together a mighty host and went south from Scotland to England, when he harried all Northumberland, gained a victory over 2 earls who governed it under Adelstein, and subdued all Northumberland. When Adelstein heard this, he summoned all his troops and advanced to meet him. The two armies met at Vinheidi, the Vinheath, by Vinscoda, the Vinwood. King Olaf occupied a borg that stood north of the heath with the greater part of his army, which encamped on the heath between the wood and the river. South of the heath was another borg, which was occupied by King Adelstein's army, the leader of which amuses King Olaf with negotiations for peace, till King Adelstein comes to the southern borg with additional troops. After a preliminary skirmish, in which two of King Olaf's earls have fallen with many of the Britons and Scots, the main battle takes place between the two armies, which are about equal in numbers. The details are given very minutely, but mainly to show the exploits of Egil and his brother, from whom the saga is named. The result was that the army of King Olaf gave way, and great slaughter was made of them. King Olaf fell there, and the most part of the troops that Olaf had led, because those that turned to flee were slain by their pursuers. King Adelstein there made a wonderful victory. The account, though inaccurate in its details, for King Olaf or Anlaf was not slain, but fled in his ships from the Humber, and is chiefly valuable from the description it gives of the scene of the battle. The Saxon Chronicle contains the following poem celebrating the victory, from which we may gather the following particulars. This year King Ethelstan, lord of earls, ring-giver of warriors, and his brother Eke, Edmund Atheling, lifelong glory in battle won with edges of swords at Brunanburh, which gives us the oldest name of the field of battle. Then we have the foes lay low, the Scots people and the shipmen death-doomed fell, showing that they had arrived by sea. Again, the West Saxons forth the livelong day in martial bands followed the footsteps of the hostile nations. Again, the Mercians refused not the hard hand-play to any of the warriors who with Olaf or the waves mingling in the ship's bosom the land had sought, death-doomed in fight, showing that Olaf, too, arrived by sea. The slaughter, too, was great. 5 lay on that battle-stead, young kings by swords laid to sleep, so 7 eke of Olaf's jarls, of the army countless shipmen and Scots. Then both Olaf and Constantine take refuge in their ships and fly by sea. There was put to flight Northmen's prince, by need constrained to the vessel's prow, with a little band the bark drove afloat. The king departed on the fallow flood, his life preserved, so there eke the aged came by flight to his country north, Constantine, hoary warrior. His son and friends are slain. He of his kinsmen was bereft, of his friends deprived, on the trysting place in conflict slain, and his son he left on the slaughter place, mangled with wounds, young in warfare. The Northmen who came from Dublin with another Olaf returned. Departed then the Northmen in their nailed barks, the darts gory leaving on the roaring sea, o'er the deep water, Dublin to seek Ireland, once more in mind abashed. And the poem concludes, No slaughter has been greater in this island, ever yet of folk laid low before this, by the sword's edges, from what books tell us. O chroniclers, since hither from the east Angles and Saxons came to land, o'er the broad seas Britain sought proud war smiths, the Welsh o'ercame, men for glory eager, the country gained. The site of this great battle is one of the problems in English history which has not yet been solved. It has been generally placed at Brumby or Brock on the Humber, from the statement that Anlaf entered the Humber with his ships, but if a large part of his force came from the north by land, it is unlikely that they would be allowed to penetrate as far as the Humber before they were met by Athelstan. Others have looked for it in Lancashire from the statement that Anlaf fled in his ships to Dublin, but the Anlaf who returned to Dublin was Anlaf, son of Godfrey, king of the Danes of Dublin, who had come to support his brethren in Northumbria, and he probably landed in Cumberland and made his way with the Cumbrians from thence to Northumbria and returned as he came. Anlaf, the son-in-law of Constantine, was Anlaf, son of Sitriach, and he appears to have escaped with his father-in-law in the ships from the Humber and returned to Scotland. The poem in the Saxon Chronicle terms the field of battle the trysting place, and the Eagle's saga likewise implies that the battle had been fought at the place fixed by Anlaf for the assembling of his forces. We must therefore look for it at some point suitable for bringing these forces together. They may be said, in the main, to have come from three directions. First, a part under Constantine, and possibly his son-in-law, Anlaf, came in ships up the Humber. Another part, consisting of the Scotch army, came by land from Scotland, and a third, consisting of the Cumbrians and the Danes from Dublin, came from the west, while Athelstan in his march from the south met them and gave them battle at a place called Brunanburh in the Saxon Chronicle, and Vinheidi by the Eagle's Saga. Simeon of Durham says in his History of the Kings that Athelstan fought at Wendune and put King Anlaf with 615 ships, Constantine, king of the Scots, and the king of the Cumbrians with all their forces to flight. And in his History of the Church of Durham, he says Athelstan fought at Wendune, which is also called Ad Brunanmere or Brunanbarig, against Anlaf, the son of Guthred, the late king, who had arrived with a fleet of 615 ships, supported by the auxiliaries of the kings recently spoken of, that is to say, of the Scots and Cumbrians. The Wendune of Simeon is evidently the Vinheidi of the Eagle's Saga, and Brunanbarig, the Duinbrund of the Pictish Chronicle, and the Borg on the river at the northern extremity of the heath occupied by Anlaf and his army. Now the Humber with the Ouse, which falls into it, is navigable for vessels as far as Boroughbridge, Bridge, anciently called Pontebergi, about 16 miles from York. A little lower down the river was an important Roman station of Insurium, the ramparts of which still remain, and here 4 Roman roads met, 2 from the south and 2 from the north. The Roman road from York passed along the left bank of the Ouse until it crossed at a ferry near Aldwark, not far above the present bridge. Another road from the south passed through Knaresborough and joined the former road at this point. From it to Itinera went one direct to the north, and the other to Cataracton or Catterick on the Swale, whence it proceeded by Stanmore into Cumberland. The Roman station of Isurium was called by the Angles the Eelburg or Oldburg. It appears in the time of Edward the Confessor as the manor of Burke, and it is now Aldborough. About a quarter of a mile to the west of Boroughbridge are 3 large monoliths varying from 18 to 23 feet high. They are now called the Devil's Arrows, and east of Aldborough, at a place called Dunsforth, was a tumulus called the Devil's Cross. It was broken into many years ago for the road materials, and in it were found human remains. Aldborough unites almost all the conditions required for the site of Brunanburg. The ships which entered the Humber could make their way thus far. This burg, called by the Angles the Old Burg, may have been the Borg on the river, occupied by Anlaf. The Borg, south of the heath, occupied by Athelstan, could hardly have been York, as it was too well known not to be mentioned by name, but may have been the strong position of Knaresborough, from whence an ancient way led to Aldeburgh. The Scots would advance by one of the northern routes, and the Danes of Dublin and the Cumbrians by a great highway which led from Cumberland by Cataract. The only authority which gives any indication of its situation are the annals of Clon Macnoise, which say that the battle was fought on the plains of Athlin. Athlin is probably Gethlin, now Getling, which gives its name to two wapentakes in the Vale of the Swale, which unites with the Eure close to Aldeburgh and forms the river Ouse, which flows past York into the Humber, and the monuments called the Devil's Cross and the Devil's Arrows may be memorials of the battle. Soon after Athelstan had gained this great victory, he was to receive an unexpected auxiliary in curbing the Danes of Northumberland. In one of the Norse sagas we are told that Eric, called Bloody Axe, the son of the Norwegian king Harald Hafgar, sailed with a fleet to the west. He went first to Orkney, where he recruited his force, and then sailed south to England, plundering the coasts of Scotland and Northumberland as he went, on which King Athelstan offered him a settlement in Northumberland if he would defend it against the Danes and other Vikings and be baptized. Eric accepted their offers, received lands in Northumberland, where he settled his followers, was baptized, and had his residence at York. Athelstan did not long survive the battle, but died in the year 940, and was succeeded by his brother Edmund. 5 years after this great defeat, Constantine, worn out with age and disappointment, resigned the throne for the pilgrim's staff and committed the kingdom to Malcolm, the son of his predecessor Donald, who was entitled under the Tanistic law to succeed him. The later chronicles say that he became abbot of the Caldees of St. Andrews and served God in that capacity for 5 years, but that is importing later language and ideas into his time, though he appears to have retired to the monastery of St. Andrews. St. Bertrand says, afterwards God did call him to the Reckless monastery on the brink of the waves, in the house of the apostle Andrew. He came to death, undefiled was the pilgrim. He lived 10 years after his retirement, and his death is recorded by the Ulster Annals in the year 952 and by the Pictish Chronicle in the 10th year of his successor. Malcolm commenced his reign by making the first attempt to push the power of the kings of Alban beyond the Spey. So far as the northern boundary of the kingdom, their authority seems now to have been pretty well established, but he now invaded the province of Moreb, or Moray, beyond it with his army, and slew Kelloc, probably its provincial king. But with what permanent result we are not told. He was soon, however, to receive a much more important addition to his dominions in another direction. In the year 941, we are told by the Saxon Chronicle, the Northumbrians belied their fealty oaths and chose Olaf of Ireland for their king. It is difficult to distinguish between the acts of the two Anlafs, the son of Guthfrith and the son of Sitruach, in their appearances in Northumberland, and the chroniclers themselves seem to share in the difficulty. But following in the main the Saxon Chronicle, we may hold that this was Anlaf, son of Guthfrith, or Godfrey, king of the Danes of Dublin. But a year after that, having laid waste and burnt the church of St. Bathair at Tyningham, he suddenly perished. Anlaf, the son of Sitruach and son-in-law of Constantine, at length became king of Northumberland. In the year 943 he took Tamworth by storm, and great slaughter was made on either side, and the Danes had the victory and led away great booty with them. King Edmund then beset him in Leicester, and would have captured him had he not escaped out of the town by night. After that, King Anlaf gained King Edmund's friendship and was received by him at baptism, and he royally gifted him. And in the same year, after a good long interval, he received King Reginald at the bishop's hand. This sudden friendship, however, only subsisted 1 year, for in 944 King Edmund subdued all Northumberland into his power and expelled the 2 kings, Anlaf, son of Sitruach, and Ragnald, son of Guthfrith. During the whole of these attempts by the Danish kings of Dublin to maintain possession of Northumberland, and the repeated invasions from Dublin which followed every effort to expel them, they seem to have made their way through the territories of the Cumbrian Britons, and to have received the support of their kings, who, as descended from the brother of King Constantine, whose daughter Anlaf or Anlaf Cuaran had married, were nearly connected with him. Edmund seems therefore to have resolved to deprive them of this ready means of access to Northumberland and the support they obtained from it by overrunning the British territories and making the King of Alban a guarantee for their fidelity. The Saxon Chronicle tells us that in the year 945 King Edmund harried over all Cumberland and gave it all up to Malcolm, King of the Scots, on the condition that he should be his co-operator both on sea and on land. It has usually been assumed that this refers to the district in England afterwards called Cumberland alone, but the people termed by the same chronicle the Strathclyde Welsh had now come to be known under the Latin appellation of Cumbria, and their territory as the land of the Cumbrians, of which Cumberland is simply the Saxon equivalent. Their king at this time was Donald, the son of that Eugenius or Orwin, who was at the Battle of Brunanburg. He is called King of the Northern Britons, and his kingdom extended from Derwent in Cumberland to the Clyde. Accordingly, we find in the British annals that at this time Strathclyde was ravaged by the Saxons. There can be little question that the tenure by which the Cumbrian kingdom was held by Malcolm was one of fealty towards the King of England, and this seems to be the first occasion on which this relation was established with any reality between them, so far at least as this grant is concerned. In the following year Edmund died and is succeeded by Edred Atheling, his brother, who, the Saxon Chronicle tells us, reduced all Northumberland under his power, and the Scots gave him oaths that they would all that he would. The next year Wulstan, the archbishop, and all the Northumbrian witan swore fealty to the king, and within a little space belied it all, both pledges and also oaths, as did also the Scots, for in 948 King Eldred harried over all Northumberland because they had taken Eric for their king, and when the king went homewards the army within York overtook him, and there made great slaughter. Then was the king so indignant that he would again march in and totally destroy the country. When the Northumbrian witan understood that, they forsook Eric and made compensation for the deed to King Edred. Upon this the irrepressible Anlaf Cuaran again appeared on the scene, and came in the year 949 to Northumberland. This was the 7th year of the reign of Malcolm, the son of Donald, and we are told by the Pictish Chronicle that in that year he laid waste the Anglic territories as far as the river Tees, and carried off a multitude of men with their flocks, and that he did this at the instigation of Constantine, though some say that he made this plundering raid himself, having requested the king to surrender the kingdom to him for 1 week for the purpose, but he seems at all events to have retained in his penitential cell a sufficient interest in secular matters to incite Malcolm to support the attempt by his son-in-law Anlaf upon Northumberland by this expedition. Anlaf only possessed Northumberland 3 years when the Northumbrians expelled him in 952, and again received Eric bloody axe, and 2 years after expelled him and submitted to Edred, who in 954 assumed the kingdom of the Northumbrians. This terminated the kingdom. Edred committed the government to an earl, and Northumbria from a kingdom thus became an earldom, and remained so from henceforth. Anlaf Cuaran on this his last expulsion, took refuge in Ireland, and spent the rest of a long life in incessant wars in that country as King of the Danes of Dublin, till at last, in the year 980, he was defeated in a great battle at Tara with the King of Ireland, in which his son Ragnall was slain, together with all the nobles of the Gauls of Dublin, and Anlaf, son of Sitruach, High King of the Gauls, went on pilgrimage to High Colum Kill, where he died. In the year 954, the Ulster Annals record that Melcolm, son of Domnall, king of Alban, was slain. The Pictish Chronicle tells us that the men of Murn slew him at Fod Reshach, now Federoso, in parish of Fordon, Kincardineshire. But the later chronicles remove the scene of his death farther north, and state that he was slain in Ullern by the Moravienses, or people of Moray. St. Berchan, however, places it with the Pictish Chronicle in the parish of Fordham, when he says, 9 years to his reign, traversing the borders on the brink of Dunfather at last, will shout the gale around his grave. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Alban. The succession to the throne now fell according to the system of alternate succession which prevailed in the line of the Scottish kings, to Indolf, the son of his predecessor Constantine, and during his reign of 8 years only 2 events are recorded, the first of which is, however, one of great significance. We are told by the Pictish Chronicle that in his time Dunedin, or Edinburgh, was evacuated by the Angles and surrendered to the Scots, who still possessed it when the Chronicle was compiled. The surrender of Edinburgh implied that of the district between the Esk and the Avon, of which it was the principal stronghold, and the tenure of which by the Angles had always been very uncertain and precarious. From the Avon to the Forth, the territory was still probably claimed by the Britons of Strathclyde. The other event recorded in the Pictish Chronicle is that a fleet of the Sumarlidi, or summer wanderers, a term applied to those Norwegian pirates who went out on plundering expeditions in summer, spending the winter at home or in a friendly port, had made a descent upon Buchan, and were there cut off. This Norwegian fleet in question was probably that of the sons of Eric Bloody Axe, who had gone on his death from Northumberland to Orkney. The later chronicles state that Indolf was slain by the Norwegians at Invercullen, but if this is the same event, the Pictish Chronicle gives no countenance to the statement, and St. Berchan distinctly implies that he died at St. Andrews. In his metrical account of his reign, he alludes to this unsuccessful attempt upon his territories and to his acquisition of Dunedin, when he says, "No severance will he sever of Alban, of ships of long territories. It is an addition to his kingdom he will take from a foreign land by force. 9 years and a half of bright fame for him over Alban in the sovereignty, in the house of the same pure apostle. He died, where died his father." As his death is not recorded by the Pictish Chronicle or by the Ulster Annals, it is probable that he had followed his father's example and retired to the monastery of Kilremont, committing his kingdom to Dub, the son of Malcolm, who would have been entitled to succeed him on his death, but his family do not appear to have acquiesced in this, and there is some appearance that the principle of lineal succession was now coming into conflict with the form of Tannistic succession which had hitherto prevailed. The acquisition first of the Cumbrian kingdom and afterwards of part of Lothian would, no doubt, aid this. The latter was the acquisition of Indolf himself, and his son would naturally claim it as his inheritance accordingly. Dub had not been 3 years on the throne when we find a battle fought at Drumcrub in Strathern between him and Cuilean, the son of Indolf, who appears to have been supported by the lay abbot of Dunkeld and the governor of Atholl. In this battle Cuilean was defeated and his 2 supporters slain. 2 years after, Cuilean succeeds in expelling Dub, and in the same year the Ulster Annals record his death. The later chronicles relate a strange story that Dub was slain in Forres, that his body was hidden under the bridge of Kinloss, and that the sun did not shine till it was found. These chroniclers usually remove the scene of the battles in which these kings were slain from their southern localities to the northern districts of Scotland. It is, however, possible that in this case, when Dub was expelled from the kingdom, he may have taken refuge in the country beyond the Spey and had been slain at Kinloss, while the fact that an eclipse of the sun was visible there on the 10th of July, 967, may have given rise to the tradition of Cuilean's reign, which lasted 4 years and a half. We know nothing further than that he and his brother Eochodius or Eocha were slain by the Britons in the year 971. The later chronicles are here in accord with the older, for they state that he was slain in Laodonia, or Lothian, that is probably the port of Lothian, which his father had acquired from the Angles by Andarch, son of Donvald, on account of his daughter. Saint Berchan names these 2 kings Dub or Black and Fionn or White, and considers that during Dub's life they reigned jointly. 2 kings after that over Alban, both of them at mutual strife, Fionn and Dub together, woe, who took them in joint reign, 9 years for them in their reign. He terms the latter Dub of the 3 black divisions, which implies that he had the support of only 3 of the provinces of Fionn or Cuilean. He says, "The grave of Fionn on the brink of the waves, a spear shall sever life. In a strange, high, valiant land, it was by the Britons shall be his death." The succession to the throne of Alban now fell to Kenneth, the son of Malcolm and brother of Dub, and his first act seems to have been to retaliate upon the Britons for the death of his predecessor, but this he did not effect without loss. He is said by the Pictish Chronicle to have immediately laid waste the territory of the Britons to a great extent, while a party of his foot soldiers were cut off with great slaughter in the moss of the Cornag, the water which gives its name to Abercorn. His attention, however, was soon directed to the more important field of Northumbria. When the kingdom came to an end in 954, and the government of an earl substituted, the first earl appointed was Osulf, who ruled over both provinces, but he was succeeded in 966 by Aslak, and soon after Northumbria was divided into 2 earldoms, Aslak ruling at York and the southern parts, while Eodulf, called Eve-child, was placed over the Northumbrians from the Tees to Merkforth, or the Firth of Forth. Immediately after the unsatisfactory expedition against the Strathclyde Britons, the Scots are recorded in the Pictish Chronicle to have laid waste Saxonia, or the northern part of Northumbria, as far as Stanmore, Cleveland, and the pools of De Ira, that is, the part of Northumbria which had been placed as a separate earldom under Eodulf, and in order to protect himself against the Britons, Kenneth fortified the fords of the river Forth, which at this time separated his kingdom from that of Strathclyde. In the following year Kenneth repeated his invasion of Northumbria, and is said to have carried off a son of the king of the Saxons, by whom Earl Eadolf is probably meant. We now lose the invaluable guidance of the Pictish Chronicle, which appears to have been compiled in Kenneth's reign at Brechin, as it breaks off with the intimation that this king gave the great city of Brechin to the Lord, and leaves the years of his reign unfilled up, while it contains no record of his death. But on the other hand, we recover the Irish annalist Tigernach, the hiatus in whose annals terminates with the year 973. In 975 he tells us that Domhnall, son of Eochain, king of the Britons, went on a pilgrimage. The Welsh chronicle, the Brut y Tyrsogion, which records the same event, calls him Dumwallan, king of Strathclyde, and states that he went to Rome. He is the same Domnaldus who was king of the Cumbrians when Eadmund ravaged the country in 945, and was the son of that Eugenius, king of the Cumbrians, who fought in the battle of Brunanburg. Kenneth, too, appears to have had to contend against the claims of the sons of Indolf to succeed to their father, in preference to that form of the law of tanistry which had hitherto regulated the succession, by which it alternated between the two branches of the Scottish royal family. For Tigernach records that Amleth or Olaf, the son of Indolf, king of Alban, was slain in the year 977 by Kenneth, son of Malcolm. The English chroniclers, however, add some events to the reign of Kenneth of a much more questionable character, the chief of which is that the district of Lothian was ceded to Kenneth by King Edgar, to be held by him as a fief of the English crown. This statement first appears in the tract on the arrival of the Saxons attributed to Simeon of Durham. It is there said that when Edgar set to the Earls Aslak and Endolf over Northumbria, giving the latter the territory from the Tees to the Forth, these earls with the bishop brought Kenneth, king of the Scots, to King Edgar, and when he had done homage to him, Edgar gave him Lothian and sent him home with honour. This chronicle was made use of by John Wallingford, who wrote nearly a century later, and thus elaborates the story. Kenneth, the king of Scotland, hearing from common report and the praises of the two earls, Aslak and Eadolf, and Elfsey, bishop of Durham, of the greatness of King Edgar, desiring greatly to see him, asked and obtained a safe conduct to London, that he might converse with him. Thus conducted at the command of the king by the two earls and the bishop, Kenneth, the king of Scotland, came to London and was honourably received by King Edgar and treated with high consideration. While they were conversing familiarly and pleasantly together, Kenneth suggested to Edgar that Lothian was a hereditary possession of the kings of Scotland, and therefore ought to belong to him. King Edgar, being unwilling to do anything hurriedly, for fear of repenting of what he had done afterwards, referred to the cause to his counsellors. These men, having been well instructed in the wisdom of their ancestors, unless the King of Scotland should consent to do homage for it to the King of England, and chiefly because the means of access to that district for the purposes of defence are very difficult, and its possession not very profitable. Kenneth, however, assented to this decision, and sought and obtained it on the understanding that he was to do homage for it, and he did homage accordingly to King Edgar, and further was obliged to promise under pledges in solemn form that he would not deprive the people of that region of their ancient customs, and that they should still be allowed to use the name and language of the Angles. These conditions have been faithfully observed to the present day, and thus was settled the old dispute about Lothian, though a new ground of difference still often arises. The older English chroniclers know nothing whatever of this cession of Lothian by King Edgar to Kenneth, and it is quite inconsistent with the account given by Simeon of Durham himself of how the Scottish kings acquired it. The Saxon Chronicle, though it mentions the cession of Cumbria to Malcolm, has no hint of this transaction, while the Pictish Chronicle presents us with a totally different picture of the relations between Kenneth and the two earls who shared the Northumbrian territories between them. There he appears only as endeavouring to wrest the country north of the Tees from one of them. We may therefore dismiss this tale as having no foundation in fact, and as one of those spurious narratives arising out of the controversy as to the dependence of Scotland. That the kings of Alban, of the line of Kenneth mac Alban, asserted some claim to the territory south of the Firth of Forth seems, however, to have some foundation. Otherwise it is difficult to account for the fact that they no sooner become possessed of the Pictish throne than, instead of consolidating their power over the Pictish kingdom, they at once attacked Saxonia, or the Northumbrian districts, on the south side of the Firth of Forth. Kenneth, the founder of their house, is said to have invaded it 6 times. Giric is said to have conquered Bernicia. We find Constantine, son of Aed, in alliance with the northern Saxons, and in conjunction with Anlaf Ciaran, invading Northumbria. Malcolm, son of Donald, overruns the country as far as the Tees. Edinburgh and the district around it are given up by the Angles to Indolf, and Kenneth, of whom we are treating twice, repeats a similar invasion. But if these invasions of Northumbria were connected with any supposed claim to its possession, it was not Lothian alone, but the whole of Bernicia that they claimed. Upon what right such a claim could have been based, whether upon the extent to which the previous kings of the Picts had obtained possession of part of that territory, or whether upon some ground peculiar to their dynasty, and involving, as Wallingford asserts, the assertion of a hereditary right, it is difficult to say. There is no doubt that not long before the accession of Kenneth mac Alban to the Pictish throne, the kingdom of Northumbria seems to have fallen into a state of complete disintegration, and we find a number of independent chiefs, or duces as they are termed, appearing in different parts of the country and engaging in conflict with the kings and with each other, slaying and being slain, conspiring against the king and being conspired against in their turn, expelling him and each other and being expelled. Out of this confusion, however, one family emerges who appear as lords of Bamborough and for a time govern Bernicia, Galloway, with which Kenneth's family was connected, and out of which he emerged to claim the Pictish throne, was nominally a part of Bernicia and under Anglic rule. And it is not impossible that among the chiefs who at this time appear to have asserted their position against the king of Northumbria, and to have practically ruled over different districts, one of Scottish descent, either from his connection with Galloway or from some connection in the female line with the Northumbrians, may have for the time obtained such a right to the rule over Bernicia as might give rise to a claim on the part of his descendants. But be this as it may, we may hold it as certain that no cession of any part of this territory, in addition to what had been acquired by Indolf, had been made at this time to Kenneth, son of Malcolm. But if Kenneth did not add permanently to his kingdom on the south, we find that the districts beyond the Spey on the north had again fallen under the dominion of the Norwegian Earl of Orkney. The earl who ruled at this time was Sigurd the Stout. He was the son of Hlodver, the previous Earl of Orkney, whose father, Thorfinn, called the Skull Cleaver, was the son of Earl Einar, and by his marriage with Grey-Lauga, daughter of Dungar, or Duncan, the Jarl of Caithness, had brought that district to the Norwegian Earls of Orkney. But although they appear to have claimed Caithness as now forming an integral part of their dominions as Norwegian earls, and maintained possession of it as such, the kings of Alban seem also to have asserted a right to a sovereignty over it as one of the dependencies of their kingdom. By Greylauga, Earl Thorfinn had 5 sons, 3 of whom were successively Earls of Orkney. Havard, the eldest son, succeeded him, and was slain by his wife. And we find that when Leoter, the second brother, was Earl of Orkney, another brother, Skule, went to Scotland and obtained a right to the earldom of Caithness from the king of the Scots. This led to a conflict between the brothers, in which Skule was supported by the Scottish king and a Scottish earl called Magbyodr, and a battle ensued in which the Scots were defeated and Skule slain. Earl Leoder then took possession of Caithness and remained at war with the Scots. When Earl Magbyodr again came from Scotland with an army and met him at Skidamire in Caithness, where a hotly contested battle took place, in which Leoder was victorious but was mortally wounded. Haloder, the only surviving brother, succeeded to the earldom but died of sickness and was buried at Inhofen in Caithness. Sigurd, his son, succeeded him about the year 980 and was, we are told, a powerful man and a great warrior. He kept Caithness by main force from the Scots and went every summer in war expeditions to the Sundries or Western Isles, to Scotland and to Ireland. Soon after Sigurd's succession, we find Finleikr, a Scotch jarl, entering Caithness with a large army and challenging Earl Sigurd to meet him in battle at the same Skidmere in Caithness where Magbyodr had met the former earl. He was no doubt the Finlaig son of Ruaidri Mormaer or Moreb or Moray, whose death Tigernach records in the year 1020, and Magbyodr was probably the male Brigdi who is mentioned as his brother and had been the previous Momaer. Sigurd drew an army together, but it was inferior in numbers until he obtained the aid of the Bonder, or allodial possessors of Orkney, by restoring to them the full right to their allodial lands, which had been taken from them by Earl Einar, and then went to battle with Earl Finleikr, whom he entirely defeated. Sigurd seems to have followed up his victory by overrunning the provinces north of the Spey, as we find him in 989 in possession of the 4 provinces of Moray, Ross, Surdland or Sutherland, and Dali. The district to which the name of Dali is here given was probably that part of Argathelia which had borne the name of Dalriada, a name which still lingered in connection with it and appears in the Irish annalists for the last time at this period, and the acquisition of this district by Sigurd seems to have brought him in contact with the rulers of the Western Isles who had hitherto possessed it. These were also Norwegians, and the kings of Norway appear to have claimed tribute from the islands and to have attempted from time to time to maintain a direct dominion over them by means of jarls or earls, while at other times they appear under the rule of a Danish king of the Isles. In 973 we find a king Maccus or Magnus, whom Florence of Worcester calls king of many islands, and in the Irish annals he is called son of Eralt, who was son of Sitruach, lord of the Danes of Limerick. He died about 977, and we then find his brother Godred or Gofrey, son of Eralt, called king of Innisgal or the Western Isles. These kings were descended from Ingvar or Imher, the ancestor of the Danish kings of Dublin, termed from him High Imher. And thus, while the Danes gave kings to Dublin, Waterford, and Northumbria, the Norwegians gave earls to Orkney, which they colonized and possessed the Innis Gaul, Sudreys, or Western Isles, the island of Man appearing to have been a bone of contention between the two. At the time that Sigurd came into contact with Godred or Godred Mac Eralt, he had entered into a short struggle with the Danes of Dublin for the possession of Man and the Isles. In 986, the Ulster Annals tells us that the Danes came with 3 ships to Erer Dalriati, or the coastlands of Dalriada, but that the attack was successfully resisted. The Danes were taken 140 of them were hung, and the rest thrust through, and in the same year Columcille was plundered by the Danes on Christmas Eve, and the abbot slain with 15 of the brethren. In the following year a battle is fought at the Isle of Man against Cofrath Mac Aralt and the Danes, in which 1,000 of them were slain, and in the same year a great slaughter was made of the Danes who had pillaged Iona. Godred or Gofra had, however, now to encounter Sigurd, Earl of Orkney. The events of this war are partly detailed to us in the Nile saga in connection with the adventures of Grim and Helgi, the sons of Niall of Iceland. The narrative commences with the sons of Niall leaving Iceland in a ship with Olaf Ketilsson of Ialda and Bardi the White. They are driven southward by a strong north wind, and so thick a mist came over them that they knew not where they were till the shoal water showed them they must be near land. They asked Bardi if he knows what land they would be nearest, who says that with the wind they had it might be the islands of Scotland or Ireland. 2 nights after they entered a fjord, when they see land on both sides and breakers within, here they anchor, and next morning are attacked by 13 ships coming out of the fjord, commanded by Griotgard and Snakeolf, sons of Moldan, from Duncansby in Caithness. The battle is then described, and they are hard bestead. When looking to seaward, they see 10 vessels coming from the southward round the promontory. They row hard towards them, and in the first of the ships they see a man by the mast, clad in a silken kirtle, with a gilded helmet and gold-studded spear. This was Kari, Solmund's son, one of the Earl Sigurd's courtiers, who had been taking scat or tribute from the Sudreys from Earl Gilly. The battle is then renewed, and the sons of Earl Molden are both slain. The sons of Niall then accompany Kari to Hrossi, or the mainland of Orkney, where he presents them to Sigurd, and tells him he found them fighting in the fjords of Scotland with the sons of Earl Molden. These fjords of Scotland must be the numerous sea locks which intersect the west coast, and as the fjord in question lay between Orkney and the Sudreys, had land on both sides, and a fleet coming from the south would be seen passing on. Looking to seaward, the description seems to answer to Lochbroom in the northwest of Rossshire. The sons of Niall are passing the winter with Sigurd when he receives news that 2 Scotch earls, Hundi and Melsnodi, had entered the Norwegian territory on the mainland and slain Havard of Threswick, Sigurd's brother-in-law, who was probably its Norwegian governor. This territory, we are told, consisted of the Riskies, or provinces in Scotland of Ross, Moray, Sutherland, and Dolly, Caithness being considered as belonging to Orkney and not to Scotland. Earl Sigurd collects a large army and lands in Caithness, and a great battle takes place between him and the Earls of Duncaness. When the Scots are defeated, Earl Melsnodi slain, and Earl Hundi driven to flight, who is pursued till they learn that Earl Melkoff is collecting another army at Duncansby. When, finding themselves not in a position to meet the second army, the Norwegians return to Orkney. In the following summer, Kari goes on an expedition with the sons of Niall, makes war in many places, and is everywhere victorious. They encounter Godred, king of Man, and vanquish him. Kari then goes to Norway with the scat or tribute to the Earl Hakon of Norway. In the following summer they make a second expedition and harry all the Sudreys. Thence they go to Kintyre, land there, fight with the landsmen, and carry off plunder. Then they go south to Wales, hold on for the Isle of Man, and again meet Godred, fight with him, and slay Dungal his son. Thence they go north to Scone, or Colonsay, where they find Earl Gilly and stay with him a while. Then Earl Gilly accompanies them to the Orkneys to meet Earl Sigurd, who gives them his sister Nereid in marriage, and he returns to the Sudreys and the sons of Niall to Iceland. Such is the short outline of this curious narrative, from which we may gather that the tenure by which Earl Sigurd held his mainland possessions extended to the River Spey was a very precarious one, and appears to have been more an assertion of dominion over the native Moor mayors, who took every opportunity to throw off the yoke. In the Western Islands we find an Earl Gilly having his principal seat in Colonsay, and paying scat or tribute to Sigurd, while Godred, who is obviously the Gofrake Mac Arelt, the Danish king of Innis Gaul of the Ulster Annals, has his residence in Man. We also see that the Earl of Orkney paid scat or tribute to Earl Hakon of Norway. The name Gilly indicates that he was a native, and not a Norwegian, and that the Sudreys did not so much differ from the mainland possessions in being merely subject and tributary to the Norwegians, as in being actually colonized by them. The Ulster Annals record in 989 the death of Gofrake Mac Arelt, king of Innis Gaul, in Dalriate, the Dally of Niall's saga, which gives us the date of the conclusion of this war, by which the temporary occupation of the Western Isles by the Danes of Dublin appears to have been brought to an end. If Kenneth was thus unable to extend his territories either south of the Firth of Forth or beyond the Spey on the north, we may well suppose that during a long reign of 24 years he could do much to consolidate the power of the Scots within these limits. Of the two great branches of the descendants of Kenneth Mac Alpin, who gave kings alternately to Alban, the senior house, of which he was the head, seems to have had its main interest in the provinces north of the Tay, while the junior house was more particularly connected with that of Fife and the other provinces south of it. We find the kings of the former house invariably confronted with the people called the men of Mern, or the Mearns ne Morn, as those of the latter were with the men of Fortran, Fru Fortran. Thus Donald, son of Constantine, is slain at Dunfather, or Dunader. His son Malcolm, too, is killed by the men of the Mern at Fetters Esso, and Kenneth, son of Malcolm, founds the church Brecon in this part of the kingdom. On the other hand, the two conflicts which Constantine, son of Aed, had with the Northmen, one against the Norwegians in his 3rd year, and the other against the Danes in his 18th year, are fought by the men of Fortran. After the reign of Constantine, we hear no more of the men of Fortran, who had now apparently become merged in the general population. But Kenneth was slain by his own subjects, to which the Ulster Annals add the significant expression by treachery. We have not now the assistance of the Pictish Chronicle, but the later chronicles tell us that he was slain in Fotherkern, now Fettercairn, in the Mearns, by the treachery of Finvella, daughter of Conchar, Earl of Angus, whose only son Kenneth had killed at Dunsinane. And this is confirmed by St. Berchan, who places his death on the moorland plain at the foot of the mount, or great chain of the so-called Grampians. He will bend his steps, no neighbourly act, to Magslaib at the great Monad. The gale will shout around his head. His death was the end of it. He was succeeded by Constantine, the son of his predecessor Culian, but his accession was not unopposed, as he had barely reigned 2 years, when we are told by Tigernach that a battle took place between the men of Alban in the year 997, in which Constantine Mac Culandane was slain with many others. The later chronicles say that he was slain at Rathinverramun, or the fort at the mouth of the river Almond, by Kenneth, son of Malcolm. Fordun places this battle on the banks of the Almond in West Lothian, and says that this Kenneth was an illegitimate brother of the deceased king. The latter statement may be true, as we have no other clue to his identity, but St. Berchan clearly places the battle on the Tay. A great battle shall be fought in Alban, with the shame of his head colours shall be changed. The leader of the hosts was he, at Southland, or the pool, which is called Toe. The allusion in the second line is to the epithet given him of Constantine the Bald, and by the name Toe the Tay is meant. Tigernach likewise records in the year 997 the death of Malcolm, son of Donald, king of the northern Britons. He was no doubt the son of the Donald who was king of the Cumbrians when his kingdom was overrun by King Edmund and bestowed upon Malcolm, king of Alban. And this shows that, though the sovereignty was now vested in the Scottish kings, the line of provincial kings still remained in possession of their territory. Constantine's successor was Kenneth, son of Dub, who was the son of Malcolm and the elder brother of Kenneth, son of Malcolm, the predecessor of Constantine. He is termed by St. Bertrand the Don or Brown from strong Duncath, which is probably the fort on one of the Sidlaw hills in the parish of Fern, Forfarshire, now called Duncathlaw, which connects him with the same part of the kingdom with which the branch of the descendants of Kenneth MacAlpin, to which he belonged, were peculiarly connected. In his 4th year, Athelred, king of England, appears to have attempted to wrest the Cumbrian kingdom from him, as the Saxon Chronicle tells us that in the year 1000 the king went to Cumberland and ravaged it very nigh all, and his ships went about Chester and should have come to meet him, but could not, while St. Bertrand implies that he had successfully resisted the attempt. He will scatter hosts of the Saxons. After the day of battle he will possess. 5 years after this, we are told by the Ulster Annals that a battle took place between the men of Alban among themselves, in which Kenneth, son of Dub, and the king of Alban fell. This expression, a battle among the men of Alban themselves, usually implies a war of succession, and the latter chronicles tell us that he was slain by Malcolm, the son of Kenneth, in Mogavard, or Monzivard in Strathern, and St. Bertrand confirms this when he says, 8 years and a half bright the deeds to the dawn in their sovereignty. 'Twas shut till they came against him. Alas, the gale again, the gale gathered around him, the day on which he will be killed by us at his stone of blood between two glens, not far from the banks of the Erne. St. Bertrand's expression, alas, the gale, again seems to imply that on this occasion Malcolm, son of Kenneth, brought against him the men of Merne, who appear to have occupied an important position in the population of the kingdom of Alban throughout the entire history of her kings. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Scotia. The line of the kings of Scottish descent had now been for a century and a half in possession of the Pictish throne. During the first half-century they had borne the title of kings of the Picts, but during the remainder of this period their title had passed over into that of kings of Alban, and what formerly had been known as Cruithin Tuach and Pictavia, or the territory of the Picts, and from its capital, the kingdom of Scone, had now become Albania, or the kingdom of Alban, extending from the Firth of Forth to the river Spey, over which these kings of Alban ruled, while a certain supremacy was acknowledged beyond it. The mixed population of Picts and Scots had now become, to a great extent, amalgamated, and under the influence of the dominant race of the Scots were identified with them in name. Their power was now to be further consolidated and their influence extended during the 30 years' reign of a king who proved to be the last of his race, and who was to bequeath the kingdom under the name of Scotia to a new line of kings. This was Malcolm, the son of Kenneth, who slew his predecessor, Kenneth, the son of Dub, at Manziverd. Malcolm appears to have inaugurated the commencement of his reign by the usual attempt on the part of the more powerful kings of this race to wrest Bernicia from the kings of England, but which resulted in defeat and a great slaughter of his people. The Ulster Annals tell us that in the year 1006 a great battle was fought between the men of Alban and of Saxonia, in which the men of Alban were overcome, and a great slaughter made of their nobles, and Simeon of Durham furnishes us with further details. He says that during the reign of Ethelred, king of the English, Malcolm, king of the Scots, the son of King Kinnaid, collected together the entire military force of Scotland, and having devastated the province of the Northumbrians with fire and sword, he laid siege to Durham. At this time Bishop Alban had the government there, for Wulfheof, who was the Earl of the Northumbrians, had shut himself up in Bamborough. He was exceedingly aged, and in consequence could not undertake any active measure against the enemy. Bishop Alban had given his daughter Ecfrida in marriage to his son Uchtred, a youth of great energy and well skilled in military affairs. Now when this young man perceived that the land was devastated by the enemy, and that Durham was in a state of blockade and siege, he collected together into one body a considerable number of the men of Northumbria and York, and cut to pieces nearly the entire multitude of the Scots, the king himself and a few others escaping with difficulty. But if Malcolm thus met with this great defeat in his first attempt to extend his territories beyond the Firth of Forth on the south, he does not appear to have been more successful in wresting the districts north of the Spey from the grasp of Sigurd, the powerful Earl of Orkney. The only change which appears to have taken place in Sigurd's relations with the kings of the Scots is that from being a pagan he had become Christian under the influence of Olaf Tryggvason, the first Christian king of Norway, who, returning from a Viking expedition to the west, came to the Orkneys in the year 997 and seized Earl Sigurd as he lay under the Isle of Hoy with a single ship. King Olaf offered the Earl to ransom his life on condition he should embrace the true faith and be baptized, that he should become his man and proclaim Christianity over all the Orkneys. He took his son Hundi, or Havelp, as a hostage and left the Orkneys for Norway, where Hundi stayed with him some years and died there. This event was more likely to confirm than to shake Sigurd's hold over the Scottish provinces, and he had now the support of the King of Norway, who, according to the Olaf Tryggvason's saga, promised him that he should hold in full liberty as his subject and with the dignity of an earl all the dominions which he had had before. Malcolm appears to have found it more expedient to form an alliance with Sigurd, as the next event recorded in the history of the Norwegian earl is that he then married the daughter of Melkolf, the king of the Scots, by whom he had a son, Thorfinn. A great event, however, was now approaching, which was not only to terminate Sigurd's sway over these districts with his life, but to free Ireland almost entirely from the domination of the Danes. The native tribes of Ireland at length resolved to make a serious effort to throw off the Danish yoke. The war commenced in Munster, and the leader was the celebrated Brian Borum, the head of one of its most powerful tribes. His success in this war led to his becoming the monarch of all Ireland about a year or two before Malcolm ascended the Scottish throne. The struggle between the two races in Ireland, the Scandinavian and the Gaelic, soon became a vital one, and each party recognized that it must terminate either in the freedom of Ireland from the Danish dominion or in its entire and permanent subjection to them. This final conflict between the two races took place in the year 1014. Each party assembled from all quarters such forces as they could command, in addition to the native tribes of Munster, Connaught, and Meath, who followed Brian. He had also an auxiliary force from Alban under Donald, son of Eamon, son of Cainnuck, the mayor of Mar, and advanced against Dublin in the spring of that year. The Danes of Dublin, besides a party of the native tribes of Leinster who adhered to them, assembled the Northmen, both Danes and Norwegians, from all quarters. Among the former came Danes from Northumbria, and among the latter Sigurd, Earl of Orkney, with the Norwegians of Orkney and Caithness, and those of the Isle of Man, of Skye, of Lewis, of Kintyre, and a rare Gadel, or Argyll, as well as from Wales. This fleet arrived from every quarter at Dublin, and with the Danes of Dublin formed a very great force consisting of 3 strong battalions. A great battle took place at Clew and Tarb, near Dublin, on Good Friday in the year 1014, which ended in the entire defeat of the Danes and their auxiliaries. The slaughter was very great on both sides. On the side of the Irish, Brian himself, then an old man, fell after the victory had been won, and Domhnall, the Mormaer, or Mar, from Alban, was slain in the battle. On the side of the Danes, most of the leaders, with Sigurd, the Earl of Orkney, were slain. By the death of Sigurd, the provinces in Scotland, which had been subjected by him, seemed to have passed at once from under the domination of the Norwegian earls. In fact, the relation of these earls towards the territory under their rule varied considerably, and was more or less close according to the hold which the Norwegians had over them. When they had entirely settled and colonized a district, it was close and intimate, and the death of each earl in no way altered his position, and it passed naturally to his successor. This was the case with the Orkney Islands, which had become entirely Norwegian and were held as an earldom under the kingdom of Norway. They passed from him to his sons by his first marriage, Samarlidi, Brusi, and Einar, who divided the islands among them and were accepted as earls. Those possessions which had been only partially settled by the Norwegians were usually claimed by them and also by their native lords, and either formed part of the Norwegian earldom or were separated from it according to the power and ability of the Norwegian earl to retain their possession. Such was the position of Caithness, which was claimed by the Norwegian earl as part of his hereditary possessions, and also by the King of Scots as one of the dependencies of his kingdom. When Sigurd went on his expedition to Ireland, which ended so fatally for him, he had sent his son Thorfinn by his second wife, the daughter of Malcolm, King of the Scots, to his grandfather, and though he was only 5 years old at his father's death, the King of the Scots bestowed Caithness and Sutherland upon him with the title of Earl, and gave him men to rule the domain along with him. Those districts, on the other hand, which the Norwegians had rendered tributary to them without dispossessing their native rulers or to any great extent colonizing them, were in a different position. Their relation to the Norwegian earl seems to have been one mainly personal to the earl, whose power had subjected them to his authority, and ceased at his death, as it is said, with reference to a subsequent earl, that on his death many rickeys which the earl had subjected fell off, and their inhabitants sought the protection of those native chiefs who were territorially born to rule over them. This was the case with the province of Moray and Ross, which we find after Sigurd's death ruled over by the same Finnlaicr from whom he had wrested them, and who appears in Turgenac as Finnlaich mac Adri Ma'amur Morab, and in the Ulster Annals as Rai Alban, indicating that he claimed a position of independence both from the Earls of Orkney and the kings of the Scots. Such, too, may have been the position of those of the Sundries, which were under Earl Gilly. He is mentioned in the year of the Battle of Clontarf, but he did not accompany the Norwegian chiefs to Ireland. He appears to have been merely tributary to them, and readily transferred his obedience from one Norwegian leader to another, which, as well as the form of his name, confirms the impression that he was a native ruler and belonged to that portion of the Gaelic tribes who, from their subjection to foreign rule, were termed Gall Gadel, and the islands under his immediate rule may have now for a time have owned the authority of the King of the Scots. Such, too, was probably the position of the province termed by the Norwegians Dali, or the Dales, and which seems to have been the western districts known as Erer Gadel, and part of which was formerly Dalriada. This may also have been the position of Galloway, as we find in that district immediately after Clontarf, and Earl Melkoff, or Malcolm, whose name marks him out as a native chief. As Thorfinn was only 5 winters old when his father, Earl Sigurd, was slain in 1014, this places the marriage of King Malcolm's daughter to the Norwegian earl in the year 1008, but another, and evidently an elder daughter, had been already married to Crinan, or, as the Irish annals term him, Cronan, abbot of Dunkeld. Though bearing this designation, he was not an ecclesiastic, but in reality a great secular chief, occupying a position of power and influence not inferior to that of any of the native Mormaers. The effect of the incessant invasions and harassing depredations, directed as they were largely against the ecclesiastical establishments, had been to disorganize the Christian Church to a great extent, and to relax the power and sanction by which the constitution and the lives of her clergy were regulated. They became secular in their lives and habits, married, and had children who inherited their possessions. The more important benefices passed into the hands of laymen who, along with the name of the office, acquired possession of the lands attached to it, without taking orders or attempting to perform clerical duties, and these offices were the possessions attached to them, became hereditary in their families. After the Church of Dunkeld had been founded, or at least constructed, by Kenneth MacAlpin, we find mention of an abbot of Dunkeld who was also chief bishop of Fortran, whose death is recorded in 865. 8 years after the abbot is termed simply Superior of Dunkeld. In the following century we find Don Chad, or Duncan, abbot of Dunkeld, appearing at the head of his followers and taking part in a war of succession in support of one of the claimants to the throne. He was no doubt a lay abbot, and the possessions of the Church of Dunkeld were sufficiently extensive to give him an important position among the Mormaers of Alban. Crinan, or Cronan, as lay abbot, or Dunkeld, probably possessed, with the lands belonging to it and other foundations intimately connected with it, territories in the district of Athol of great extent, including almost the whole of the western part of it, and must have occupied a position of power and influence. He had by the king's daughter a son Duncan, and probably another son Maldred, and the name of his eldest son leads to the inference that he was probably the son or grandson of Duncan, the lay abbot, who was slain in battle in 965, and in whose person the lay abbacy had become hereditary. In the year 1016, Oaktred, the Earl of Northumbria, who had inflicted so disastrous a defeat upon Malcolm in the early years of his reign, was slain by Canute, a Dane who was then in possession of the greater part of England, and became its king in the following year, and the earldom of Northumbria was bestowed by him upon Eric, a Dane. Eadolf Cuddle, however, the brother of Oaktred and the heir to his earldom, appears to have maintained possession of the northern division north of the Tyne. Malcolm seems to have felt this to be a favourable opportunity for making a second attempt upon the northern districts. He was now in firm possession of the kingdom of Alban. He could count upon the assistance of the Britons of Cumbria, whose sub-king was under his dominion, and the outlying provinces of the north and west were for the time freed from the Norwegian rule, and might be won to aid him. With as large a force as he could raise, he in the year 1018 invaded Northumbria along with Eugenius, the bald king of Thresclide, Britons, and penetrated the country south of the Firth of Forth as far as the river Tweed, where he encountered the Northumbrian army at a place called Carham on the Tweed, a couple of miles above Coldstream, where a great battle took place, in which the Northumbrians were entirely defeated, and their army, drawn mainly from the region between the Tees and the Tweed, almost entirely cut off. Simeon of Durham tells us in his history of that church that in that year a comet appeared for 30 nights to the people of Northumbria, a terrible presage of the calamity by which that province was about to be desolated. For shortly afterwards, that is after 30 days, nearly the whole population from the river Tees to the Tweed and their borders were cut off in a conflict in which they were engaged with a countless multitude of Scots at Carham. The effect of this great victory was that the long-pending claims upon these districts which the Scots had so long tried to enforce, whatever they might be, were now settled by the surrender to them of the whole district north of the Tweed, which now became the southern boundary of the Scottish kingdom. In his account of the siege of Durham, Simeon tells us that Eadolf Cudel, an indolent and cowardly man, apprehensive that the Scots would revenge upon himself the slaughter which his brother had inflicted upon them, yielded up to them the whole of Ladonia in satisfaction of their claim and for a solid peace, and in this manner, he adds, Ladonia, or Lothian, in its extended sense, was annexed to the kingdom of the Scots. Malcolm appears to have retained Lothian without objection or interference either from the Earls of Northumbria or the King of England for upwards of 10 years. Eugenius or Owen, the son of Domnall, sub-king of Cumbria, who was with him in this expedition, was slain either in battle or elsewhere in the same year, and this line of provincial kings, descended from the same royal house with Malcolm himself, terminated with him as the next king of the Cumbrians. We hear of was Duncan, the grandson of the Scottish king, whom he now probably placed over the whole territory belonging to his kingdom south of the Firths of Forth and Clyde. But while the king of the Scots thus at length obtained possession of a part of at least of Bernicia, and his rule could now be legitimately exercised as far as the least as the river Tweed, the question still remained open as to the relation in which it was to place him towards the king of England. All the rights that the Earls of Northumbria could give him to the district of Lothian he had obtained by treaty, but as part of Northumbria it belonged to the kingdom of the Angles, and was under the dominion of its kings, and their right as overlords could obviously not be thus transferred. Canute the Dane had, the year before the battle of Carham, become king of all England, but he had enough to occupy his attention during the first few years of his reign, and it was not till the year 1031 that he could take any active steps to vindicate his right as king of England. In that year, we are told by the Saxon Chronicle, King Canute went to Rome, and as soon as he came home he went to Scotland, and the Scots king Malcolm submitted to him and became his man, but held that only a little while, and 2 other kings, Maelbeath and J. Mark, the actual kingdom of Alban, now called Scotia, extended only from the Firth of Forth to the river Spey, and the provinces beyond them, though viewed by the kings of the Scots as dependencies upon their kingdom, were not yet considered as forming an integral part of it, those lying to the north and west of the kingdom proper frequently passing under the rule of the Norwegians. It is to these outlying provinces we must look for the 2 kings who are said to have separately submitted along with Malcolm. It is to this period that a description of Britain belongs, in which these provinces are separately distinguished. The part which refers to Scotland is thus described: from the Tweed to the great river Forth and Lunia and Galway, from thence to Norwegia and Dacia, that is, to the districts occupied by Norwegians and Danes, are all Albania, which is now called Scotia and Moravia, and the districts and islands here included under the terms Norwegia and Dacia are Cathanasia, or Canaya, and Chigel, and Man, and Ordis, and Girth, and the other western islands around them. Lunia is Lothian, recently annexed to the Scottish kingdom, and the name of Galway was afterwards extended so as to include the whole country from the Solway to the Clyde. Albania is here distinguished from the provinces south of the Firth on the one hand, and from Moravia north of the Spey on the other, and we are told that it is now called Scotia. Moravia, in its extended sense, was the province of Moray and Ross. North and west of these provinces was the territory occupied by the Norwegians and Danes. On the mainland it consisted of Caithnessia, or Caithness, and Gadel, here probably meant by Enchegel. Ordis and Girth are probably intended for Lewis and Skye, the old forms of which names were Lotus and Sigithid, and which are usually mentioned separately from the other two islands. Moravia is here not included among the Norwegian and Danish possessions. On the death of Sigurd, the Norwegian Earl of Orkney, it had become freed from the Norwegian rule, and its rulers appear to have considered themselves so far independent as to claim the Celtic title of Rai, or king. Fidlach, the son of Ruadri, who appears in the sagas under the name of Finleikr Jarl, and to slaughter by the sons of his brother Maelbrigdi in 1020, is recorded by Turgenev as Mormer of Moreb, is termed in the Ulster Annals Rai Alban, and Turgenev, in recording the death of his successor Malcolm, the son of his brother Maelbrigdi, and one of those who slew him in 1029, terms him Rai Alban. There can therefore be little doubt that the king Maelbaith, who submitted to King Canute, was Macbeth, the son of Findlach, who appears under the same title which had been borne by his cousin and his father. The native rulers of Ergerdel or Agathelia appear also to have borne the Celtic title of Rai, and it is probable that Jermark represents in a corrupted form the name of the ruler of this district. These kings would probably have little scruple in rendering their submission to King Canute the Dane, from their having so recently been under Norwegian rule. 3 years after this expedition, Malcolm died. Turgenev records his death in 1034 as king of Alban and the head of the nobility of the west of Europe, but we now obtain an additional source of information for this period of the history of very great value in the chronicle of Mary Anna Scotus, who was born in the reign of this Malcolm in the year 1028, and notices a few of the events in Scottish history which took place during his own lifetime. The first Scotch event noticed by him is the death of Malcolm, which he says took place on the 25th of November 1034, and he terms him King of Scotia. The kings of Alban occasionally appear as kings of the Scots, but this is the first instance in which the name of Scotia is applied as a territorial designation of their kingdom. Used by a contemporary writer who was himself a native of Ireland, it is evident that the name of Scotia had now been transferred from Ireland, the proper Scotia of the previous centuries, and become adopted for the kingdom of the Scots in Britain, and in the reign of Malcolm, son of Kenneth, which ushers in the 11th century, superseding the previous name of Alban. With Malcolm, the descendants of Kenneth MacAlpin, the founder of the Scottish dynasty, became extinct in the male line. Had any male descendant existed, there would have been great risk of the territories now composing the kingdom becoming again disunited. As Malcolm had no son, but at least 2 daughters who had male issue, Cumbria and Lothian would naturally have passed to the nearest heir in the female line, while a male collateral who could trace his descent from the founder of the family would, by the law of tanistic succession, have had a preferable claim to the regions north of the Firth or Forth and Clyde, forming the kingdom of Alban proper, and would probably have received the support of the Scottish part of its population at least, but the existence of any such male descendant cannot be traced, and the last male scion of the race appears to have been slain by King Malcolm in the year which preceded his own death, probably to make way for the quiet accession of Duncan, his grandson, through his daughter, to the whole of the territories which he had united under his sway. He attained his object, for Duncan appears at first to have succeeded him in the whole of his dominions without objection, but ere long to have provoked aggression both in the south and in the north. In the south, Eadulf Cuttle, the earl who had ceded Lothian to the Scots, did not long survive the battle of Carham, and was succeeded in the Bernician earldom by Aldred, the son of Uchtred, on whose death his brother Eadulf succeeded him, and in the year 1038 invaded Cumbria and devastated the whole country. Duncan, however, was not equally successful in an invasion of the territories of Eadulf, for Simeon or of Durham, in his history of that church, tells us that Duncan, king of the Scots, advanced with a countless multitude of troops and laid siege to Durham, and made strenuous but ineffective efforts to carry it, for a large proportion of his cavalry was slain by the besieged, and he was put to a disorderly flight, in which he lost all his foot soldiers, whose heads were collected in the marketplace and hung up upon posts. The aggression, however, which he provoked in the north brought a formidable competitor into the field, and was destined to terminate more fatally for him. The details of this war are preserved to us in the Orkney-Yinga saga, and though its authority is not unexceptionable, and the events it records are not to be found elsewhere, the narrative still carries with it an air of truth, and it fills a blank in the meagre records of the time, which supplies in a great measure a clue to their real character. In this narrative, the king who succeeded Malcolm appears under the strange designation of Carl or Callie Hundason, that is, either the churl or Callie, the son of the hound, and from the appellation here given to Duncan's father, we learn that the Hundi Jarl, or the Hound Earl, who fought with Sigurd, the stout Earl of Orkney, could have been no other than Crinan, the warlike lay abbot of Dunkeld. On Sigurd's death, the islands of Orkney fell to his three sons, Samarlidi, Einar, and Brusi, among whom they were divided, while Thorfinn, his son by the daughter of King Malcolm, received from his grandfather Caithness and Sutherland with an earl's title. The last of the three brothers, among whom the Orkneys were divided, died, however, a few years before the death of King Malcolm. And when his grandson Duncan succeeded him, Thorfinn had been for some years in possession of the entire earldom of Orkney. Duncan seems to have considered that Thorfinn, having become Earl of Orkney, he might resume possession of Caithness, or at least demand tribute from it. Thorfinn, on the other hand, considered that it was his inheritance from King Malcolm through his mother, and that he had obtained it before Duncan inherited the kingdom. Thus, says the saga, they became open enemies and made war on each other. Duncan took the initiative and bestowed Caithness with the title of Earl upon a relation of his own, Modan, said to be his sister's son, who proceeded immediately to the north and collected forces in Sutherland. Earl Thorfinn, on his part, raised the men of Caithness, and on being joined by Thorkel Frostry, with an army from the Orkneys, Modden retired before his superior forces. Thorfinn then subdued the districts both of Sutherland and Ross, and after plundering in the district south of them, returned to Caithness and remained at Dungalb's Bay, or Duncansby, with 5 warships and their crews, the rest of the army returning to Orkney. Modden then sought the king, whom he found at Duncansby, with 5 warships and their crews, the rest of the army returning to Orkney. Modan then sought the king, whom he found at Berwick, then probably on his return from an unsuccessful invasion of Northumbria, and told him the result of his expedition. Duncan organized a more formidable attack. he sent Modon by land with considerable force to make his way to Caithness, and he himself sailed from Berwick with a naval force consisting of 11 warships and a numerous army. His intention was by landing on the north of Caithness to place Earl Thorfinn between the two armies, but the latter anticipated his plan by sailing out in his own ships and attacking Duncan's fleet in the Pentland Firth. Though the latter fleet was superior in numbers, the Scots could not stand against the fierce onslaught of the Norwegians, and after an obstinate conflict gave way before them, and fled south into the Moray Firth, where Duncan landed and proceeded south to collect a new army. Thorfinn remained in the north till he was again joined by Thorkel Fostri with the Orkney men, and then went south into the Moray Firth in pursuit of Duncan, and began to plunder the districts on its southern shore. In the meantime, Modon, who had no one to oppose him, appears to have occupied Caithness with his army, and took up his quarters at Thurso, where he remained waiting for reinforcements which he expected to receive from Ireland. Thorfinn, hearing this, again anticipated him. He remained himself in Scotland, and continued plundering the country, while he sent Thorkel north with a portion of the army. The people of Caithness were in his interest, and thus Thorkel succeeded in surprising Modon in Thurso, where he came by night, set fire to the house in which Modon was, and slew him. His men then surrendered, and Thorkel went from thence to the Moray Firth to rejoin Thorfinn with all the men he could collect in Caithness, Sutherland, and Boss, and found him in Murhavy or Moray. King Duncan now collected as large an army as he could assemble from the rest of Scotland, or, as the saga expresses it, as well from the south as the west and east of Scotland, and all the way south from Satiri or Kintyre, and the forces for which Earl Modon had sent also came to him from Ireland. He sent far and near 2 chieftains, 4 men, and brought all this army against Earl Thorfinn. Earl Thorfinn appears to have been stationed at Torfness or Burg Head, where the Borg was which his ancestor Sigurd had built to enable the Norwegians to maintain their footing in Moray, and here the great battle took place which was to decide this contest. Thorfinn first attacked the Irish division, who were immediately routed and never regained their position. King Duncan then brought his standard forward against Earl Thorfinn, and the fiercest struggle took place between the Scots and the Norwegians. But, says the saga, it ended in the flight of the king, and some say he was slain. Earl Thorfinn then drove the fugitives before him through Scotland, and laid the land under him wherever he went, and all the way south to Fife. Such is the account given us by the saga of this war. Marianus supplements it by telling us that in the year 1040, Dunchad, king of Scotia, was slain in autumn on the 14th of August by his general Macbethad, son of Finlich, who succeeded him in the kingdom. Macbeth was at this time the Rye or Mormar of the district of Murhavy or Moray, which finally became the seat of war, and when Duncan sent far and wide to the chieftains for aid, he probably came to his assistance with the men of Moray, and filled the place which Modon had formerly occupied as commander of his army. But the tie which united the Mormers of Moray with the kings of the Scots was still a very slender one. They had as often been subject to the Norwegian earls as they had been to the Scottish kings, and when Duncan sustained this crushing defeat, and he saw that Thorfinn would now be able to maintain possession of his hereditary territories, the interests of the Mormer or Moray seem to have prevailed over those of the commander of the king's army, and he was guilty of the treacherous act of slaying the unfortunate Duncan and attaching his fortunes to those of Thorfinn. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Scotia. The authorities for the history of Macbeth know nothing of Earl Thorfinn and his conquests. On the other hand, the sagas equally ignore Macbeth and his doings, and had to disguise the fact that Thorfinn was attacking his own cousin. and one who had derived his right to the kingdom from the same source from which Thorfinn had acquired his, to the earldom of Caithness by concealing his identity under the contemptuous name of Carl or Callie Hundason, while some of the chronicles have transferred to Macbeth what was true of Thorfinn, that he was also a grandson of King Malcolm, and a Welsh chronicle denominates him King of Orkney. The truth seems to be that the conquest of the provinces south of Moray, which took place after this battle, was the joint work of Thorfinn and Macbeth, and that they divided the kingdom of the slain Duncan between them, Thorfinn receiving the districts which had formerly been under his father, with the addition of those on the east coast extending as far as Fife or Firth of Tay. According to the Orkney Inga saga, he possessed 9 earldoms in Scotland, the whole of the Sundry, and a large ricky in Ireland, and this is confirmed by the St. Olaf saga, which tells us that he had the greatest ricky of any Earl of Orkney. He possessed Shetland and the Orkneys, the Sudreys, and likewise a great ricky in Scotland and Ireland. Macbeth obtained those in which Duncan's strength mainly lay, the districts south and west of the Tay, with the central district in which Scone, the capital, is situated. Cumbria and Lothian probably remained faithful to the children of Duncan. The kingdom had thus hardly passed from the last male descendant of the founder of the Scottish dynasty to a new family when it was again transferred to rulers of a different race. The whole of the northern part found itself under the rule of the Norwegian Earl of Orkney, while the centre of the kingdom, in which the capital was situated, accepted as its king the hereditary ruler of Moray, a district the connection of which with the kingdom proper had hitherto been both slender and uncertain, who reigned over these districts for 17 years. It is difficult to understand how a king who had no hereditary claim upon their allegiance should have been able to maintain his possession of the throne for so many years in a part of the country which was the stronghold of the Scots. That he should have slain his predecessor was no unusual circumstance, and would equally have excluded many of his predecessors. His only connection with the Scottish dynasty was that his wife was Groach, the daughter of that Boata or Bode, son of Kenneth, whose son or grandson had been slain in 1032 by Malcolm mac Kenneth, and through her some claim upon the allegiance of the Scots seems to have been based. That he was not the tyrant he is represented by Fordun to have been seems very certain. There is no trace of it in any authentic record. On the contrary, St. Beecham speaks kindly of him thus: after slaughter of Gael, after slaughter of Gauls, the liberal king will possess Fortune. The red one was fair, yellow, tall, pleasant was the youth to me, brimful or plenteous was Alban east and west, during the reign of the fierce Red One. And we find Macbeth, son of Finlach, and Groach, daughter of Bode, king and queen of the Scots, granting the lands of Kirkness to the Cruelties of Loch Leven from motives of piety and for the benefit of their prayers, and Macbeth again granting the lands of Bogine to the same Culdees with the utmost veneration and devotion. That his hold over this part of the country, whether from personal character or from his claim through his wife, was quite equal, at least, to that of the family of the lay abbot of Dunkeld, we find from the unsuccessful attempt made by the latter to drive him from the throne a few years after his accession. Turgenev gives us the short but significant statement that in the year 1045 a battle took place between the men of Alban on both sides, in which Crinan, abbot of Dunkeld, was slain, and many with him, viz. 9 times 20 heroes. 5 years after this he seems to have gone to Rome, probably to obtain absolution for the murder of Duncan, as Marianus tells us that in that year 1050, the king of Scotia, Macbethad, freely distributed silver to the poor at Rome. The immunity with which he enjoyed the fruit of his treachery towards Duncan may no doubt be attributed in a great measure to there being no one with a preferable right who was in a position to oppose him. The children of Duncan must have been in mere infancy at his death, and if the immediate succession of a son to his father's throne was still somewhat strange to the Celtic population, that of an heir who was not of sufficient age to be capable of governing personally was totally opposed to their laws. He had, too, no doubt, behind him the support of the powerful Earl of Orkney, and if he had possessed a legitimate title, he would probably have maintained his position and been recorded as one of the best of the Scottish kings. But the stamp of usurpation was upon him, and his immunity was to cease when Malcolm, the son of Duncan, reached an age to enable him to contest his right and claim, which was to bring a more powerful antagonist into the field Macbeth had yet had to encounter. This was Seward, Earl of Northumbria. He was of Danish race and became connected with the Earls of Northumbria by marriage with Elfleda, the daughter of Eldred, Earl of Northumbria, and on the slaughter of Eadulf, his wife's uncle, by King Hardicanute in the year 1041, was made Earl over the whole of Northumbria, extending from the Humber to the Tweed. Seward was doubly connected with the house of Crinan, the abbot of Dunkeld, for his wife's aunt, Algitha, half-sister of Earl Ealdred, was married to Maldred, son of Crinan. The king of Duncan himself married either the sister or the cousin of Earl Seward, by whom he had a son, Malcolm. On the assassination of his father, Malcolm must have been a mere child, but when he reached an age which enabled him to claim his father's kingdom, Seward seems to have resolved to make an effort to drive Macbeth from the throne he had usurped. The Saxon Chronicle tells us that in the year 1054, Earl Seward went with a large army into Scotland, both with a naval force and a land force, and fought against the Scots, of whom he made great slaughter, and put them to flight, and the king escaped. Many also fell on his own side, both Danish and English, and also his own son Ashern, and his sister's son Seward, and some of his huscarls. And also of the kings were there slain on the day of the 7 Sleepers, that is, on the 27th of July. Tigernach records in the same year a battle between the men of Alban and the men of Saxonia, in which many of the soldiers were slain, and the Ulster Annals add the 3,000 of the men of Alban were slain, and 1,500 of the men of Saxonia around Dolphin, son of Finnatur, or Thorfinn. There is a statement in Gamar's metrical chronicle not to be found elsewhere. We are there told that Earl Seward made an agreement with the King of Scotland when he went, but Macbeth destroyed the peace and ceased not to carry on war. He then gives an account of the expedition evidently taken from the Saxon Chronicle. A Seward advanced against Macbeth with both a naval force and a land army. He must have intended to enter the Firth of Tay with the former, while he penetrated by land into Scotland proper. To send a fleet merely into the Firth of Forth could in no way have aided his enterprise. His object therefore seems to have been Scone, the capital of the kingdom, to which he would penetrate by land and the usual route, crossing the Forth at Stirling and passing through Strathern, while his fleet, entering the Firth of Tay, would not only support the land army, but prevent the force of the districts north of the Tay being used to turn the flank of his army. He seems to have been opposed by the people of Alban, who appear to have been united in support of Macbeth, who likewise had the aid of the Norwegians, and the son of Thorfinn, called by the Irish annalist Fintuer, fell in the contest. Sir Berchan appears to allude to this battle at Scone, and to imply that a night attack had been made, when he says, "On the middle of Scone it will vomit blood," the evening of a night in much contention. Although the Saxon Chronicle claims the victory for Seward, It admits the greatness of the slaughter on his side. It seems to have been a fiercely contested struggle, after which Seward found it necessary to retire without effecting his object of driving Macbeth from the throne of Scotia, as he reigned for 3 years longer, but he appears to have so far advanced the cause of young Malcolm that he established him in possession of the territory of the Cumbrian Britons and of Lothian as king of Cumbria. In the following year Seward died, and Malcolm thus lost the powerful support of the Danish Earl of Northumbria, but he appears to have formed a close alliance with his successor Tostig, the son of Earl Godwine, who, though not of the Northumbrian race, had been appointed earl by King Edward, so that they became sworn brothers. And in the year 1057, when he had been 3 years in possession of the districts south of the Firth, the Forth, and the Clyde as king of Cumbria, Malcolm seems to have found himself strong enough to make an independent attempt to drive Macbeth from the throne he had usurped, and this time his attempt was successful. Of the details of this renewed attempt no account has been handed down to us, but it resulted in Macbeth being driven across the great range of the Mount and slain by Malcolm at Lumphanan in Mar on the 15th day of August in the year 1057. The party in the kingdom who supported him now put up as King Lulach, who was the son of Gil Congan of Moray, and the heir to whom the hereditary rule over that province fell on the death of Macbeth, while his mother was a granddaughter of Boet or Bode, and through her he inherited whatever rights to the Scottish throne that family possessed. But his reign, nominal as it was, lasted only 7 months, and he was slain at Essay in Strathbogie on the 17th day of the following March. These isolated events may be accepted as facts, transmitted to us as they are by contemporary writers, but they leave us quite in the dark as to how Malcolm so speedily and thoroughly accomplished what the powerful Seward with his army and his fleet had failed to effect 3 years before. It seems difficult to understand how, if the northern provinces up to Fife were under the rule of the powerful Earl of Orkney with his Norwegians, Malcolm could have carried the war so far into them so as to drive Macbeth beyond the Dee and defeat and kill him there. The Orkney-Inga saga tells us that Thorfinn possessed 9 earldoms in Scotland, and that on his death many of the richies which the earl had subjected fell off, and the inhabitants sought the protection of those native chiefs who were territorially born to rule over them. Besides the 4 earldoms in Scotland and Sutherland, Ross, Moray, and Dolly, which his father Sigurd had subjected before him, he had brought for the first time under the Norwegian yoke the 4 earldoms of Buchan, Mar, Mearns, and Angus, and these would bring his possessions up to Fife, and with Galloway, which he probably also possessed, would make up the 9 earldoms, and the most probable explanation of Malcolm having selected this year to make a great effort to recover his father's throne and of its apparent rapid success is that it was also the year of Thorfinn's death, when many of the provinces which had been subjected by him fell again under the native rule. Of these, the first to free themselves from the Norwegian yoke would be the 4 earldoms extending from the Spey to the Firth of Tay, forming the northern half of the kingdom proper. It was, however, in this part of the kingdom, and mainly in Angus, that the branch of the royal house, of which Malcolm, son of Kenneth, was the head, and which Malcolm, the son of Duncan, now represented in the female line, had its main seat, and it was there that their power and influence lay. If these provinces were now freed from the Norwegian yoke, Malcolm might find their powerful support, while his paternal descent from the lay abbots of Dunkeld would likewise bring the people of Atholl and of the extensive possessions of the church to his aid. The death of Thorfinn would thus present to him a great opportunity for making another attempt to add the kingdom of Scotland to that of Cumbria, with the district of Lothian, which he already possessed, and Macbeth, finding himself isolated with the forces of Cumbria and Lothian, in front of him and a hostile population behind him, in place of the support of the Norwegian Earl, would fall back upon his own hereditary province or moray, and being followed by Malcolm with his army, gathering strength as he proceeded, was overtaken and slain at Lumphanan. If this view that Thorfinn died in 1057 appears to afford us the most plausible explanation of the sudden termination of Macbeth's kingdom, there is nothing in the sagas which raises any serious objection to it. The nowhere state any fact which gives us a fixed date for Thorfinn's death. The Orkney Inga saga says that from the year when he was made earl, that is, in 1014, he was earl for 70 winters, which would make him live till the year 1084. The saga of Saint Olaf reduced the number of years to 60 winters, that is, to the year 1074. But both sagas agree that he died in the end or in the latter days of Harold Sigurdsson's, who was slain at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in the year 1066. And when Harold came to the Orkneys on his way to England, he found Thorfinn's sons ruling as Earls of Orkney, and took them with him. No events are recorded of Thorfinn in the sagas after the year 1050, and if he died in 1057, his death would take place about 8 years before that of Harold Sigurdsson, and in the last half of his reign. It might still be said that he died towards the end of his reign. Simeon of Durham tells us that in the year 1061, Aldred, Archbishop of York, went to Rome with Earl Tostig and received the pall from Pope Nicholas. Meanwhile, Malcolm, King of Scots, furiously ravaged the earldom of his sworn brother Earl Tostig and violated the peace of St. Cuthbert in the island of Lindisfarne. What led to Malcolm thus taking advantage of Tostig's absence to attack his earldom we do not know, and the chronicler throws no further light upon it. But it is hardly possible to suppose that Malcolm could have ventured to attack Northumbria and break off his alliance with Tostig if he had not by this time effected the subjugation of his entire kingdom, and if the northern half of it still remained under the rule of the Norwegian Earl of Orkney. On Thorfinn's death, Malcolm appears to have endeavoured to conciliate the Norwegian element in the country by making Ingiborg, the widow of Thorfinn, his wife, by whom he had a son, Duncan. His Norwegian wife did not, however, apparently survive the birth of her son many years, and gave way to a more important alliance for Malcolm, and one that was to exercise a powerful influence on the internal condition of the country and the character of the reigning house. The Saxon Chronicle tells us that in the summer of the year 1067, Edgar Child went out from Northumberland with his mother Agatha and his two sisters Margaret and Christina, and Marles, Wigan, and many good men with them, and came to Scotland under the protection of King Malcolm, and he received them all. One edition of the Chronicle adds, the King Malcolm began to yearn after his sister Margaret to wife, but he and all his men long refused, and she herself also declined, and said that she would have nor him nor anyone if the heavenly clemency would grant that she in maidenhood might propitiate the mighty Lord with corporal heart in this short life in pure continence. The king earnestly urged her brother until he answered yea, and indeed he durst not otherwise because they were come into his power. The other edition of the Chronicle simply adds, and he took the child's sister Margaret to wife. Florence of Worcester, who is the next best authority, places this event in the year 1068, which is probably the correct year, and tells us that Marlswain and Gospatrick and all the nobler Northumbrians, to avoid the severity of the king, and dreading the imprisonment which so many had suffered, sailed to Scotland with Edgar Atheling, his mother Agatha, and his two sisters Margaret and Christina, and wintered there under the protection of Malcolm, King of Scots. The marriage probably took place in the following spring at Dunfermline, which King Malcolm appears to have adopted as his principal seat, and not without reason, according to Forden's description of it, for the place was of itself most strongly fortified by nature, being begirt by very thick woods and protected by steep crags In the midst thereof was a fair plain, likewise protected by crags and streams, so that one might think that was the spot whereof it was said, scarce man or beast may tread its pathless wilds. Childe Edgar, as the Saxon Chronicle calls him, was the son of Edward Atheling, who had returned from exile in Hungary in the year 1057 and died in England the same year. As Edward Atheling was the son of King Edmund, the elder brother of Edward the Confessor, he might have been held, if he had been at home instead of in distant exile, to have had a preferable right to the throne, but after the death of Edward the Confessor, his family were looked upon as representing the royal house of Wessex, and as possessing a legitimate claim upon the allegiance of the Saxon population, which, had the personal character of Edgar been different, might have made him a more formidable opponent to the Norman conqueror than he proved to be. The connection of Malcolm with his family by marriage with his sister was a very important one for him, and he now combined in his own person advantages which gave him a claim to the obedience of each of the different races now united under his rule. In the male line he represented the powerful lay abbots of Dunkeld, and inherited their influence over the ecclesiastical foundations dependent upon that monastery. In the female he possessed the more important representation of the Scottish royal house, who had ruled for a century and a half over the kingdom of Scotland. His father Duncan had been recognized for 20 years by the Welsh population of Cumbria, or Strathclyde, as their king, and by his mother he was connected with the Danes of Northumbria and their powerful Earl Seward. His marriage with Ingeborg gave him a claim to the goodwill, at least, of the Norwegians, and the angelic population of Lothian and Northumbria would look upon his marriage with the daughter of the Atheling as giving him an additional right to their steadfast support. The northern province of Moray alone, whose hereditary rulers were of the same family as Macbeth, would probably render but an unwilling submission to his authority, and his rule over them would be little more than nominal. Of the events of his 35 years' reign, however, very few have been recorded. The combination of so many advantages in his own person would naturally lead to a further amalgamation of the different provinces of the kingdom with their varied population into one monarchy. But this is a silent process which little attracts the notice of the chroniclers of the time. The personal character of Margaret, no doubt, was one to exercise a great influence upon the internal conditions and progress of the people, as we learn to some extent from her life by Turgot. But this belongs to a different part of our subject, and beyond a few isolated notices, we know really nothing of the internal history of his reign. As to external events, Simeon of Durham, whose language, however, is coloured by an indignant hatred of the Scots on account of their frequent attacks upon Durham, tells us that Malcolm had 5 times wasted the province of Northumbria with a savage devastation, and carried captive the wretched natives to reduce them to slavery, once in Edward's reign, when Tostig, Earl of York, had gone to Rome, twice in the reign of King William the Conqueror, and twice in that of his successor. The first we have already noticed. The 2 next were probably connected with the claims of the Atheling, but it is also possible that Malcolm may now have begun to realize the growing importance of Lothian and an Anglic population as an integral part of its dominions, and been not unwilling to take advantage of the unsettled state of the north of England to extend to the Tyne the limits of that province which was now assuming the prominent place it ever after occupied in the future Scotland. Simeon seems to hint at some such motive when he accuses him of being instigated by avarice. If this was Malcolm's real object, his policy seems to have been, by harassing and devastating the earldom north of the Tyne, from time to time to force them to put themselves under his protection, a policy not unknown to the descendants of a part of his subjects, when blackmail was a familiar term. During the first 3 years of the reign of William the Conqueror, he had little real power or authority beyond the Humber, and it was not till the end of the year 1069, when he invaded Northumbria and laid the country entirely waste with fire and sword, that he may be said to have actually conquered the country. Previous to that expedition he exercised a merely nominal authority through earls of his own appointment, who no sooner attempted to exercise their functions within the earldom than they were ere long slain. It was in Northumbria that the cause of the Atheling was mainly supported, and that part of it which was north of the Tyne presented a tempting field for the incursions of the Scots. On the death of Siward in 1055, an earl was for the first time appointed who was not of Northumbrian race. Tostig, the son of Earl Godwine, was appointed earl by King Edward, but after a 10 years' rule, we are told by the Saxon Chronicle that in 1065 all the thanes in Yorkshire and Northumberland gathered together and outlawed their Earl Tostig, and slew all his household men that they could come at, both English and Danish, and took all his weapons at York, and gold and silver, and all his treasures which they could any way hear of, and sent after Morkir, son of Earl Algar, or of Mercia, and chose him for their earl, which was confirmed by King Edward. Morkir does not seem, however, to have been accepted by the Northumbrians beyond the Tyne, as Simeon of Durham tells us that he transferred that part of the earldom to Osoph, son of Eadolf, of the line of the native earls, who had been slain in the year 1041. In the year 1067, King William summoned Earl Morkir to attend him on his voyage to Normandy, and retained him beside him, at the same time sent Copsig, who had been an adherent of Earl Tostig, to govern as procurator that part of the earldom under Osoph. But Simeon tells us that Osoph, driven by Copsig from the earldom, concealed himself in the woods and mountains in hunger and want, till at last, having gathered some associates whom he the same need had brought together, he surrounded Copsig while feasting at Newburn. He escaped through the midst of confused crowds, but being discovered while he lay hid in the church, he was compelled by the burning of the church to go out to the door, where at the very door he was beheaded by the hands of Osoph in the 5th week of his charge of the earldom, on the 4th of the Ides of March. By and by, in the following autumn, Osoph himself, rushing headlong against the lance of a robber who met him, was thrust through, and there perished. At his death, Gospatrick, the son of Maldred, the son of Crinan, going to king his mother's blood. His mother was Algetha, the daughter of Earl Untred, whom he had by Algira, daughter of King Algred. Gospatrick, by paternal descent, was nearly connected and a member of the same house with Malcolm, the king of the Scots, while he means by which he obtained his earldom, and ranged him among the followers of King William, and he thus placed himself in a position which was very difficult for him to maintain without alienating from him either the one or the other. In the following year, therefore, the Saxon Chronicle tells us that in 1067, after Whitsunday, it was then announced to the king that the people of the north had gathered themselves together and would stand against him if he came. He then went to Nottingham, and there wrought 2 castles, and so went to York, and there wrought 2 castles, and in Lincoln, and everywhere in that part. And Earl Gospatrick and the best men went to Scotland. The same chronicle tells us that in the following year, 1068, according to the chronicle but correctly given by Simeon in 1069, King William gave to Earl Robert de Comines the government over Northumberland. But the men of the country surrounded him in the burgh of Durham, and slew him and 900 men with him. And immediately after Edgar Atheling came with all the Northumbrians to York, and the townsmen made peace with them, and King William came unawares on them from the south with an overwhelming army, and put them to flight, and slew those who could not flee, which were many hundred men, and plundered the town, and defiled St. Peter's Monastery, and also plundered and oppressed all the others, and the Atheling went back again to Scotland. This unsuccessful attempt seems to have led to a more general combination of the northern powers. in favor of the Atheling, in which the aid of Svein, king of Denmark, had been solicited and obtained, and in autumn came from Denmark. The Saxon Chronicle tells in 1069, 3 sons of King Svein and Asbjorn, Jarl, and Thorkel Jarl, with 240 ships into the Humber, and there came to meet them Edgar, Child, and Earl Waltheof, and Mayor Swegan, and Earl Gospatrick, with the Northumbrians, and all the country people riding and walking with countless army, greatly rejoicing. And so all unanimously went to York, and stormed and demolished the castle, and gained innumerable treasures therein, and slew there many hundred Frenchmen, and led many with them to the ships. When the king learned this, he went northward with all his force that he could gather, and completely harried and laid waste the shire, and the fleet lay all winter in the Humber, where the king could not come at them. And the king was in the day of midwinter at York, and so all the winter in the land. Florence of Worcester tells us that the King William ceased not during the whole winter to lay waste the land, to murder the inhabitants, and to inflict numerous injuries. This devastation of the land, however, does not appear to have extended beyond the Tyne, or to have affected the districts on the coast, but what was left undone by William was completed by Malcolm, King of the Scots. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Scotia. For Simeon of Durham tells us that in the spring of the year 1070, after King William had returned to the south of the Humber, a countless multitude of Scots marched through Cumberland under the command of King Malcolm, and turning to the east, ravaged with fierce devastation the whole of Teesdale, or the vale of the river Tees, and the parts bordering it on each side. Then, having pillaged Cleveland in part, by a sudden foray he seized Holderness, and then savagely overrunning the territory of St. Cuthbert between the Tees and the Tyne, he deprived all of their property and some of their lives. Then he destroyed by fire, under his own inspection, the church of St. Peter, the prince of the apostles. At Wearmouth he burnt also other churches with those who had taken refuge in them. Whether this inroad was made as part of the plan for a combined attempt in favor of Edgar, which failed the preceding year, and that Malcolm had been too late in putting his part of it into execution, or whether, as seems more probable, he thought it a favorable opportunity for carrying out the policy which he hoped might lead to the extending his frontier to the Tyne, it seems difficult to say, but Gospatrick, who had fled to Scotland before the approach of King William the preceding year, had now become reconciled to him, as Orderic of Vital says that while King William had pursued his foes to the river Tees, he there received the submission of all in person, and of Gospatrick by his envoys, who swore fealty on his part. And he seems to have thought that he might win favor by acting against Malcolm. Simeon therefore tells us, having called in some bold auxiliaries, he made a furious plundering attack upon Cumberland. Having done this with slaughter and conflagration, he returned with great spoil, and shut himself with his allies into the strong fortress of Bamborough, from which, making frequent sallies, he weakened the forces of the enemy. Malcolm, having heard, while still gazing on the church of St. Peter as it was being consumed by the fire of his men, of what Gospatrick had committed against his people, scarcely able to contain himself for fury, ordered his troops no longer to spare any of the English nation, but either to smite all to the earth, or to carry them off captives under the yoke of perpetual slavery. Simeon then gives us his usual picture of the barbarity with which such inroads were carried on by the Scots, and adds, as the result, Scotland was therefore filled with slaves and handmaids of the English race, so that even to this day I do not say no little village, but even no cottage can be found without one of them. Simeon asserts the following tale in his account of this inroad by Malcolm, the king of the Scots. He says that when he was riding along the border of the river where, beholding from an eminence the cruel exploits of his men against the unhappy English, and feasting his mind and eyes with such a spectacle, it was told him that Edgar Atheling and his sisters, who were beautiful girls of the royal blood, and many other very rich persons, fugitives from their homes, lay with their ships in that harbour. When they came to him with terms of amity, he addressed them graciously and pledged himself to grant them and all their friends a residence in his kingdom as long as they chose. And Simeon afterwards adds, after Malcolm's return to Scotland, when Bishop Egelwin was commencing his voyage toward Cologne, a contrary wind arising soon drove him back to Scotland. Thither also it bore with a favourable course Edgar Atheling with his companions before named. King Malcolm, with the consent of his relatives, took in marriage Edgar's sister Margaret, a woman noble by royal descent, but much more noble by her wisdom and piety. By her care and labour, the king himself, laying aside the barbarity of his manners, became more gentle and civilized. But this story, if it has any foundation at all, appears to be misplaced, and the marriage which followed it had already taken place. Placed as it is in this year, it is quite inconsistent with the previous narrative. Simeon had recorded 2 years before the flight of Edgar with his mother Agatha and his 2 sisters Margaret and Christina by sea to Scotland, where he says they passed the winter. It is therefore in the highest degree improbable that when Edgar went in the following year to Northumbria to join the Danes in seizing the country, he should have taken his mother and sisters with him from their secure refuge at the court of Scotland to join him in so hazardous an expedition. Then the story as told implies that Malcolm now heard of these sisters and their charms for the first time, while according to Simeon himself they had already passed a winter with him in Scotland. The story really belongs to the first flight of Edgar to Scotland with his mother and sisters in 1068, and not to his return from Northumbria in 1070, and seems to be the same tale which Fordun tells on the authority of Turgot, that King Malcolm, when residing in Dunfermline, heard of the arrival of Edgar and his sisters in St. Margaret's Bay, and sent messengers to ascertain who they were, who brought him precisely the same report of the beauty of the sisters, in consequence of which he invited them to his court and married Margaret. During the early years of the reign of the Conqueror, Scotland had not only been the refuge of his discontented subjects and the haven in which those unsuccessfully could at all times shelter themselves from his vengeance and renew their attempts when opportunity offered, but its king had afforded the Atheling 3 times a refuge at his court, and had now identified himself with his cause by marrying his sister. King William therefore felt the necessity of establishing at once a more definite relation between himself and the Scottish king, and of convincing him that his power was not to be opposed with impunity. It was not till the year 1072 that he was able to turn his attention seriously to this object, but in that year, the Saxon Chronicle tells us, King William led a naval force and a land force to Scotland, and lay about that land with ships on the seaside, and himself with his land force went in over the ford. This was precisely the same disposition of his forces which Earl Seward had made when he invaded Scotland in 1054, and no doubt with the same object, that of investing Scone, the capital of the country. King William, we know, marched with his land army through Lothian and Stirlingshire, and entered Scotland proper by the ford over the Forth. There, and the only object in sending a fleet could have been to penetrate into the interior of the country by the Firth of Tay. We are then told that King Malcolm came and made peace with King William, and gave hostages and became his man, and the king went home with all his force. Florence of Worcester says that Malcolm, King of Scots, met him in a place called Abernethy, or Abernethy, on the Tay, which is quite in accordance with this view. What the precise nature of or extent of the homage was which Malcolm agreed at Abernethy to render, there are no materials now to determine. When the possessions of the King of the Scots were confined to the kingdom proper north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, the expression "he became his man" would have definite significance. But after the cession of Cumbria and Lothian, it loses its force, as we cannot tell whether the homage was paid for the kingdom or for one or both of these outlying dependencies. The hostage given was, as we are afterwards informed by the Saxon chronicle, Duncan, the eldest son of Malcolm, by Ingiborg, his first wife, who must then have been a boy of about 10 years of age. Simeon tells that on the return of King William from this expedition he deprived Gospatrick of his earldom, charging him with having afforded counsel and aid to those who had murdered the Earl Robert de Comines and his men at Durham, although he had not been present in person, and that he had been on the side of the enemy when the Normans were slain at York in the same year. And he adds that, flying therefore to Malcolm, he, Gospatrick, not long after, made a voyage to Flanders, returning after a little time to Scotland. The king bestowed upon him Dunbar with the adjacent lands in Lothian. King William seems now to have thought it more politic to place one who had some hereditary claim to the earldom than a stranger over the Northumbrians, and bestowed Gospatrick's earldom upon Waltheof, which, says Simeon, was his right by his father's and brothers' descent, for he was the son of Earl Seward by Athelda, daughter of Earl Aldred. Edgar Atheling appears to have taken refuge when King William invaded Scotland in Flanders, but 2 years after, when King William went to Normandy, Edgar Child came, the Saxon Chronicle tells us, from Flanders to Scotland on St. Gimble's Mass Day, or the 8th of July, and King Malcolm and his sister Margaret received him with great worship. At that same time Philip, King of France, wrote to him and bade him come to him, and he would give him the castle of Montreuil, that he might then daily do harm to his enemies. Moreover, King Malcolm and his sister Margaret gave him and all his men great gifts, and many treasures in skins decked with purple, and in pelisses of marten skin and weasel skin and ermine skin, and in palls, and in golden and silver vessels, and led him and all his shipmen with great worship from his dominion. No doubt, in the relation in which Malcolm then stood to King William, his presence was an embarrassment to him, and as he was not disposed to assist him himself at this time, he was glad to be relieved from his difficulty by the King of France, discovering that he might make use of him to annoy the King of England from another quarter. But King Malcolm was not to be so easily freed from the embarrassment of his presence as he expected, for we are told that on the voyage evil befell them when they went out at sea, so that there came on very rough weather, and the raging sea and the strong wind cast them on the land, so that all their ships burst asunder, and they themselves with difficulty came to land, and almost all their treasures were lost, and some of his men also were seized by the Frenchmen, but he himself and his best men went back again to Scotland, some ruefully going on foot, and some miserably riding. When King Malcolm advised him that he should send to King William over the sea and pray his peace, and he also did so, and the king granted it to him, and sent after him. And King Malcolm and his sister again gave him and all his men innumerable treasures, and very furtherly again sent him from their jurisdiction. Malcolm was more fortunate the second time. Edgar succeeded in reaching the court of King William in safety, where he was well received and remained with him. Malcolm appears now to have turned his attention more to the amalgamation of the provinces he held, instead of attempting to enlarge his dominions at the expense of Northumbria, and in the year 1078 he appears to have invaded the province of Moray. The hereditary ruler of the province at this time was Maelsnechtan, the son of that Locke who had borne the title of king for 4 months, and his son appears under the Celtic title of Moreb, or King of Moray. Malcolm seems to have been successful in his attempt, as the Saxon Chronicle tells us in an imperfect notice that in this year King Malcolm won the mother of Maelsnechtan, and all his best men, and all his treasures and his cattle, and he himself escaped with difficulty. He may have taken refuge in the remote stronghold of Locke de Thrbra in Lochaber, which St. Bertrand tells us had been the habitation of his father Lulach, and here he died 7 years after. Malcolm appears to have been emboldened by this success and by the continued absence of King William in Normandy to make another attempt to extend his frontier to the Tyne, notwithstanding that his son Duncan was still retained as a hostage at the English court, as Simeon of Durham tells us that in 1079 Malcolm, King of Scots, after an assumption of St. Mary on the 15th of August, devastated Northumberland as far as the great river Tyne, slew many, took more prisoners, and returned with great spoil. But when King William returned in the following year to England, he sent in the autumn his son Robert to Scotland against Malcolm, but having gone as far as Egglesbreath, he returned without accomplishing anything, and built a new castle on the Tyne. Egglesbreath is the Gaelic name of Falkirk, so that Robert penetrated as far as the river Carron, but did not venture to proceed farther, and it is probable that he contented himself with repaying the devastation of that part of Northumbria north of the Tyne by pillaging Lothian and Calatria, and was forced to retreat by the want of supplies. And while he protected Northumbria south of the Tyne by the castle he erected on that river, he virtually surrendered the district north of it to the incursions of the Scots. In the year 1085, the same year in which Mael Nectan died, Malcolm appears to have lost a son, Domhnall, probably another son by his first marriage, who seems to have died a violent death, and 2 years afterwards William the Conqueror died and was succeeded by his son William Rufus. By the death of his great and imposing antagonist, Malcolm seems to have considered himself relieved from the necessity of further observing any engagements he may have entered into towards the King of England. And though his eldest son was still retained as a hostage at the English court, he had now around him a flourishing band of youthful sons, the fruit of his union with Queen Margaret, the eldest of whom may now have been approaching majority, and he may have felt less hesitation in exposing the son whom he had not seen since he was a boy, and by a mother whom he had forgotten, to have the consequences of any act of hostility visited upon him. Accordingly, when in the year 1091 Edgar Atheling had been deprived of the lands which had been given him in Normandy by the new king, and went to Scotland to his brother-in-law and to his sister, Malcolm had no hesitation in this time adopting his cause. As the Saxon Chronicle tells us, while King William was out of England, King Malcolm of Scotland came hither into England and harried a great deal of it, till the good men who had charge of this land sent a force against him and turned him back. When King William in Normandy heard of this, he made ready for his departure and came to England, and his brother the Count Robert with him, and forthwith ordered a force to be called out, both a ship force and a land force. But the ship force, ere he could come to Scotland, almost all perished miserably a few days before St. Michael's Mass. And the king and his brother went with the land force. But when King Malcolm heard that they would seek him with the force, he went with his force out of Scotland into the district of Lothian in England, and there awaited. When King William with his force approached, there intervened Count Robert and Edgar Atheling, and so made a reconciliation between the kings, so that King Malcolm came to our king and became his man, with all such obedience as he had before paid to his father, and that with oath confirmed. And King William promised him inland and all things that which he had before under his father. In this reconciliation Edgar Atheling was also reconciled with the king, and the kings then, with great good feeling, separated. This passage seems very clearly to imply that the expression, "and Malcolm became his man," does not refer to any homage rendered by Malcolm for the kingdom of Scotland, either on this or the former occasion, but for land held under the king in England. And although Malcolm may have considered that he had a hereditary right to the district of Lothian, and was not inclined to admit its dependence upon the King of England when he could help it, yet it can hardly be doubted that when forced to recognize the claims of the King of England, he conceded that Lothian was not an integral part of Scotland but of England, and in becoming the king's man acknowledged his supremacy over it. The Chronicle adds, in narrating this reconciliation, but that stood only a little while, and accordingly in the following year King William, who apparently converted to the part of the Cumbrian territory which extended from the Solway to the river Derwent and the cross at Stanmore, and probably considered that if his right as overlord had been recognized, he might resume any part of it. With a large force, went north to Carlisle and restored the town and razed the castle and drove out Dauphin, who had previously ruled the land there, and garrisoned the castle with his own men, and then returned south hither. And very many country folk with wives and with cattle he sent thither to dwell and to till the land. Dauphin was probably the son of Earl of Gospatrick, and held this part of Cumbria under Malcolm, and this was a direct invasion of his rights, as the kings of Scotland unquestionably were in legitimate possession of the whole of the ancient British kingdom of Cumbria, which extended from the Clyde to the Derwent and to Stanmore. But he appears to have endeavoured at first to obtain redress by negotiation, for the chronicle tells us that after this the King of Scotland sent and demanded the fulfilment of the treaty which had been promised him. And King William summoned him to Gloucester and sent him hostages to Scotland, and Edgar Atheling afterwards, and the men back again, who brought him with great worship to the king. But when he came to the king, he could not be held worthy either the speech of the king or the conditions that had been previously promised him, and therefore in great hostility they parted. And King Malcolm returned home to Scotland, but as soon as he came home he gathered his army and marched into England, harrying with more animosity than ever behoved him. And then Robert the Earl of Northumberland ensnared him with his men unawares, and slew him. Morel of Bamborough slew him, who was the Earl's steward and King Malcolm's gossip. With him also was slain his son Edward, who should, if he had lived, had been king after him. Simeon of Durham adds that he was cut off near the river Alban, and that his army either fell by the sword, or those who escaped the sword were carried away by the inundation of the rivers, which were then more than usually swollen by the winter rains. 2 of the natives placed the body of the king in a cart, as none of his men were left to commit it to the ground, and buried it at Tynemouth. By some of the Scotch chronicles, Malcolm is said to have been slain at Inner Alden, or the mouth of the river Arles, by others at Alnwick, and to have been buried at Tynemouth, and thus terminated his long reign of 35 years. The character of Malcolm was variously regarded by the English and by his own subjects. The English historians, who had mainly to record his frequent invasions of Northumberland, regarded him as a man of barbarous disposition and a cruel and pitiless temper, who delighted to ravage and devastate the northern districts of England, instigated by avarice, while they attributed any better traits in his character to the humanizing influence of his Saxon consort, Queen Margaret. By his Celtic subjects he was known as Malcolm Keenmore, or Great Head, and was regarded, according to the testimony of Saint Berchan, as a king the best who possessed Alban. He was a king of kings fortunate. He was the vigilant crusher of enemies. No woman bore or will bring forth in the east a king whose rule will be greater over Alban. And there shall not be born for ever one who had more fortune and greatness. On his death he left the kingdom in possession for the first time of the same southern frontier which it ever after retained. It was now separated from the kingdom of England by the Solway Firth, the range of the Cheviot Hills, and the river Tweed. From the Solway to the Clyde extended that portion of Cumbria which still belonged to the Scottish king. From the Tweed to the Moravia on the west, Argyll or Argathlia, while beyond these were on the north Caithness and the Orkney Isles, forming the Norwegian earldom of Orkney, and on the west the Sudreys or Western Islands, still occupied by the Norwegians, though since the death of Thorfinn belonging nominally to Scotland. End of Chapter 8, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The kingdom of Scotia passes into feudal Scotland. The death of Malcolm Cian More, though his reign had been prolonged for the unusual period of 35 years, was a great misfortune for Scotland. He united himself so many claims to the allegiance of the heterogeneous races under his rule that a work of consolidation had been insensibly going on during his reign, while the influence of his pious and accomplished queen, the Saxon Princess Margaret, equally advanced their civilization. His death followed in 4 days by that of his queen, who succumbed to the grief and shock caused by this unexpected blow, arrested the progress of both, and not only retarded the advance of the kingdom had been making for a period of 30 years, but threatened its dismemberment till the accession of David I once more united all the races of its population under one vigorous rule, and the task commenced by his father, the process of consolidation and advancing civilization, was again resumed. It would be necessary for our purpose to notice the events which affected the population of the country during this interval. The death of Malcolm raised once more the vexed question of the succession to the throne, and brought the laws and prepossessions of the different races, now united under one government, into conflict. Malcolm appears to have had 2 brothers, Donalban and Melmer, from the latter of whom the Earls of Atholl descended. By his first wife, Ingiborg, the widow of Thorfinn, Earl of Orkney, he seems to have had 2 sons, Duncan, who was given up to the King of England as a hostage in 1072, and Donald, who predeceased him in 1085. By his second wife, the Saxon Queen Margaret, he had 6 sons and 2 daughters. The sons were Edward, who was slain with his father at Alnwick; Edmund Ethelred, who appears well under age as lay abbot of Dunkeld and Earl of Fife; Edgar, Alexander, and David. By the Welsh population of the Cumbrian province belonging to Scotland, Duncan, as the eldest son of his father, must have been regarded as the true heir to the throne, and those parts of the kingdom which were colonized by Norwegians or under Norwegian influence must have also looked to him, both on that account and as the son of the Norwegian Ingiborg. On the death of Thorfinn, the powerful Earl of Orkney, who had brought under his rule both the Western Isles and so many earldoms on the mainland, while his patrimonial inheritance of the Orkneys and probably Caithness passed to his sons, the other districts as well as the Western Islands reverted to their natural lords, and no doubt passed under the dominion of Malcolm Cian More. The earldoms which lay within the bounds of the kingdom of Alban, or Scotland proper, became once more incorporated with it. The great district of Moravia, or Moray and Ross, fell under the rule of his native Mayors. The Western Isles, with Galloway and Argyll, must still to a great extent have been occupied by Northmen, and the revolution of which Godred Coven, a Norwegian, succeeded in driving out the Danish ruler and taking possession of the island of Man sometime between the years 1075 and 1080, appears to have led to the Western Isles passing also under his rule, over which he placed his eldest son, Lagman, while the appearance of Magnus Barefoot, who had recently become King of Norway, with his fleet in the autumn of the year 1093, and his conquest of the Orkneys and the Western Isles, led to the latter being for the time transferred from the rule of Malcolm Cian More, who was at the time engaged in preparing the expedition to England, which had for him so fatal a termination, and could not defend these remote possessions, to that of the King of Norway. In these more remote parts of the kingdom, the claim of Duncan would be regarded with most favour. Lothian, however, had now become a very important and influential dependence of the kingdom, and its Saxon population must have looked with longing eyes to the children of their revered Saxon princess Queen Margaret as their natural lords. This is clear from the Saxon Chronicle, which, in recording the death of Edward, the eldest son of Malcolm, by Queen Margaret, who was slain with his father in 1093, adds, who should, if he had lived, have been king after him, and in Lothian the claim of Edmund, the next surviving son, would be preferred. Among the Gaelic tribes which still formed the main body of the population of the districts extending from the Forth to the Spey, and constituting the proper kingdom of Scotia, the law of tenantry must still have had a powerful influence, and had too recently had full sway among them to prepare them to accept the succession of a son in preference to a brother without difficulty. And here Donalban, the brother of Malcolm Cianmore, must have been regarded as their natural and legitimate king, while his only competitor in their eyes, Duncan, being still detained as a hostage at the English court, was in no position personally to contest the succession with him. The Saxon Chronicle tells us that on Malcolm's death, the Scots, by whom the people of Scotland proper are no doubt meant, then chose Donald, Malcolm's brother, for king, and drove out all the English who were before with King Malcolm. He appears to have asserted his claim with great promptitude, for John of Fordham, soon whom he may now accept as a fair authority for the events of Scottish history, as being nearer his own time, and having no longer a theory to maintain at the expense of its true features, tells us that Donalban, the king's brother, having heard of the death of Queen Margaret, invaded the kingdom at the head of a numerous band, and besieged the castle of Edinburgh, while her body still remained there unburied, and where her sons, whom Fordun terms the king's rightful and lawful heirs, still were. But her family, taking advantage of a thick mist, which of course he considers miraculous, but is not an unfrequent accompaniment of an Edinburgh day, brought down her body up by a postern on the western side, and conveyed it safely to the church of Dunfermline, where she was buried. Winton, who wrote in the following century, repeats the same story, but says that it was her son Ethelred who conveyed her body to Dunfermline, which is probable enough, as that royal seat was situated within the bounds of his earldom of Fife. Edgar Atheling, the queen's brother, who was still alive, then gathered her sons and daughters together, and brought them secretly to England for the purpose of being privately educated by their mother's relatives. Donalban was, however, not to escape a conflict with Duncan, the eldest son of the deceased king, for when the news of these events reached the English court, where he had remained since he had been given as a hostage when a mere child, and had received his education, he went to the king and performed such fealty as the king would have of him, and so with his permission went to Scotland, with the support he could get of English and French, that is, Normans, and deprived his kinsman Donald of the kingdom, and was received for king. This took place after Donald had reigned for 6 months by the population of Lothian and Cumbria, who had probably had enough of Donald and his Gaelic followers. Duncan would no doubt be received at once, for though the people of Lothian might have preferred a son of the Saxon queen, and might not dislike to see him set aside for one of that family, they would have no hesitation in supporting his cause against that of his uncle. The Gaelic inhabitants of Scotland proper seem to have been divided. A party of the Scots appeared to have been sufficiently favourable to him to enable him to expel the intruders, while another section of the natives rejected him, for we are told by the same chronicle that some of the Scots afterwards gathered together and slew almost all his followers, and he himself with few escaped. Afterwards they were reconciled on the condition that he never again should harbour in the land either English or French. Duncan had probably agreed to hold the whole kingdom as a vassal of the King of England, being himself by education a Norman, and trusting to his English and Norman support to maintain him in his position, but he seems to have found that his only chance of retaining his rule over the districts north of the Forth was by claiming them as his by hereditary right. There are 2 charters by him preserved. One is a grant by Duncan of the lands of Tingingham, and others in East Lothian to St. Cuthbert, that is, to the church at Durham, in which he styles himself son of King Malcolm, and by hereditary right King of Scotland. It is witnessed apparently by his brother Edgar, and with one exception the other witnesses are all Saxons. He appears also to have granted lands in Fife to the church of Dunfermline. He is said to have married Athrida, daughter of Gauth, Patrick, Earl of Northumberland, who took refuge in 1067 with Malcolm, Cree, and More, and was made Earl of Dunbar, by whom he had a son William. The reign of Duncan, however, did not last longer than that of his uncle Donald, for after he had possessed the throne for 6 months, the Saxon Chronicle records, in the following year, in this year also the Scots ensnared and slew their king Duncan, and after took to them again a second time his paternal uncle Donald for king, through whose machinations and incitement he was betrayed to death. The Scots who thus ensnared him were those who inhabited the districts north of the Tay, the leaders among whom were the men of the Mearns. And Duncan is said by our oldest chronicles to have been slain by Mal Peter MacLeon, the Mayormore, or Comus, as the More mayors were now called, of the Mearns at Monachedin, now Mondines, in the Mearns of Kilcardineshire, where a large upright monolith, rising 6 or 8 feet above the surface, may commemorate the event. Donald Ban, who thus a second time obtained possession of the throne, appears to have felt that he could not maintain himself in that position without neutralizing the opposition of the Anglic inhabitants of Lothian, and with the view of strengthening himself offered to associate with him one of the sons of Malcolm by Queen Margaret. Edgar, the heir, was not likely to surrender his claims for a divided rule with his uncle, but his brother Edmund appears to have yielded to the temptation and joined the party of Donald Ban. It was at that instigation of Donald Ban and Edmund that Duncan was slain, and while Donald Ban ruled over the Scots north of the Firths, Edmund was no doubt placed over Lothian, and as son of their revered Princess Margaret, readily commanded their allegiance. Their joint reign appears to have lasted for 3 years, and Lothian thus became again dissevered during that period from the kingdom of Scotland. Edgar Atheling, however, resolved now to make an effort to place his nephew Edgar on the throne, and we are told by the Saxon Chronicle that in the year 1097, soon after St. Michael's Mass, or the 29th of September, Edgar Atheling, with the king's support, went with a force into Scotland, and in a hard-fought battle won that land and drove out the king Donald, and in King William's vassalage set as king his kinsman Edgar, who was the son of King Malcolm and of Queen Margaret, and afterwards returned to England, Edmund, according to William of Malmesbury, being taken and doomed to perpetual imprisonment, sincerely repented, and on his near approach to death ordered himself to be buried in his chains, confessing that he suffered deservedly for the crime of fratricide. Edgar thus reunited Lothian with Scotland and subjected both to his rule, but it was not till 2 years after that he succeeded in taking Donald Ban prisoner, who was blinded and condemned to perpetual imprisonment at Roscoppin or Rescoby, where he died, and was buried in Dunfermline. In the first year of Edgar's reign, Magnus Barefoot, the king of Norway, again appeared in the Western Sea with his fleet. On the former occasion he was content with merely subjecting the islands to his authority as sovereign, without apparently disturbing their local government. The sons of Earl Thorfinn retained their position as Earls of Orkney, and Godred Crovan remained ruler of the Isles in subordination to the king of Norway, and died in the year 1095. According to the Chronicle of Man, he died in Isla after a reign of 16 years, and his eldest son Lagman, who had ruled the Isles under him during his life, went on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, where he died. The king of Norway then sent a Norwegian named Igmund to rule the Isles, but he soon exasperated the islanders by his conduct, and on his assembling the chiefs of the Isles in the island of Lewis, where he appears to have had his seat of government, for the purpose of having himself declared king, they surrounded his house, set it on fire, and he and his whole retinue were destroyed either by the fire or the sword. It was this event which probably led to Magnus's second expedition, and he resolved now to bring the islands under his own immediate rule. According to the saga, he had both a large and vigorous army and excellent ships. King Magnus went with that army westward over the sea, and first to Orkney. He took captive the Earls Paul and Erlend, and sent them both east to Norway, but left as a chieftain over the islands his son Sigurd, and gave a council to him. He went with his whole army to the Sudreys, but when he came there he commenced plundering immediately, burnt the inhabited places, killed the people, and pillaged wherever he went. But the people of the country fled to various places, some up to Scotland or into the fjords or sea locks, some southward to Satiri or Kintyre. Some submitted to King Magnus and received pardon. It is obvious from this account that the objects of King Magnus's wrath were the original native possessors of the Isles, and not the Norwegian Vikings who had settled there, and it is probable that the destruction of Igmund and his party arose from an attempt on their part to throw off the Norwegian yoke. After the complete subjection of the Isles, Magnus proceeded southwards to the Isle of Man, and from thence to Anglesey, which he took possession of after subduing 2 earls, Hugo the Modest and Hugo the Stout, who governed it, and slaying one of them. On his return to the Isles, he came to terms with the King of the Scots, by which all the islands to the west of Scotland, between which and the mainland a helm-carrying ship could pass, were ceded to him, and it was on this occasion that he is said to have had his ship drawn across the narrow isthmus between east and west Loch Tarbert, and included Satiri or Kintyre in the new kingdom of the Isles. It is probable that Edgar did not feel himself sufficiently secure on his throne, and had as yet acquired too little authority over the remote parts of his kingdom to be able to resist the Norwegian king, and had no alternative but to buy off any attack upon the mainland by confirming the cession which his father had been obliged to make in the last years of his reign, and the Isles thus became entirely severed from their connection with the kingdom of Scotland, and were not again united till after the lapse of more than a century and a half. King Magnus was slain in Ulster in the end of August in the year 1104, after he had ruled the Isles for 6 years. After his death, the chiefs of the Isles appear to have endeavoured to throw off the Norwegian yoke with the assistance of the Irish under a leader, Donald MacTadge, who, according to the annals of Innisfallen, carried war into the north of Ireland and acquired the kingdom of Insigall by force in 1111. But 2 years after, Olave, the son of Hodred Crovan, who had taken refuge with the King of England, recovered the possession of the now independent kingdom of the Isles, and ruled over them for 40 years. Forden tells us that while Edgar was advancing with his uncle Edgar Atheling towards Scotland, St. Cuthbert appeared to him in a dream, and promised him success if he would take his standard from the church at Durham and carry it against his foes, and that having put Donald and his men to flight, Edgar then, by the favour of God and the merits of St. Cuthbert, happily achieved a bloodless victory, and, when established on the throne, granted to the monks of Durham the lands of Coldingham. That he refounded the monastery of Coldingham and granted it to the canons regular of St. Cuthbert is certain, for the charters still exist. In these charters Edgar terms himself King of the Scots Rex Scotorum, and addresses them to the Scots and Angles, or English Scotus et Anglis, thus classing his subjects under these 2 heads. Only one of the charters contains a list of witnesses. These are of the same character as those of King Duncan's charter, and equally belong to the race of the Angles. 2 of them are in part repeated, Vinget and Elfric, who witnessed Duncan's charter, appear also witnessing this charter as Uni et Gwait and Elfric Pinkerna, and Edgar was thus surrounded by a Saxon court. He appears to have made Edinburgh his residence, which, as a stronghold situated near the western boundary of Lothian and on the Firth of Forth, was well adapted to be the seat of a king whose main supporters were in Lothian, and whose tenure of the northern part of his kingdom was uncertain, and to have died there on the 13th of January in the year 1107, and was buried in Dunfermline. There were only 3 of the sons of Queen Margaret in life, Ethelred, Alexander, and David. Ethelred was a churchman, abbot of Dunkeld, and possessed as a further appanage of the earldom of Fife, but seems to have made no pretension to the throne, and Alexander appears to have regarded himself as the natural heir, but Edgar limited his succession to Scotland proper and its dependencies, and bequeathed the districts south of the Firths, consisting of Lothian and the Cumbrian province, to his youngest brother David, with the title of Comus or Earl. His motive for making this division of the kingdom between the 2 brothers was probably caused by the difficult position in which the kingdom was placed towards the English monarch. In regard to his claims of superiority, so far as Lothian was concerned, there was probably no idea at this period of the history of contesting it, and both Duncan and Edgar seem to have purchased the assistance of the English by a general admission that they held the kingdom under the King of England. As soon, however, as they had obtained possession of the throne, they found the necessity of basing their right to the throne, so far as the districts north of the Firth were concerned, upon their hereditary title as heirs of its ancient kings, and not upon any concession from the King of England, but their possession of Scotland proper as independent kings, of Lothian as vassals of the King of England, and of Cumbria on an uncertain tenure in this respect, coupled with the radical diversity of the races which peopled these districts and their mutual antagonism, made their position an anomalous one, and tended to compromise the independence of the monarchy. Donalbain seems to have met the difficulty by associating a son of Queen Margaret with him in his second usurpation, and Edgar, probably experiencing the same difficulty during his life, tried to obviate it after his death by making one brother independent king of the Scots, and placing the district more immediately affected by the English claims under the rule of his brother David, who was so far subordinated to Alexander as to bear the title of Earl only. Such seems the natural explanation of this strange arrangement, by which Alexander's succession as king was limited to the kingdom north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, with the debatable ground extending from the River Forth to the River Esk, and including the strong positions of Stirling and Edinburgh, while David, as Earl, obtained the richer districts extending from thence to the borders of England, and between them lay the earldom of Gospatric of Dunbar. According to Aelred, within whose lifetime Edgar died, he was a sweet and amiable man, like his kinsman the holy King Edward in every way, using no harshness, no tyrannical or bitter treatment toward his subjects, but ruling and correcting them with the greatest charity, goodness, and loving kindness. And consistently with this character we find few events recorded in his reign. He gives a very different character to his brother Alexander. Although he says he was humble and kind enough to the monks and the clergy, he was to the rest of his subjects beyond everything terrible. A man of large heart, exerting himself in all things beyond his strength. He was a lettered man, and most zealous in building churches, in searching for relics of saints, in providing and arranging priestly vestments and sacred books, most open-handed, even beyond his means, to all strangers, and so devoted to the poor that he seemed to delight in nothing so much as in supporting them, washing, nourishing, and clothing them. Alexander seems to have been dissatisfied with the arrangement made by the deceased king, and the expression in the Saxon Chronicle, coupled with the charters by which he confirms the monks of Durham the grants they had received from Edgar, implies that he was inclined to claim the whole kingdom as heir to his brother, with the assistance of the King of England, whose natural daughter Sibylla he afterwards married. But the hearty support given by the people of Lothian to his brother David, with the exception of Earl Gospatric, who appears among Alexander's adherents, was too powerful to enable him to oppose with success the partition of the kingdom. He soon justified that part of the character given him by Aelred which relates to the monks and the clergy, for besides the usual grants made by each king to Dunfermline, After he had reigned about 7 years, founded a monastery at Scone, the principal seat of his kingdom, and established in it a colony of canons regular of St. Augustine, whom he brought from the church of St. Oswald at Nasley, near Pontefract, in Yorkshire, and the church which had previously been dedicated to the Holy Trinity he placed under the patronage of the Holy Virgin Mary and of St. Michael, St. John, St. Lawrence, and St. Augustine. The foundation charter is granted by himself and his wife Sibylla, daughter of Henry, King of England, as King and Queen of the Scots, is confirmed by 2 bishops and the formal consent of 6 earls, and of Gospatrick, who had also the rank of earl, is given to the grant. 4 can be connected with certain districts. These are Malus of Strathern, Madach of Athol, Rothry of Mar, and Garthnach of Buchan. The older designation of Mortimer had now passed into that of Comus or Earl, but was still more of a personal than territorial title. And we here see Alexander, king of the Scots, whose kingdom was limited to that of Alban, or Scotland proper, acting with a constitutional body of 7 earls, 6 of whom represented the older Mormaers of the Celtic kingdom. He also founded a priory of the same canons in the island of Locke for himself and the soul of his queen Sibylla, which was dedicated to the Virgin and all saints. In the same year in which Alexander founded the Church of Scone, he found himself obliged to enter upon a struggle for the independence of the Church in Scotland, which indirectly involved that of the kingdom itself. The event which gave rise to this contest with the death of Turgot, Bishop of St. Andrews. The see of St. Andrews had remained vacant since the death, in 1093, of the last Celtic bishop, termed in the Ulster Annals for doth High Bishop of Alban. And in the register of St. Andrews, Modach, son of Michael, of pious memory, Bishop of St. Andrews, during the troubled time of the contest between the sons and brother of Malcolm, Crean More, and during the reign of Edgar, there appears to have been no consecrated bishop, but in the first year of Alexander's reign, Turgot, who had been Queen Margaret's confessor and was now prior of Durham, was elected to fill the vacant see on the 20th of June, 1107. A difficulty immediately arose as to his consecration. The bishops of St. Andrews were at the time the sole bishops in Scotland. The controversy which had existed between Lanfranc, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Thomas, Archbishop of York, as to the rights of their respective metropolitan jurisdiction, had terminated in an agreement at the Council of Windsor in 1072, which conceded to York jurisdiction over all the episcopal sees from the Humber to the farthest limits of Scotland, and the Archbishop of York now claimed the right to consecrate the Bishop of St. Andrews. The claim was not without plausible grounds. The diocese of Wilfrid, the first Bishop of York, after the withdrawal of the Scottish clergy, had extended over the whole of that part of Scotland which had been subjected to the Northumbrian rule, and included the entire territory of the subsequent diocese of St. Andrews, and that of Glasgow and Lothian, at that time annexed to St. Andrews, and Teviotdale, annexed to Glasgow, had belonged to the bishopric of Lindisfarne. The Church of St. Andrews, too, was founded after the expulsion of the Columbian monks, and might be viewed as much as an offshoot of the Northumbrian Church as the early Scottish Church of Lindisfarne was of Iona. On the other hand, the Church of St. Andrews claimed to be the representative of an older foundation, and engraft a legendary origin upon its true history. The Diocese of Galloway had been founded by the Northumbrians, and as to its subjection to the metropolitan jurisdiction of York, there seems never to have been any question, but to allow it to extend over Glasgow and St. Andrews might compromise the independence of the kingdom. Turgot, however, as prior of Durham, would naturally be disposed to look to York for his consecration. Alexander had apparently been no party to his election, and seems hardly to have known thus early in his reign how to extricate himself from the difficulty, and the matter was settled for the time by a compromise. Turgot was consecrated at York on 1st August 1109, with reservation of the rights of both sees. It was probably with a view to remove This difficulty that Alexander had before the foundation of the Church of Scone erected 2 additional sees of Dunkeld and Moray. Turgot, as the first bishop of St. Andrews of Anglic race, seems to have found his position an uncomfortable one, and experienced difficulty in exercises his episcopal functions. Accordingly, 6 years after his consecration, he asked to leave to retire to Durham, and died there on the 31st August 1115. It now became necessary to appoint a successor. Alexander appears to have wished for an Englishman, and to have thought that he could best defeat the pretensions of the Archbishop of York by applying to the primate of all England. He accordingly wrote to Radulf, Archbishop of Canterbury, to ask him to recommend a successor, since, as he averred, in old time the bishops of St. Andrews were wont to be consecrated by the Pope or the Archbishop of Canterbury. This appeal seems to have revived the disputes between York and Canterbury, which was probably Alexander's object, and while they disputed as to who should consecrate the bishop, the see remained again vacant till the year 1120, when Alexander chose Eadmar, a monk of Canterbury, to be Bishop of St. Andrews, and wrote to the Archbishop of Canterbury to request that he might be sent to Scotland to be consecrated, who agreed to his appointment, but proposed he should be sent back to be consecrated. Eadmar went to Scotland, and was selected bishop by the clergy and people of the land with the royal assent, but when it came to consecration the difficulty again occurred, and was again eventually settled by compromise. Eadmar received the ring from Alexander, took the pastoral staff from off the altar, and assumed the charge of the diocese. He, however, found himself quite as uncomfortable as Turgot had been. The renewed dissensions about the conflicting claims of York and Canterbury and the rights of St. Andrews retarded his consecration, and it ended in his returning the ring to Alexander, the staff to the altar, and leaving Scotland for Canterbury. When he wished shortly afterwards to reclaim his bishopric and return to Scotland, Alexander refused to receive him. The see again remained vacant, during which time the archbishop renewed his claim to jurisdiction over the Scottish bishops, which was supported by Pope Calixtus and steadily rejected by the King Alexander. But on the death of Eadmar in the beginning of the year 1124, Robert, prior of the monastery of regular canons at Scone, was elected Bishop of St. Andrews, and 4 years after Alexander's death he was, in the reign of his successor, consecrated as Turgot had been by the Archbishop of York, reserving the rights of both churches. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kingdom of Scotia passes into feudal Scotland. It was on the occasion of Robert, the prior of his own monastery of Scone, becoming Bishop of St. Andrews, that Alexander I restored to the Church of St. Andrews the lands called the Boar's Chase, with many privileges, accompanied with the strange gift of the royal Arabian steed, with its trappings and silver shield and spear, which the king led up to the altar, and a splendid suit of Turkish armor. Alexander appears also in the same year to have founded a monastery of canons regular on the small island of Eumonia, now called Inchcolm, in the Firth of Forth. If these foundations amply justify the character given him of devotion and liberality to the Church, that which Aelred likewise applies to him of being terrible towards his subjects was probably acquired by the stern manner in which he repressed the resistance of the Gaelic population of his kingdom and forced them to submit to his rule. Fordham tells us that Alexander was surnamed Furs or the Fierce, as his interpolator Bowers adds that he acquired his name because he had received from his father's brother, who was Earl of Gowrie, at his baptism, according to custom, the lands of Liff and Invergowrie, near Dundee, that when he became king, he proceeded to erect a palace at Liff but was attacked by certain people of the Mearns and Moray in the night, who broke in the door, but he was brought secretly out by his attendant, Alexander Caron, and having taken ship at Invergowrie, he went to the south of Scotland, and having collected an army, he hastened against the rebels. That he then founded the monastery of Scone, and bestowed upon it the lands of Liff and Invergowrie. He then pursued the rebels to the river Spey, and there, finding his enemies collected in great numbers on the opposite bank, and the river so swollen and his men unwilling to cross, he gave his standard to Alexander Caron, who plunged into the stream, was followed by the army, and his enemies were put to flight. Winton substantially narrates the same tale, but places the King's Palace or Manor Place at Invergowrie, terms his assailants a multitude of Scottish men, says that they fled over the mount, and removes their final dispersion from the Spey to the Bewley River, when he adds that the king followed on Thane, which firstly, the stuck fund into Ross, and that quick he our tuck Thame at the last, and tuck and slui Thame or he passed out of that land that few he left to tuck on hand swilk purpose eft. Fra that day his legs all sid him Alexander the first to call. Winton places the foundation of Scone on his return from the north. Whether this event really took place or not, it is probably a true enough indication of what Alexander had to experience from his Gaelic subjects and how he dealt with them, and certain it is that the foundation charter of the monastery of Scone contains a grant of the lands of Liff and Invergowrie. Alexander grants 3 of his charters at Strivelin, Perth, and Scone, and in his foundation charter of the latter place he gives the monks 5 dwellings in his principal towns. These are Edwinsburg or Edinburgh, Strivelin or Stirling, Inverkeithning, Perth, Aberdon or Aberdeen. He died at Stirling in full health of body and faculties, according to Fordun, on the 24th of April in the year 1124, and was buried at Dunfermline on the day of St. Mark the Evangelist, that is, on the 25th of April, near his father, in front of the great altar. The only son of Queen Margaret now left was David, the youngest. He appears, well yet a youth, to have accompanied his sister Matilda to the English court on her marriage with Henry I, King of England, which took place in November 1100 during the reign of Edgar over Scotland. And here he was trained with other young Norman barons in all the feudal usages, so as to become, by education and association with the young English nobility, imbued with feudal ideas and surrounded by Norman influences, or, as William of Malmesbury expresses it, polished from a boy by intercourse and familiarity with us. When he reached maturity, Henry I gave him in marriage a rich young widow, Matilda, daughter and heiress of that Waltheof, who was son of Seward, Earl of Northumberland, and himself Earl of Northampton, and had married Judith, the niece of the Conqueror, and was afterwards beheaded by him. She was the widow of Simon de Senlis, and by her David obtained during her life the earldom of Northampton and honour of Huntingdon. David was thus, to all intents and purposes, a Norman baron when the death of his brother Edgar placed him, by his bequest, in possession of almost the entire Scottish territory south of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, with the title of Earl. The districts thus possessed by him extended on the east from the Tweed as far as, at least, at the Lammermoor range, beyond which was the earldom of Guspatrick of Dunbar, while the district extending from the Esk to the Forth was retained by King Alexander. On the west his possessions reached from the Solway Firth to the Firth of Clyde. 6 years after he obtained these lands, he founded in the year 1113 a monastery of Benedictine monks of Tyrone and Selkirk on the banks of the Ettrick, and his foundation charter will still further indicate the extent of his possessions as Earl. In the charter he calls himself Earl David, son of Malcolm, King of Scots, and addressed it to all his adherents, Normans, Angles, and Scots, and gives the monks the lands of Selkirk and other lands in Feudal, a plough-gate in Berwick, and a croft in the burg of Roxburgh. The 10th of his scan, or dues from Galloway or Galloway, and in addition some lands in his English lordship of Northampton, and he shows his independent position by adding that this grant was made while Henry was reigning in England and Alexander in Scotia or Scotland proper, not long after he refounded the bishopric of Glasgow, to which he appointed John as first bishop, who had been his tutor. The instrument which records the restoration of the diocese and an investigation ordered by Earl David into the possessions of the see is still preserved and may probably be dated sometime between the years 1116 and 1120. In this document it was stated that in the time of Henry, King of England, while Alexander, King of Scots, was reigning in Scotia, God had sent them David, brother German of the King of Scotia, to be their prince and leader, and David, prince of the Cumbrian region, causes inquisition to be made into the possessions of the Church of Glasgow in all the provinces of Cumbria, which were under his dominion and power, for he did not rule over the whole of the Cumbrian region. The kingdom of Cumbria originally extended from the Firth of Clyde to the river Derwent, including what was afterwards the dioceses of Glasgow, Galloway, and Carlisle. That portion, however, which extended from the Solway Firth to the river Derwent and afterwards formed the diocese of Carlisle, was wrested from the Scots by William Rufus in 1092 and was bestowed by Henry I upon Ranulph de Machines. David's possessions in Cumbria consisted therefore of the counties of Lanark, Ayr, Renfrew, Dumfries, and Peebles, and the Inquisition contains lands in these counties. He was, as we have seen, overlord of Galloway, and his rule extended also over Lothian and Feudal in the counties of Berwick, Roxburgh, and Selkirk, for in the charter by Earl David to the monks of Durham, the lands of Swinton in Berkshire, he addresses it to Bishop John of Glasgow, to Gospatrick, Goban, and Robert, his brothers, and to his thanes and drengs of Lothian and de Feudal, and in another Thor of Agnan in Berwickshire calls him his overlord or the superior of his lands. From these deeds we not only learn the extent of David's possessions, but we also see that he had attached to himself not only his Anglic vassals, but a large following of Norman barons. Of the witnesses to the Inquisition, there are, besides his Countess Matilda and his nephew William, son of his brother Duncan, 8 of Anglic race and 14 who are Normans. In his foundation charters of Selkirk, besides Bishop John of Glasgow, his Countess Matilda, his son Henry, and his nephew William, and 3 chaplains, there are 11 Norman witnesses, 9 Anglican, a solitary Gilla Michael to represent the Celtic race. The native Cumbrians nowhere appear as witnessing his grants, and it seems plain enough that he had largely introduced the Norman element into his territories and ruled over them as a feudal superior, basing his power and influence upon his Norman and Anglic vassals, of whom the former were now the most prominent both in weight and number. On the death of King Alexander in the year 1124, the Saxon Chronicle tells us that David, his brother, who was Earl of Northamptonshire, succeeded to the kingdom and had them both together, the kingdom of Scotland and the earldom in England, and thus the southern and northern districts, which had been severed during the whole of Alexander's reign, were once more united under one king, and David founded a dynasty of feudal monarchs of Celtic descent in the paternal line, and in the maternal representing the old Saxon royal family by governing the country as feudal superiors and introducing feudal institutions. The extent to which the feudal and Norman element had already been introduced into the south of Scotland while under the rule of Earl by David will be apparent when we examine the relation between the Norman barons who witnessed his charters and the land under his sway. The most prominent of those who witnessed the foundation charter of Selkirk are 4 Norman barons who possessed extensive lordships in the north of England. The first was Hugo de Morville, and we find him in possession of extensive lands in Lauderdale, Lothian, and Cunningham in Ayrshire. The second was Paganus de Broassa. The third, Robertus de Bruce, who acquired the extensive district of Annandale in Dumfriesshire, and the fourth, Robertus de Umfraville, received grants of Kinnaird and Dunipace in Stirlingshire. Of the other Norman knights who witnessed this charter, and also the Inquisition, Gavinus Riddell, Berengarius Engane, Robertus Cobert, and Alanus de Percy possess manors in Tivy O'Dale. Walterus de Lancea has extensive possession in Upper Clydesdale, Mid and East Lothian, and in the latter district Robertus de Burnville is also settled. In Scotland proper, the character in which David ruled will be best seen by contrasting his charters with those of his predecessors. Edgar, who possessed the whole kingdom north of the Tweed and the Solway, addresses his charters to all his faithful men in his kingdom, Scots and Angles. Alexander, who possessed the kingdom north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, alone to the bishops and earls, and all his faithful men of the kingdom of Scotia. A charter granted by David in the 3rd year of his accession to the throne, the monks of Durham, of lands in Lothian, is addressed to all dwelling throughout his kingdom in Scotland and Lothian, Scots and Angles. But when we enter Scotland proper and compare his foundation charter of Dunfermline with that of Scone by his predecessor Alexander I, there is a marked contrast between them. Alexander grants his charter to Scone with the formal assent and concurrence of the 7 earls of Scotland, and it is confirmed by the 2 bishops of the only dioceses which then existed in Scotland proper, with the exception of St. Andrews, which was vacant, and the witnesses are the few Saxons who formed his personal attendants, Edward the Constable, Alfric the Pikerna, and others. King David's charter to Dunfermline, a foundation also within Scotland proper, is granted by his royal authority and power, with the assent of his son Henry, and with the formal confirmation of his queen Matilda, and the bishops, earls, and barons of his kingdom, the clergy and people acquiescing. Here we see the feudal baronage of the kingdom occupying the place of the old constitutional body of the 7 earls, while the latter appear only as individually witnessing the charter. David's subsequent charters to Dunfermline show this still more clearly, for they are addressed to the bishops, abbots, earls, sheriffs, barons, governors, and officers, and all the good men of the whole land, Norman, English, and Scotch, in short, the feudal community or communitas regni, consisting of those holding land of the crown, while the old traditionary earls of the Celtic kingdom appear among the witnesses only. The reign of David I is beyond doubt the true commencement of feudal Scotland, and the term of Celtic Scotland becomes no longer appropriate to it as a kingdom. Under his auspices, feudalism rapidly acquired predominance in the country, and its social state and institutions became formally assimilated to Norman forms and ideas, while the old Celtic element in her constitutional history gradually retired into the background. During this and the subsequent reigns, the outlying districts, which had hitherto maintained a kind of semi-independence under their native rulers, and to which they were more tenaciously adhered to, were gradually brought under the more direct power of the monarch and incorporated into the kingdom. It will be unnecessary for our purpose to continue further a detailed narrative of the reigns of the kings of this dynasty who had thus become feudal monarchs, and it only remains to notice shortly the occasional appearance of the Celtic element in her constitution and the fitful struggle of her Celtic subjects to resist power, which was gradually but surely working out this process of incorporation and the consolidation of the various districts which composed it into one compact kingdom. David had been barely 6 years on the throne of Scotland when a united attempt was made on the part of its Gaelic inhabitants to wrest the districts north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde from his dominion, and the further encroachment of the English barons with their feudal holdings. At the head of this insurrection was Malcolm, a natural son of the late King Alexander, who probably counted upon the Gaelic population of Scotland proper, preferring to recognize him as his father's heir in his limited kingdom, rather than be united with Lothian under the feudal government of David, and Angus, son of the daughter of Locke, the Momer of Moray, and successor of Macbeth as King of Scotia for 3 months, who, on the death of Lulach's son, Mael Snectan, in 1085, had succeeded to him according to the Pictish law of succession, as Momer of Moray, or as it was now termed, Earl. Orderic of Vital gives so circumstantial an account of this insurrection that his narrative may be accepted as substantially true, supported as it is by other authorities. Malcolm, a bastard son of Alexander, he tells us, attempted to deprive his uncle of the crown, and involved him in 2 rather severe contests. But David, who was his superior in talent as well as in wealth and power, defeated him and his party. In the year of our Lord 1130, while King David was ably applying himself to a cause in King Henry's court and carefully examining a charge of treason which they say Geoffrey de Clinton had been guilty of, Angus, Earl of Moray, with Malcolm and 5,000 men, entered Scotia, or Scotland proper, with the intention of reducing the whole kingdom to subjection. Upon this, Edward, the son of Seward, Earl of Mercia, in the time of King Edward, who was a cousin of King David and commander of his army, assembled troops and suddenly threw himself in the enemy's way. A battle was at length fought, in which Earl Angus was slain and his troops defeated, taken prisoners, or put to flight. Vigorously pursuing the fugitives with his soldiers, elated with the victory, and entering Moravia, or Moray, now deprived of its lord and protector, he obtained by God's help a possession of the whole of that large territory. Thus David's dominions were augmented, and his power was greater than that of any of his predecessors. This account is confirmed by the Saxon Chronicle, which says in the year 1130, "In this year Anagus was slain by the Scots army, and there was a great slaughter made with him. Thus was God's right avenged on him, and because he was all forsworn." And the Ulster Annals have in the same year battle between the men of Alban and the men of Moray, in which fell 4,000 of the men of Moray, with their king Angus, son of the daughter of Lulag, 1,000 also of men of Alban, in heat of battle. Fordun places the scene of this battle at Stracathro in Forfarshire. This attempt, which ended so fatally for the Gael of Moray, was followed a few years after by one of the strangest incidents which occur in the history of Scotland at that period. It is obviously alluded to by Aelred in his eulogium upon King David, when on telling us that God gave David the affection of a son amid scourgings, that he should not murmur or backslide, but should give thanks amid scourgings, he adds, "These were his words when God sent as a foe against him a certain spurious bishop, who lied and said he was the Earl of Moray's son, and again that the Lord had scourged with the lies of a certain monk that invincible king who had subdued unto himself so many barbarous nations, and had without great trouble triumphed over the men of Moray and the islands." William of Newburgh, however, who had personally known the impostor, if impostor he was, and had conversed with him, gives us a fuller account of this strange transaction. He first appears as a monk of the Cistercian monastery of Furness, which had been founded in the year 1124, as Brother Wymundus According to William of Newburgh, he possessed an ardent temper, a retentive memory, and competent eloquence, and advanced so rapidly that the highest expectations were formed of him. In 1134, Olav, the Norwegian king of Man, granted lands in that island to Ivo, abbot of Furness, to found an affiliated monastery at Russia, and brother Wymund was sent with some monks to Philip. And here we are told he so pleased the barbarous natives with the sweetness of his address and openness of his countenance, being also of a tall and athletic make, that they requested him to become their bishop and obtain their desire. Olav accordingly applied to Thorstein, Archbishop of York, to consecrate him their bishop, and Wymund appears to have been consecrated by him. He had no sooner obtained this position than he announced himself to be the son of the Earl of Moray, who had been slain in 1130, and that he was deprived of the inheritance of his father by the King of Scotland. Having collected a band of followers who took an oath to him, he dropped his monastic name of Wymund for his Celtic appellation of Malcolm Mac Eth, and began his career throughout the adjacent islands. His claim appears to have been recognized genuine by the Norwegian kings of the Isles and by Somerled, the Celtic Regulus of Argyll, whose sister he married. Every day, says William of Newburgh, he was joined by troops of adherents, among whom he was conspicuous above all by the head and shoulders, and like some mighty commander he inflamed their desires. He then made a descent on the provinces of Scotland, wasting all before him with rapine and slaughter. But whenever the royal army was dispatched against him, he eluded the whole warlike preparation, either by retreating to a distant forest or taking to the sea, and when the troops had retired, he again issued from his hiding places to ravage the provinces. In this career he met one check for invading the province of Galloway and demanding tribute from the bishop. He was encountered by him at the head of his people when attempting to ford the river Cree, and the bishop, having met him as he was furiously advancing, and himself striking the first blow in the battle, by way of animating his party, he threw a small hatchet, and by God's assistance he felled his enemy to the earth as he was marching in the van. Gladdened at this event, the people rushed desperately against the marauders, and killing vast numbers of them, compelled their ferocious leader shamefully to fly. Wymund, as William himself used the afterwards with much pleasantry and boastingly to relate among his friends that God alone was able to vanquish him by the faith of a simple bishop. This circumstance I learnt from a person who had been one of his soldiers and had fled with those who had made their escape. Recovering his forces, however, he ravaged the islands and provinces of Scotland as he had done before, till at length the king, with assistance of a Norman army, succeeded in taking him prisoner, and confined him in the castle of Marchmont or Roxburgh. This took place, as we shall see, in the year 1137. In the following year, when King David invaded England at the head of as large a force as he could bring together from the entire country under his dominion, for the purpose of supporting the cause, his niece Matilda, the daughter of King Henry I and Empress of Germany, he placed those Norman barons who belonged to the party of Stephen of Blois and held possessions under King David as well as in England in a position of great difficulty. Their feudal holdings in Scotland gave David a right as their overlord to their military service, while their policy in England was to support Stephen in his opposition to the claim of his niece Matilda to the English throne. One of the principal of these Norman barons, Robertus de Bruce, who had great possessions in Yorkshire, but had adhered to King David from his youth, and held under him the extensive district of Annandale, required to the Scottish camp, when David had advanced as far as the Tees, to remonstrate with him, and when he did not succeed, renounced his fealty to him. It is well worth quoting that part of his speech as reported by Aelred, which details the part of the Norman barons had taken in the Scottish events detailed in this chapter, against whom he says to the king, "Dost thou this day take up arms and lead this countless host? Is it not against the English and Normans? O king, are they not those from whom thou hast always obtained profitable counsel and prompt assistance? when I ask thee, hast thou ever found such fidelity in the Scots that thou canst so confidently dispense with the advice of the English and the assistance of the Normans, as if Scots suffice thee even against Scots? This confidence in the Galwegians is somewhat new to thee, who this day turnest thine arms against those through whom thou now rulest. Beloved by Scots and feared by Galwegians, thinkest thou, O King, that the majesty of heaven will behold thee with unmoved eyes? Do thy best to ruin those by whom the throne was gotten and secured to thee and thine. With what forces and by what aid did thy brother Duncan overthrow the army of Donald and recover the kingdom which the tyrant had usurped? Who restored Edgar thy brother, nay, more than brother, to the kingdom? Was it not our army? Thou too, O King, when thou didst demand that part of the kingdom which that same brother bequeathed to thee at his death from thy brother Alexander, was it not from dread of us that thou receivest it without bloodshed? Recollect last year, when thou didst entreat the aid of the English in opposing Malcolm, the heir of a father's hate and persecution, how keenly, how promptly, with what alacrity Walter, Especk, and many other English nobles met thee at Carlisle. How many ships they prepared, the armaments they equipped them with, the youths they manned them with, how they struck terror into thy foes, till at length they took the traitor Malcolm himself prisoner, and delivered him bound to thee. Thus the fear of us did not only bind his limbs, but still more daunted the spirit of the Scots, and suppressed their tendency to revolt by depriving it of all hope of success. Whatever hatred, therefore, whatever enmity the Scots have towards us, is because of thee and thine, for whom we have so often fought against them, deprived them of all hope of in rebelling, and altogether subdued them to thee and to thy will. Aelred tells us that King David's army was composed not only of those who were subject to his dominion, but that he had been joined by many of the people of the Western Isles and the Orkneys still under Norwegian rule, and the account which he gives of the different bodies of men which now formed his troops gives us a good idea of the heterogeneous elements of which the population of Scotland was at this time composed. The first body of his army was composed of the Galwenses, or people of Galloway, who still bore the name of Picts, and who claimed to lead the van as their right. The second body was led by Henry, King David's son, with soldiers and archers, to whom were joined the Cumbrenses and Tevidalenses, or the Welsh population of Strathclyde and Tiviotdale. The third body consisted of the Leodenses, or Anglic inhabitants of Lothian, with the Insulani and Lavernani, or Alsmen, and people of the Lennox, and the last body, or rearguard, was led by the king in person, and consisted of the Scoti and Moravenses, or the Scots of the kingdom proper, extending from the Forth to the Spey, and the recently subdued people of Moray. Along with the king were many of the Norman and English knights who still adhered to him. During the remaining year of David's reign, he appears to have maintained his authority with a firm hand and unimpaired over these various races. We read of no further insurrections on their part against him, and all attempts to resist the encroachment of the Norman barons with their feudal followers on their territories seem to have been given up, though probably no great advance was made in the process of amalgamating these different nationalities into one people. In the last year of his reign, his only son, Prince Henry, died, leaving 3 sons, the eldest of whom, Malcolm, was only 11 years of age. The succession of a grandson to his grandfather was still novelty to the Celtic population of the kingdom, and a greater infringement upon the law of dynastic succession than had yet been made, while the obstacle to his succession would be still greater if his grandfather's death opened the throne to him while yet a minor. The aged monarch foresaw that after his death a conflict would once more take place between the laws and customs of the Teutonic and Celtic races, and lead to a renewed collision between them. And in order to avert this, he prevailed upon the Earl of Fife, who was the acknowledged head of the constitutional body of the 7 Earls of Scotland, to make a progress with the youthful Malcolm through the kingdom and obtain his recognition as heir to the throne. David died in the following year, and, as might have been expected, the succession Malcolm was viewed with dislike by the entire Gaelic population of the country, as well as by those districts more immediately under the power of influence of the Norwegians, and he had ere long to contend against the open revolt of the great Gaelic districts which surrounded the kingdom of Scotland proper. These were on the north Moravia, or Moray on the west, Argyll or Argyll, and on the southwest corner, separated from Scotland by the Cumbrian population, was the wild region of Galloway. It is remarkable that, while the race of native rulers of the first had come to an end in the preceding reign, we find the 2 latter suddenly starting into life under the rule of 2 native princes, Somerlad Regulus of Argyll and Fergus, Prince of Galloway. While no hint is given of the parentage of either, the Norwegians appear to have retained a hold over both districts till the beginning of the 12th century, and it is probable that the native population had now succeeded in expelling them from their coasts, and that owing to the long possession of the country by the Norwegians, all trace of the parentage of the native leaders under whom they had risen had disappeared from the annals of the country, and they were viewed as the founders of a new race of native lords. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.